and push the continent-wide strategy that align with global sustainability goals. Number 4 is entrepreneurship and economic development, and Africa really needs that. The rise of youth entrepreneurship across Africa is reshaping economic landscape. Many young people are involved on startups that address key challenges such as unemployment, access to healthcare and education. By focusing on partnership building and policy reform, the African Pact empowers youth to drive economic progress. Number 5 is governance and civic engagement. African youth are increasingly demanding better good governance, transparency, and accountability from their leaders. They are utilizing platform provided by the African Pact to influence policy making process to ensure that they voice and heard the decision making at a national and regional level. That's why we're here today, because we want also, after this, this platform, we're gonna give it to the UN Secretary General, and they need to hear that. Through the African Pact, these voices are not only amplified, but also structured into actionable policy and framework that ensure a sustainable and prosperous future to the continent. So, said it all, today is a momentous day. I am from Senegal. If you hear the news, this week alone, we lost over 120 youth that was going to the sea to go get a better world. And I think that from this African Pact, we can avoid all this that we have. Like, for me, the African Pact is the voice of the voiceless for Africa. So thank you so much, Marie Apollo, for inviting me to speak at this amazing platform. Thank you all. Hello?
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for your wonderful remarks. She's one of the leaders in the diaspora who is supporting most of our young people here and bringing more young people to the international platform. Thank you for your welcome remarks. So we're going to go in the program ahead. We are starting our sessions for today. We have several panel discussions. We have
Sorry, Mary. There's still 2 more guests. There's Francis Koroma and Mr. Henry.
Let me go and introduce our next guest speaker, Mr. Francis Koroma, the founder of Koroma.
I'm doing it now. Additional.
Mr. Francis Koroma, he's a youth ambassador, an advocate for as president, a speaker, and advocate is trying to empower young people and foster global development. He is an official.
I'm going to sleep. Once it's night, I like sleep.
Ambassador.
Sorry, can Peace Lights mute your the phone, please? Let's all mute our phone. Thank you. Or the device. Thank you.
So we are here to our next speaker, Francis Koroma, the founder of Francis Koroma Foundation. Welcome, Francis. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Thank you.
Good morning from wherever you're joining, and I just want to say it's always a pleasure for us to come together and have a platform like this where we can share our own insights and input towards something that has to do with the improvement of the continent that we're from and our individual self and also the next generation coming after it. And from my own end, like I've been actively engaged, not only giving back or trying to improve myself, but also trying to bring people, young people with me in terms of like youth development, mentorship, and also providing resources and accesses. Because it's like I feel like if we can give young people more access to a platform like this and access to things that we feel like they need without them knowing that they need it, slowly by surely we can change the perspective and the mindset, and then also the people around that are coming after us in the continent. And whatever little we are doing from our own respective end, it really matters. And also just finding a way how we can take off this conversation off from the meeting room and go out in person and try to make sure we're involved in this community and participate in whatever change we're speaking about, or whatever change we are voicing out in to our like this high level meeting. So the most important thing is not about coming here and voicing voice, like okay, how can we actively engage back home in part of this change? So I try to encourage everyone, and I'm encouraging everyone that whoever comes here today and for all engagement that we're going to be participating during the high level, let's try to take it outside of the meeting rooms, outside the connections, and try to make sure we see the results, the impact from all the things that we are advocating for. So thank you, everyone. I don't want to take everyone's time. Thank you, everyone, including Mary, for having me on the today.
Thank you so much. We call on our Mena, our MC for today.
Hi, sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Francis. And absolutely, there's a need to create real connection. A lot is happening in the world, and thank you so much for that wonderful speech. And so the last person, I don't know if Barrister Henry Okazu is here. Would just like to hear from you briefly before we move on to the next session. Barrister Henry is the legal coordinator for the New York City Department of Correction. And so we'll just have him briefly before we move forward. Hi, Barrister Henry, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, great. We can hear you. Please, you have the floor.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can. Yes,
oh,
yes.
Great. All right. So I feel really honored and humbled to be here today. This is a very great topic, a topic that is so passionate to me because one is about the African youths, and then two, it's about mentoring, because this is a topic that's so passionate to me. Before I begin, I want to say something. The future of the world lies in Africa. Because I say this because without Africa, we would not have the global world. Most of the resources we have in the global world is getting from Africa. I think the former Americana once said that I think there was what was going to be, I think, one country in Africa which says the African resources is used to develop the West. So it is on that note that I say that for us to shape the future of Africans, we must understand one point, and that is what I call mentoring. And I prepared a slide. I don't know if I have the time to really share my slide with you guys on why we can apply mentoring to shape African youth. But before I do that, I want to just speak briefly on what I was able to put together. I was able to put some thoughts together on mentoring. I mean, we have to reflect on what is mentoring, the need for mentoring, who is a mentor, types of mentoring, the roles of mentor, and a contextual mentoring skill, and why we need to apply mentoring in our life. But my focus right now will be on the overview of the path of the future. If you guys will agree with me, we are at a time in the world whereby the world is going through so many challenges. I call it profound global challenges. And profound global challenges will only be resolved when we have global transformation. We are confronted with catastrophic and existential risk, mainly caused due to the choices we have made. If you go to Ukraine right now and Russia, there's war all over the place. And this as a result of the choice. And how can we remedy this choice? One of the major challenges facing the world today is because many people fail to understand, or we fail to understand the cause of a problem. And when we don't understand the cause of a problem, the solution becomes hard and challenging. But when you understand the cause of a problem, it will be easier to address some of these challenges. We believe that there's a path to a better future for all humanity, including living in poverty and vulnerable situations, right? So we also believe, again, that we believe and we affirm that the three pillars of UN, which we all know, sustainable development, security, and human rights, and these are all being threatened. And to address these challenges, I think the youth play a very big role because we are all connected in one way or the other. So we must prepare the youth mentally, socially, economically, and otherwise for them to be effective, capable to address some of these problems and challenges in a democratic manner, in an equitable manner, and in a representative society. I think if we can have that understanding, it will go a longer way. So we also recognize that sustainable development is all-encompassing, and the youth play a critical role in addressing these challenges. For us to have the 2030 agenda for sustainable development goals, we must make sure that the youths play a very good role. And I'm glad right now that the UN are now recognizing the importance of the youths. We also want to address injustice in society. We also want to address inequalities in the world. We also want to promote tolerance, embrace diversity, and combat all forms of discrimination, including racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and all its related intolerance in the world. And we can do that when the youth understand the power that they have. We also want to make sure that we take concrete measures to ensure that the youth can participate in active decision-making at all levels, including security and job creation. We also want to promote employment opportunities for them to participate in relevant intergovernmental deliberations in the UN. And how does that work? This is where the youth and future generations come in place. We are all critical agents to bring in change in the world. Of interest to me is Action 37, which says we will invest in the social and economic development of children and young people so that they can reach their full potential. We all have potentials in us, but quite unfortunately, many people die with their potentials living with them. And that is why when you go to the graveyard, you will see a lot of people who have died with their talents. As youth, we are not meant to be docile. I always tell my friends this, most of us are living, most of us are existing as supposed to be living. We are not meant to exist, we are meant to live because we have to give a legacy. We have to leave our footprints for the world to know that truly we are in existence. So to fulfill this potential and secure a decent society, we must be productive. We must have quality education, quality employment. The young people must have access to safe, inclusive, equitable, and quality education and opportunities to bring this change in society. We must fight and stand against all forms of racism of its kind. Call it xenophobia, call it intolerance, and the youth must impact their life, their communities, and the society at large. One request I would love to make to the UN, especially to the Secretary General, is to continue to develop core principles in consultation with the member states for young people to be meaningfully engaged and represented in an inclusive manner so that they can participate in the active decision-making. You cannot, so I'm from Nigeria, right? We have a saying that you cannot shave a man in his absence. So you cannot solve the youth problem in the absence. We must be at the table to make sure we also give our own ideas to solve some of these problems. And that is why my theme today is titled A Strategy for Shaping African Future. And if time permits, I would love to speak briefly on some of this content, because I've been able to prepare some slides on how we can use mentoring to shape African future. Many youth in Africa don't understand what is mentoring. As an author here in the US, I wrote an article in 2019 which went viral. It's titled Mentors Are Lifesavers. And I will implore you guys, if you can look up online, Mentors Are Lifesavers by Henry Castle, you will read more of my thoughts on it. African youths and the youth are not properly mentored. And that is a big challenge in society. Because why? Once you have the right information, you will understand the challenges. We need mentoring, but the question now becomes, what is mentoring? Before I begin this slide, I would like to ask if I have, how many minutes do I have more, or let me leave this for the next time when I will speak, because I have a slide which I would love to present to you guys, but I don't know how many minutes I have to present.
Sorry, sir, you don't have more than 8 minutes from now, because we have some other dignitaries already waiting for the session. What I think we can do is the PowerPoint presentation will be emailed to everyone here and other people that are watching on Facebook. And okay. Your keynote interventions and the areas of emphasis you want, you can do that within the space of 8 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. So I'm going to focus on why we need mentoring, okay, and the types of mentoring. So for African youth, I'm going to give those 5 slides, 5 points why we need mentoring. So we have formal mentoring, right? Whereby it could be that if you work in an establishment, you will speak to your mentor, who can be like the boss or someone who's assigned to you to address the challenges that you have in that organization. So for example, now, if you are employed in Microsoft work and they can assign you Bill Gates or one of those leaders, and they will guide you, that person will show you the challenges and the problems that organization is facing. And when you understand it, you'll be able to profile solutions. Then we have the peer mentoring, which is like the youth, the age mates. Now I share what I know and you share what you know. I am not your mentor, I'm not your boss, but we learn from each other. Then we have the group mentoring, whereby you work like a team, whereby we all share ideas to see how we can make it work. Then we have the joint mentoring, whereby we all work in collaboration to see that we have a uniform understanding of the issues on ground. Right now, I can say we are in a joint mentoring because we are sharing the ideas and the problems facing the youths in Africa and in the world. And then we're also providing solutions on how we can really solve some of these challenges. Then we have the one-on-one mentoring, which is all about, I will use the word master and servant relationship, but then it's a mentoring whereby there is no former person who is the boss or who is the leader, but it's a symbiotic relationship whereby I learn from you and then you learn from me. So what are the roles of mentors? Mentors are there to motivate, they're there to advise, to train, to support. Now in Africa right now, most people leave probably their position without training the other ones on how they can really solve some of these problems. And that is why in Africa, we have this career progression whereby people don't understand the challenges, for the youths. Then we have this retention memory whereby people don't comprehend or understand the challenges they have been facing. And then the cultural part of it, they don't understand the problems that have been facing in different countries. Let's say, for example, in Kenya, in Nigeria, and East Africa. If you don't understand the cultural diversity, it will be hard for you to solve a problem. And that is why we need people who will come in to really address these key critical issues, because without this right information, we might be lacking in sustainable ways to address this. And I'm going to say this, right? If you don't understand the cause of a problem, you might not be able to solve it. And how do you understand? You must have information, because if you're not properly informed, you are ill-informed. And once you're ill-informed, you can't perform, because information leads to reformation and transformation. We are a product of what we know, because information leads to formation. So if you understand that this is a challenge that has been in place ab initio before our forefathers, that understanding will help you by reading, by researching and by speaking with people, you'll be able to provide these solutions. So there is a critical area I think African youths need to really imbibe: mentoring, to understand the problems that was there initially, to understand the solutions that we're going to bring in, and then to also provide ideas on how we can create the future. I believe if we adopt this, we have a sustainable future. Thank you.
Wow, that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Barrister Henry. That was really enlightening and, you know, profound as well. And I like the fact that you stressed on, you know, the role of the youth in addressing the challenges that plague us globally as a continent and otherwise. Thank you so much. I'm hoping that we're able to give you more time subsequently in the course of our conversation to share your slides with us. Thank you. And so we will be going to our first session for today. We already have our panelists waiting. And this session is on utilizing the Pact for the future to advance our continent, technology, SDGs, and addressing global challenges, right? We have seen pacts over the years. We've seen international treaties and laws, you know, broken over time as well. And so this panel will focus on how the Pact for the future can be used to advance us, and, you know, how these pacts can be actionable in the long run as well. And to join us today, we have the wonderful Lisiana Emakoa, I hope I got that right, and Kudakwashe Mushonga. Lisiana Emakoa is the founder for the Center for Community Impact and Sustainability, and Kudakwashe is the Secretary General for the United Nations Association of Zimbabwe. So, Lisiana, I think we'll start with you first. Are you on here? If you are, just say hello, so we can start. Is Lisiana here?
I can't see her, but I think you can go on with Mushanga, and then let's try to get her connected.
Okay. Mr. Mushanga, are you here? Okay, yes, I think I can see you. Lovely to have you. How are you doing today?
I'm well. How are you?
Very well. And how's Zimbabwe?
Zimbabwe is hot.
Oh, great. Great. So just an introduction to the conversation, right? How do you think the Pact for the Future can actually be actionable in the long run and can help us advance our cause as young people, as youths, as Africans as well?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. So maybe starting from the word goal, I always say that there's always a problem after such wonderful speakers, especially the last speaker really mentioned something that's key. You know, talking about the African youth and advancing their mentorship. And mentorship is that key, is very important. It's very important. But today, considering the fact that we're speaking about technology. And when we're speaking about technology, we're looking at what we are or where we are right now. You know, what we've achieved just by being here on a Zoom platform, whereby we've brought together youth from across Africa and in the diaspora, and how important that is, how integral that is. When we're looking at, as outlined, the Pact of the Future, the profound global transformation experience offers a moment of hope, you know, an opportunity. Innovation, technology, and digital solutions can be drivers of a more sustainable and inclusive future, one that benefits all, especially those at the margins. Africa is at the crossroads. We stand at the intersection of immense opportunity and significant challenges, particularly in the rural areas where access to digital technology remains limited. However, it is through collaboration, innovation, and international strategy that we can scale digital transformation in a way that includes everyone, living no one behind. I like to possibly focus on two key areas that, should we say, are barriers towards the African, should we say, access to technology in the African context, especially for people in the remote areas. One, we have the cost of just being able to access these technological platforms. And secondly, it's, what should we say, the private partnerships, those private partnerships that we really need to be leveraged. We heard so much about how there's so much amongst the African youth. We're talking about entrepreneurship, we're talking about the innovation, we're talking about that. But it pains me that as a historian, we're still encountering the same problems that we had since the slave trade of the African youths dying in the seas, trying to run away and experience a better life. In our African tradition, we understand just how difficult it is to separate a child from their mother. And over here we stand over here and call Africa the motherland. Yet if you come into Africa, no matter what country you go in, and offer an African youth the chance to go abroad, they will leave. They will leave a great danger to themselves. Now, how do we harness the technological aspects to be able to advance the African youth, to be able to benefit the African youth? Barriers like money, barriers like expense, those issues need to be addressed. And again, we're always having to focus on power relations. I always thank Mary for the opportunity of giving me the chance to share on such platforms, because I heard something very important once, whereby we need the right African youth sharing their perspective with the right platforms. We can't always have digital innovative solutions that are shared at the top level and remain at the top level and never get to the grassroots level. We don't understand what the grassroots actually need, because we always keep just discussions at the top level. If we're talking about technology, we're talking about advancing the technology in the future. What does the rural African need? What do those African youths in those remote areas need? We understand that many remote areas are agri-based economies. How can technology assist agri-based technology? Or are we promoting this, should we say, videos and this culture of wanting to make money through videos? And we all understand the dark aspects of wanting to make money through videos. We know this, but this is the crossroads that Africa has, that we can see how the West is going about harnessing the digital technology, but avoid the pitfalls that have been seen. As a peace advocate myself, I always say that any solution should really go back to building a peaceful and conducive, society. Somewhere that anyone can express their opinions and not be harassed what is going to come out as them sharing their opinion, and be able to access all of these platforms in an equitable manner. We've got many marginalized youths in the grassroots again, whereby we look at women and young girls who still are oppressed with certain things, be it religion, be it also a family opting to educate the boy child as opposed to the girl child. How is technology? Technology is one of the key drivers of being able to give the opportunity to both young women, young girls, people with disabilities, so that they're able to operate the same platform as everyone else. But we need those ideas again to come from the grassroots. The grassroots are key. We cannot want any solution to come from outside the grassroots. We can't want solutions for Africa to come from outside Africa. And that's what the Pact of the Future is calling for. It's calling for that shared opinion coming from all continents, possibly not just going to talk about Africa, but from every third developing country perspective. We need those perspectives coming from the youth, because never in the history of this world has there been a larger youth group than it is at the moment. How are we harnessing that paper? Or are the youth across the globe ornaments, decorations waiting to be used at public holidays, and then we're set aside? How? And that is the technological divide is how we learn from each other across the world, in the diaspora, Africa, bringing us together. So that when we say we're leaving no one behind, we're not just talking, doing talk shows, collectivists. We're taking advantage of the technological advantage and being able to promote the African youth. That is what is being open. That is how we can access the sector of the future. Collaboration, technology, and innovation is where we need to enhance our voices as African youth. All of this needs to lead to a peaceful society that leaves no one behind, that leaves no youth behind. I'm fascinated by a statement that always says, nothing for the youth without them. And I think in terms of time, I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mushonga, for that wonderful submission, right? And what you said about us bringing the perspective of those at the grassroots to the conversation, sort of to understand their pain points and know how best to solve. I think that really struck and that really stuck for me. And yeah, I'm hoping that we will continue to, have this conversation and more progressive conversations that will lead to actions, and execution in the end. And my other question to you would be, what strategies would you propose to scale digital innovation across Africa, especially to ensure inclusivity in these grassroots communities you talked about, or the grassroots, the grassroots communities, and undeserved areas? What key strategies would you propose?
Okay, thank you again. One key aspect I'll say is youth ownership. The Pact of the Future provides young Africans with a pivotal opportunity to lead the charge in solving global challenges through technology and sustainability. As custodians of the future, youth are empowered by this pact to use their talents, creativity, innovation, and spirit to shape a better tomorrow. But the key issue you mentioned is how. And one aspect is access to technology and innovation. I think one thing that we sometimes do as youth is want to say everything that came, should we say that's from the other generations is bad and that we should do away with it and always. But indigenous knowledge systems for us are very key. And the people who tend to have the most information, for example, indigenous knowledge systems are the older generations. We must not think that we just leap ahead without first, accessing or inquiring from the previous generations to figure out what they did in the past, what worked and what didn't work. Activism didn't start with us, but how was activism done in the past, and how can we link it together with the technological platforms that are there now, so that we can really push forward. Technology both has risks and opportunities, so we need this responsibility in technology. The Pact emphasizes responsibility when it comes to technology. So we, as the African youth, also need to be responsible. Like I mentioned, that one key issue is us avoiding the dark areas that other countries have seen themselves in. Be it hacking, be it these dark web, whatever it might be. They are there, but they really haven't really taken root in the African system. So what can we do to improve this? That's what's being called upon us. We need to avoid those things and develop whatever system it is. If it's should you say infrastructure systems, right? We've got so much information that's readily available by the internet. And yet when it comes to any development projects, when it comes to Africa, the first thing we're doing is hiring abroad. Yes, sometimes these opportunities, the reasons behind this aren't our own, or should we say, they're not our own ways to control. But that's where the space exists. We need to say when those tenders, those grants, whatever it might be that are being hosted, want to, set up certain schemes abroad. Where is the African voice there? Where's the African youth there, voice there to ask, why isn't this tender being given to an African youth, to an indigenous person, to a youth? Which also includes us having to form positive relations with government, right? Positive relations with government are key, because we can't run it alone, but we need to claim the space. This means that we need to be submitting appropriate, if it's proposals, whatever it is, but everything is a skill that needs to be learned. And again, we have the internet, at the tip of our hands. We really need to access it, right? We need to use it positively and not always be looking for quick fixes. I once worked on this web series that was called The Difference Between Entrepreneurship and Hustling. And unfortunately, the mindset sometimes is that of a hustler and an entrepreneur are two different things. We don't really put in much of the effort into properly researching whatever it is that we want to do, or we want to take shortcuts in whatever we want to do, whereby technology is there to make the process easier, be it in the agribusiness situation, be it in, should we say, stock trading, whatever it is that you promote your skill in. Don't think technology is there to make the job faster and then you don't have to pay attention. You still need to learn how to use it. You still need to understand its impact on your job. And that is where we need to enhance our role as youth, so that we aren't just a talk show. The people know that we're coming with a learned opinion. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mushinga, for that wonderful submission. Yet again, you know, one thing I got from what you said is we need to claim the space. All of these things, technology is now accessible from anywhere in the world. You know, I mean, I would argue on the affordability for most communities and people, but technology is accessible. And, you know, I think it's important that we claim that space. We use that space to further amplify our voices, the work we do, learn skills, upskill, you know, and become better positioned for success as a young African. So thank you very much. And then I heard you mention, you know, a point on how we need to synergize, you know, across the different continents, right, to make our voices, or to make, you know, the work that we do more pronounced and further accelerate the goal of the United Nations 2030 agenda, which is leaving no one behind. So thank you so much for that submission. I don't know if
She's here.
Lisiana is here. Is she here?
She's here. Yes.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Hello, Lisiana. We had introduced you earlier, but yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's so good to have you here.
Hi everyone. Good morning. I'm so sorry for joining so tardy.
Not a problem. Not a problem at all. So we were just having a very soft conversation on the topic for this session. This plenary is utilizing the Pact for the Future to advance our continent, technology, SDGs, and addressing global challenges. And before you came, I was just, we're just interacting with the topic. You know, I and Mr. Mushinga were interacting with the topic, right? And first, let me start by congratulating you on winning the Pan-African Youth Awards in Kenya. Yay! Your leadership is inspiring young women across the continent, you know, with your experience in working with the UN leadership, the AU, and the African leaders. I'd just like to ask, right? You've achieved a lot as a woman, and you're doing pretty well, you know, in your space. You have owned your space, right? So how can African nations, right? I just want us to dive right into the conversation. How can African nations leverage technology to address, you know, gender issues?
Thank you so much, Mina. First, I'd like to thank for directions, Maria Polo, for the invitation, as well as Dr. Daniel for Team 54 Project, who's also one of my mentors, for the invitation and just putting this wonderful platform together. This platform is actually very timely, especially that the Summit of the Future is approaching just right around the corner next week. And a lot of the young leaders on this platform, I believe, are going to be attending either in person or online. And we were recently in Nairobi, Kenya, back in May, for the UN Civil Society conference, where we had the opportunity to build the coalitions for the Pact of the Future. So a lot of us were instrumental in just the coalitions and just to be part of the foundational work of the Pact of the Future before the Summit of the Future, where all the member states and key stakeholders are going to come together and agree on key resolutions that should be on the Pact of the Future, especially for young people, for future generations, which is so important. Just to sort of like answer your question, I think you're asking me a question on how does the AU how do they play AU, and in regards to my experience with a lot of with the AU, the UN, and how can we play a meaningful role in solving global challenges. I think it's connecting to technology, if I'm correct. Just remind me again if I'm not, like, I'm not missing anything.
You're right on course, please, Louisiana. Please go on. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I think young people, especially African youths, we actually we make up the largest populations in the continent. So young people have a huge role to play in terms of addressing global challenges, and we are key stakeholders. And when when multilateral agencies like the intergovernmental agencies like the African Union and the UN, when they're putting up resolutions to tackling global challenges, they cannot do it without the inclusion of young people, and we are actually very instrumental to that process. And the Pact of the Future, even just overall, can empower young Africans, even especially like young women as a young female leader in the continent, by especially in fostering inclusive policies that will prioritize, especially where we're discussing the topic of technology. So that will prioritize technological innovation and sustainable development. And what I mean being inclusive is, just ensuring that the young people are involved, ensuring that marginalized communities, women and girls, persons with disabilities are involved. We're talking about Pact of the Future. Even when you break down, we're looking at the different clauses from the Global Compact to peace and security to even just technology and so many other of the thematic areas. Young people have to be involved, because you can't have a conversations because as much as we're bearing the brunt of a lot of those impacts, we are also a key agent to addressing those challenges. And the Pact of the Future could further scale our initiatives by even mobilizing resources and creating cross-border opportunities for young people in emerging tech sectors such as AI. AI right now, it has been so instrumental, and we cannot diminish that. We cannot take that for granted, especially in the continent. The continent is evolving. And the continent has a lot of potential. As much as I always say in a lot of my interventions, as much as AI is so important, especially for providing jobs and providing and also helping with economic development, we also have to ensure that it doesn't become a threat to the continent. But AI is so important, renewable energy and agri-tech, and young people are also are key drivers to ensuring the implementation of a lot of that, a lot of those factors that I mentioned. And even in terms of even at the grassroots level, when we're talking about technology, it's so important for women to have access to technology, have access to tech, because even for small business, for agro farmers, for women that are entrepreneurs, for SMEs, right? Technology is so important, because if we're doing transfers of if they have to trade, if they need to even have access to banking, mobile apps, like it's so much important. And I just even wanted to give an example of how young Africans or even young female leaders are already contributing to global challenges, and especially like in agri-tech. I mentioned that I was recently in Kenya, and I learned about this initiative called, I attended the Pan-African Youth Convention, and I got familiar with this initiative called Twiga Foods, and it's actually youth-led, which is using mobile-based platforms to connect farmers to markets, and also to help reduce food waste and improving food security. And for those of you that are not, let me just break down what Twiga Foods is, because it's a local project in Nairobi, and it's a Kenyan-based technology company that operates in mobile platform, connecting farmers to vendors, and also platforms to allow smallholder farmers to sell like fresh products, fruits, vegetables, those type of things, and directly connecting them, to urban retailers and markets, streamlining the supply chain. So I think those are a great example, and also, and as well as the Pact of the Future also. the Pact of the Future also can also help us build successes by ensuring that young people, ensuring that, we're especially young leaders, we're active participants in decision-making processes, not only at the multilateral space, but at the regional stage, the national stage, sub-regional stage, right? And young people, we can contribute in developing policies on climate change, because climate mitigation is so much connected to there's a huge interconnectedness between climate change and technology, even in terms of driving tech driven solutions. When we're talking about like solar power, renewable energy, even to help out, in agriculture to make that more efficient, and even to help reduce environmental impacts. So I would say I think those are my submissions. And lastly, I would also like to share that in there's a data that shows that by 2050, renewable energy could meet 50% of Africa's energy needs, positioning the continent as a leader in global green transition. So even when we're thinking about what's going to be, what African Union leaders at the AU, at the UN, these are some of the things that they should be considering already, and how young people can play a key role in some of those initiatives. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisiana. I think you've even answered my second question. That was a beautiful suggestion. And my second question was, you can still answer this, how the Pact for the Future, can empower young Africans to contribute meaningfully to solving global challenges through technology and sustainable development. So maybe you want to say something extra to what you've already said. I don't know, but yeah, that's my second question to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add on to my question, it's that the 2030 agenda, we're already at the midpoint, even already past midpoint of 20 agenda. It's expiring in 5 years, honestly. And the Pact of the Future, I see it as a new model to be able to, just because honestly, the 2030 agenda, sorry to say this, but it's a failed agenda. And then when we're talking about the continent, we have the 2063, we have the African Union Agenda 2063 as well, right? And that's like in how many years? So the Pact of the Future is going to help, especially, with different key stakeholders that have different frameworks that we're all looking up to. But I think it's a great agenda, it's a great model to help us to think about future generations, and how, when we're talking about young leaders, we're not just the leaders of today, but we're also leaders of tomorrow, and we are the next leaders of tomorrow. So we need to start creating different models and mechanisms and structures that will be able to position the future generations. And right now, when we're thinking about current leaders right now, so how can they prepare us, our generation, right, to take over? What platforms, what mechanisms are they putting in place? What resolutions are put in place so that in a couple of years from now, this generation is being included in decision-making processes. We're included when it talks about even resource mobilization, us having access to resource, us being inclusive when we're talking about even gender responsive policies, gender sensitive policies. How are youths being included? How are women and girls being included? How are indigenous persons being included? So I think the Pact of the Future, especially the clause on future generations, is so crucial, especially pertaining to us young people, on how we can be those key agents to participating, and how we're not going to be left out, and how we can be a part of it throughout, how we can be the process, and how we can also share policy recommendations to our future, and not just policymakers just sitting on a table and making decisions on our behalf about our future, but how we can sit at those tables as well and say, this is what we want. And that's also part of the participatory approach, right? Not making just decisions about ourselves, but seeing how we can be involved and telling them that this is what we want, because this is what our challenges are. This is what we face on a daily basis. We have the statistics, we have the data, and we're conducting needs assessment. So this is and how we would like to make things happen. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Mina, over to you. Mina, I think we have also a question and a contribution from one of our participants here, Miss Francis Eke, on this session. If there are any questions, you can also drop on the chat, or you can personally send them to Mona using the platform in the chat. Mona, are you there? Mina, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So,
yes.
Miss France, I think we'll give you a couple of minutes, to just quickly ask your question, and you just tell us your name, country, and then ask the question, direct it to whoever, which of the panelists you like to answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. Sorry I sound a bit under the weather because I'm not feeling too well, but it's actually not a question. I believe Dr. Daniel mentioned like making some kind of contribution when it comes to the, empowering youths with tech. So first of all, I'm the founder of BioEscape International, and I am well-rounded in the technology industry. I'm into cybersecurity, and I am currently working in a telecommunications company. So I would want my contribution to this, on how we can empower young people when it comes to technology, especially in the African context, is creating access to, for example, school students, provide them with devices like tablets, and partnering with telecommunications companies back home in Africa. For example, in my home country, Nigeria, I was, thinking, okay, because where I work here in the United States, what we do is we partner with some telecommunication companies and provide tablets for low-income earners, students, and also phones, and also the phone service like internet access. That is where the other telecommunications companies come into, for example, T-Mobile. Now, also government funding, which helps to provide some of these devices to young people. So if we can implement something like this in Africa, that will really go a long way in helping, especially the students, in matching up to their counterparts over here in the Western world. So, excuse me, if we're able to achieve this, or have policies or some kind of government support that will allow, other companies to partner with telecommunications companies in Africa to provide these services to the less privileged, especially these people in communities, in villages, where they have no access. I remember growing up in Africa, even as a university student, we had just one computer, and we're studying computer science in a hall. So you have like 200 students to one computer. That doesn't make sense. We're definitely not going to learn anything from that. So, but if, we can, turn things around, and even if it's just devices that are not that expensive, but at least these young people, they are learning from these things. They have that access, and now wait till when they can now afford the bigger one. But meanwhile, in the meantime, let them have access to these devices, which really help them to, match up to their other counterparts. That was my contribution. And thank you for the opportunity to letting me, do this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Frances. And sorry about your health. Get well soon. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Precious Ijoma has a contribution. Yes, I absolutely agree with Frances. We need to make these things accessible to, students, to low-income earners, that way we are driving this conversation into action. So thank you so much, Frances, for that contribution. Okay, so quickly, I'll take Precious, and then we'll move on to wrap up this session. So Precious, please, you're on. Just quickly, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Good day, everyone. Okay, so my name is Precious. I'm from Nigeria, and quickly, I would have to say about this tech education that the school curriculum should as well be reviewed, because most of the topics and subjects that are there, they don't solve real world problems. They are a bit of what's it, redundant. They are obstinate. They just learn it. It's like the curriculum that has been there ever since. What I learned is what my child is also using to learn. So I think that as we evolve, as new generations come up, and now that there is a technology breakdown, school curriculums should be reviewed, and these tech educations should be infused in them, such that it is easier for them to learn, because tech skills are actually expensive to learn if you want to go learn on your own. So if there is a situation whereby when once you're able to get into school, at least you have a background knowledge of these tech skills, and maybe if you want to further it, you can then go ahead on your own. But then there should be a general background teaching of this tech skills in schools, since it is the world is now evolving, and everywhere there is technology in every aspect, agriculture, health, everywhere. So I think these things should also be looked into, especially in Africa. The curriculum in schools, they are I don't want to say useful, but they are not real world issues. They are not they don't help in the real world. So our curriculum should be reviewed, and these tech skills should be infused in them. In a nutshell, that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Precious. So in essence, the skills or the curriculum that we currently have don't speak to our current realities. You know, I think that's what I got from what you've said. Thank you so much for your contribution. So before we let our wonderful panelists leave us today, would like to just ask, okay, I'll go to Mr. Mushunga first. What would be your key takeaways for the audience today? What are those things that, you know, you want the audience to leave here with after our deliberations today?
Okay, thank you once again, for this opportunity, and thank you again for Liliana again for coming through and a wonderful contribution to this panel session. One thing, maybe a key takeaway to go with, what was just mentioned with the previous speakers also matters. One is that we need to make technology, whatever curriculum it is, relevant to the current times. Secondly, the technology needs to be affordable. But like I said, that everything needs to be broken down further. One term that I was exposed to recently was a term called buzzwords, whereby we tend to want to use these language that we might understand again at a high level, like for example, just sticking up when they say development, and then it just ends there. But what matters is all of those intricate details. If we're going to say technology needs to be affordable, who are the stakeholders that need to be consulted to make technology affordable? We know that there's government that's there. We know that the civil society that's over there that needs to also be advocates for this. We also know that the youth group also needs to be there, willing to take advantage of any opportunity that's there. So we, as key drivers of change, if we're going to say that the youth force is needed, then we need to know the key stakeholders in any innovative solution that's there. If we're talking about making technology affordable, which companies are we supposed to approach to make this technology affordable? If we're talking about the grassroots again, which players in the grassroots are there and who are there who can be amplified so that their voices can be heard. We're talking about young women, we're talking about the disabled, we're talking about the youth again. Everybody matters in this situation. We cannot afford to leave anyone behind. That's the main key takeaway I want to leave, that when we're talking about these solutions, just like the leaders who came together right now to share their voices on this discussion, we have to say, when I'm talking about the youth voices, the youth voice should always be mentioned by those who are greatly affected by it and those who are willing to run the race until the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mushonga. Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful, wonderful submission. Ms. Lisiana, would you like to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. One critical key takeaway for me is that it's the power of investing in youth, especially youth education, youth capacity building, and digital infrastructures for young people, and ensuring that is non-negotiable, especially when we, even from the advocacy level, when we're given those platforms, ensuring that, you know, our investment is so important, in investment in future generations. And I mentioned earlier, I talked about 2050, you know, and by 2050, even because we were talking about 2030, by 2050, Africa's working age population is expected to double up to about 1.2, 1.3 billion. So without the right technological tools, you know, we had some of our participants that talked about the importance of technology in our curriculum, importance of technology in rural communities, remote communities. So without, you know, having those right technological tools in those in those communities, in our educational systems, in capacity building courses, without that right support, you know, the demographic shift for young people, you know, our demographic shift could exacerbate existing challenges, you know, like unemployment. Because remember, we're in Africa, we're already facing challenges where a lot of the young people are very educated, especially those in the city, but there's no jobs. And then it's leading to irregular migrations that is exacerbating so many other things. We have a lot of young people that are risking their lives, fleeing the country for better opportunities, but we know some of the challenges that they have to face throughout irregular migration. So, and with the proper investments, you know, because those stakeholders, we talked about the African Union, the UN, some of those our member states, they need to invest they need to have proper investments in African youth, and it can, and which can lead, you know, to developing solutions that can address issues like climate change, food security, economic inclusion. And I would like to also mention another key insight, a key takeaway is the importance of collaboration. You know, governments, officials, having civil society, private sectors, and especially young people, we all have to work together. That's why, you know, we have the SDG 17 partnerships, which is on as one of the SDG targets, the SDG goals. And we have to work together to be able to build adequate ecosystems to foster innovation. And lastly, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement can also create opportunities for young people in the continent, for young entrepreneurs. I talked about SMEs earlier, you know, to able to scale their tech solutions across borders and to able to create jobs and driving economic growth. And I last year I was working on a project, not a project that was, I was I co-organized a conference here in Washington, D.C. that's focused on AGOA. And I know AGOA, it's not every country has signed into AGOA, you know, but we also have to look in, it's youth's responsibility to also look into those trade agreements, like the AFCTA, AGOA. So what are some of the, what does the language look like? How are young people, young entrepreneurs, youth farmers, agriculturists, local farmers, and everyone that's in the field looking to trade, how can I benefit from this? And what is my country, and what type of agreement has my country signed? So a lot of it too, I would say, is overall, us young people too, we need to go out there and do research And we also have to be patient. I know young people, we were very ambitious. We have a lot to offer and put on the table. And as much as, we need to hold our government officials accountable, and we're asking for transparency, and we want things now, but we also have to understand that in Africa, the system, it's sometimes it feels broken, and then we have to be patient, but we have to keep pushing, and we have to be resilient and not give up. But also patience is key, but ensuring that, when we're given opportunities in those platforms, we're able to say exactly what we want, because sometimes you might never get those opportunities again. And grassroots work is so important, because even when you're not being given those opportunities and to see those decision making, the work that you do at the grassroots level will speak so much for you. At the localization level, the work that you do locally with your communities, that is what will speak so much. That's the empowerment platforms, right? So even for technology at the local level, and just starting small, and once you do that, you're able to draw those investments. It's not, I've learned that, because for a very long time, I also used to talk about this with my colleagues, Minette, how we do a lot of talking at the UN, but it's like, how can we go back in the continent and able to implement and create interventions, right? To be able to be more lucrative, because those is the work that you do. So don't minimize the work that you do at the local level, because that's what will draw the investments for you. That's what will say, okay, you know what, we've been able to identify X, Y, and Z young people that are doing this, and this is how they need the work to be able to expand their work. So they need this technology, they need access to technological tools to be able to expand or harness to be able to expand the work that they do. So I'll leave you guys with that, and thank you so much again. Thank you to my co-panelists, Kudak Washe. It was a pleasure sharing this panel with you, and thank you again, Amina, for such a great moderation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. And I think we'll spend like 5 minutes trying to learn our names before we start the conversation, just so we don't mispronounce names, but yeah, this was such a great session. It was such a progressive conversation. And I'm hoping that we're able to take this conversation to the UN General Assembly and make, progress with this. And while Lisiana was speaking, something just popped up in my head. I was having a conversation with someone recently, and the person said, traveling within Africa is even harder than traveling abroad, traveling to other countries or traveling to other continents rather. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually true. So if we have things like, for instance, issues of shared data, right, between countries in Africa, it makes it easier for people to travel. Immigration laws, that are couched to support most of this most of these actions that we're talking about, or most of these conversations that we're having. I think it would be a headway, for more progress in this continent, Africa. So this was such a mind-blowing conversation. Thank you to our wonderful panelists for your submissions and your interventions. At this juncture, if we don't have questions or contributions, I'd like us to pretty much move to the next session. This is going to be moderated by Miss Chigozrim Esquire. Is she here? Dr. Daniel, do we have Miss Chigozrim?
Yes,
Yes, she's here too.
Oh,
she's also Francis. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, amazing. So let me pass the mic on to you. Oh, Francis. Okay. So let me pass the mic on to you now to continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mina.
Okay.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this great event. I know this is going to be another one to always remember. That's going to stick in our heads, in our memories forever. So first of all, I want to say good morning and welcome to the second session of today's event. My name is Chigozirim Eke, and I am the founder of Bioscape International. I want to welcome you all to this session on harnessing the collective potential of young people as agents of change and drivers of youth-led innovation and creativity. So today, we will be focusing on the incredible power and potential of youth in shaping our future. Young people across Africa are not just participants in change, They are now leading through innovative ideas and creative solutions. Also, the youth of Africa are not at the forefront of addressing societal and developmental challenges, driving progress with their fresh perspectives and bold initiatives. Our topic and deliberation will center on how to support and amplify these efforts, creating environments that nurture youth-led innovation and overcome the barriers they face. So with that introduction, I would like to introduce our speakers for today. Today we have Irene. She's a pharmacist and has demonstrated an outstanding passion for youth empowerment and community development. And also we will have Emmanuel, who is a Sudanese youth advocate and social entrepreneur. So with that introduction, please, I would like to have our first speaker, Irene. I have a question for you, and the question is, what are the key barriers that young innovators face when trying to implement creative solutions within their communities, and how can these obstacles be overcome?
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Hello, Irene. Go ahead. We're hearing you. Where were you?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you. Firstly, I have the French accent. That's why sometimes it's difficult to hear me. I'm pharmacist. I study in Africa. Thank you for inviting me for this topic. About the key. About our key in this topic. The first key is the youth people is a force for the transformation. First, it's so important to recognize that young youth represent a significant portion of the global population, making a lever for societal transformation. We can show the Chinese example. This potential lies in young people's willingness to unite around common goal to bring about mindful innovation and change, and then think for a new vision of the world. On the world, young people have an impact in various fields such as entrepreneurship, and technology, environment, and culture, and the health too. Moreover, with around 1.8 billion young people worldwide, this segment in the population play an essential role in the national development, particularly in the developing countries where young people make up the. Yes. Hello.
Sorry, go ahead. No, we are hearing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
I'm saying, especially where young people make up the majority of the workforce. Additionally, we saw the young people have the capacity to initiate social movement and actively participate in the campaign of human rights and the social justice. Usually, we have often the first to engage in funded solution, and the funded solution to contemporary challenge such as climate change, gender equality, poverty eradication. We saw young people are often at the front of the technology innovation. There are numerous examples where young entrepreneurs have created a mobile application, launched revolutionary startup, and innovated in fields such as healthcare, sustainable energy, and fintech. Fintech is so important for every field. Their creative mindset and desire to innovate play a crucial role in the developing practical solution to the current problem. Sometimes, usually the youth population in front of the all challenges. That's why I developed the challenges in addressing to the collective population potential of youth. Whenever, despite the young people' remarkable ability, they face various obstacles that hinder their full development as agents of change and driver of innovation. Firstly, it's important to emphasize the youth unemployment rate alarming in many parts of the world, particularly in Africa and Asia. The lack of institutional support combined with limited access to funded entrepreneurial initiative among young people. We saw this lack of economic resources significantly limit their ability to launch and develop innovative projects. Additionally, we think young people are often underrepresented in political and some decision-making body, preventing them from influencing policies that directly affect them. This lack of participation limits their ability to generate large-scale change. Thus, their voice, although dynamic, remains marginalized in many political contexts. Finally, in many cultures, young people are perceived as inexperienced and incapable to taking on important responsibility. These stereotypical perception limits the leadership and innovation opportunities for young people, particularly young women. About the solution, we must maximize the impact of young people as agent of change. Comprehensive and inclusive solution must be implemented. One-of-hand education must adapted to better prepare young people to meet the needs of a modern world. This includes practical training, entrepreneurial skills development program, as well as initiatives that strengthen leadership and management abilities. By investing in a quality education, we prepare young people to face the challenge of tomorrow. In other words, government and private sector must implement policies that support young entrepreneurship by facilitating access to funding and creating the incubation space for young people, young startups especially. A favorable entrepreneurial environment will allow young people to bring their idea to life and contribute the economic growth. Furthermore, to enable young people to influence public policies, consultation, platform, political mentorship program, and integration into decision-making process are necessary. Encouraging youth political participation ensure that their concerns and ideas are taken into account on public government. Lastly, social network, incubator, and digital platforms should be used to foster collaboration
Very
among
nice.
young people.
In a long time. Good to see you back.
Okay. Okay. So this place allows them to share ideas, develop collective projects, develop the great skills, and advance practical solutions. The young people must be encouraged to work together to maximize their impact. In the conclusion, I think harnessing the collection potential of young is crucial to addressing global challenges and building a more equitable future by focusing on their education, training, and increasing decision-making process. The young people can become engineers of innovation and creativity. The world must not only the world must not only recognize their importance but also provide them with the means and resources necessary to maximize their contribution to sustainable development and social transformation. Thank you very much to allow me. This is my contribution, my answer about the young contribution.
Thank you so much, Irene Lassie, for this wonderful contribution. And you are right. Young people are heavily underrepresented when it comes to roles where decisions need to be taken. And it's very important that that young people start to get recognized and also provided with all the necessary tools and resources to help them be part of this development that we all are craving for, especially for our future. So now my next question is for Mr. Emmanuel. And my question for you is, hello, Mr. Emmanuel, are you there, by the way?
So, Ms. Shizrim. So, Mr. Emmanuel is having some difficulties connecting to the internet. You know, we have 70% like offline now, and yeah, so he'll be able to join us later on. You can go ahead with the session until he has a good access to the internet.
Ms. Eke, I think what we can now do is we can open up the floor to one or two people. I, for once, want to know what Mina, if you're there, what do you think from all you've heard? What do you think from all you heard in 3 minutes? Why is this very important to us, Mina, that technology, young people, harnessing our potentials are very fundamental in moving forward in the future? And I also want Peace Light to also follow after Mina to tell us, how does harnessing our potential, how does it link to creating sustainable peace? And then finally, I would want Mr. David Utibi to tell us, as an African in West Africa, what are the criteria or what have you experienced that often limits your potential to express solutions that drive our stuff? So once those three people are done with their 2 minutes, I believe you can buy us time so that our leader in South Sudan, Emmanuel, will be able to come in. So Mina, is over to you. Your view on what you've heard so far. How do we move forward, and how do we put this as a position paper, you know, harnessing potential and some of the important things that Irene had stated? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel. So I think while we wait for our government to action some of these things we've spoken about, while we wait for, you know, most of these infrastructures that support technological advancement or society's progress, you know, I think it's also important that we also harness what we have, utilize what we have at our disposal to move the conversation forward, right? I remember that when we were talking about the first panel session, something came to mind while the speakers were speaking. And I think one of the contributors said something about technology being expensive. And so I think there are many other ways we can leverage that particular industry, or there are many other ways we can leverage technology to move society forward. That doesn't necessarily have to be building tech product or, you know, being a tech founder, right? This is just from my perspective. There are a lot of people who are tech educators like me. What I do is I teach lawyers and law firms how to leverage technology to streamline their workflow. So you don't necessarily need to, it doesn't take a lot from me, right? So that way I am helping a particular ecosystem, and I'm also helping myself, right? So I've honed the skill of teaching people how to leverage technology. So I think for me, yes, eLawyer Nigeria, that's the platform that we use to do the work that we do, right? So I think while we're waiting to have these conversations or have these deliberations, you know, at the UN General Assembly, or talk to our leaders, you know, to sort of provide the basic amenities that we need or the society needs, right? I think it's also important that we also, within our own space, you know, find a way to utilize the resources that we have, to utilize the things that we have, to make do of what we have, you know, to sort of make society better and make ourselves better in turn. So for me, that's my short submission. And I think there's a lot that we can do with the digital space. The digital economy is the new gold, right? So I think it's just important that you find your space and you claim your space as well, as most of the speakers have rightly opined. So that's my take. I don't know if that speaks to what you asked, Dr. Daniel.
Oh, yes, definitely. Miss Francis, over to you. Who is the next person? Or Miss Francis, before the next person coming, you as the moderator, and you have expertise in cybersecurity, the back end part of cybersecurity, the front end, that's the interface part of security. Why is it important in moving forward for us that we should be able to leverage on these tech components of things and our creativity and our potential? And then the next person, Peace Light, can take over. David can take over, and then we can call the session a day.
So I would say, like, you know, we all know the world has gone digital right now. So it is only necessary, it is only, let me say, imperative that young people are equipped with the right tools and resources to be able to you know, be part of this digital movement, ongoing digital movement. And I know that this digital movement is going to be a continuous thing. Now the buzz thing now is AI, and you know, who knows what's going to come up next. So it's very important that, first of all, especially the youth in Africa, that they are brought up to speed it's not just to talk about these things. We need to provide them the resource access to these things. We need to put these things in their hands. Okay, it's not just talking about it. We need to start seeing the action. That is the only way that we can start seeing results. Because with the way things are going now, things are moving up pretty fast. So we don't want anybody left behind. We want our African youth, in rural communities, everywhere, for them to be able to be part of that movement, to grow and develop in that space. There are so many fields, when we talk about technology, that we need to bring them up to speed with. I know that our young people, they are very innovative, they are very passionate, and they are very they have that hunger. They have that hunger, to become better, to be part of decision making, to be part of the growth that we're experiencing, that the world is experiencing technologically. So the only thing lacking is access to these things. So I would say that it's very important that private sector, the government, and all stakeholders, come together, truly come together. Our leaders, our African leaders especially, give the upcoming, generation, that opportunity. Enough of all these old folks doing what they're doing. I'm gonna say it. They need to stop and allow the young people to come in, because time has really moved on. A lot of them don't even understand what we're talking about when it comes to technology and the latest trends in technology, but they're still there trying to limit the younger generation, from, taking over and doing what they're supposed to do. So it is time that they allow them, give them that opportunity to come in and contribute, to come in and showcase, their ideas, show who they are. Because I know our young people, I know myself, and I know that average African wants to do more. An average African wants to see results. It's not just to talk. So again, what we need to do is create that opportunity where those tools and resources are right there in their hands. Not just hearsay, enough of talking. It needs to be in their hands. Thank you, Dr. Daniel.
Yes, thank you so much. And as people can hear, and hear Mrs. Francis speak, and also my colleague Mina speak, it is very clear that every African that we know just wants progress. We don't want to be left behind to the point where we're still axing on grading road, providing water, giving people slippers to go to school. The world has left us way behind. In short, as what Ms. Francis is saying, and that's the truth. And that's why the UN Summit of the Future is very important for every one of us, because they are going to be discussing how to regulate the digital space. It's only those that are at the table now that has a headway. Only those that have researched and have contributed know what are the areas the world is shifting to will have a leverage. By the time you don't know what they are saying and they start to agree, and we know they're going to agree, and then you are now coming 10 years later and they tell you, no, you can't do this again. This is outdated. You need to change your visa system. Your visa system now must be paperless. You have to use voice activating, or you have to do facial recognition technology. It's part of the AI thing. You are not part of our regulation. It will begin to affect you economically. There's something also Miss Mina said, our MC, and I think it should also be stressed. You see, Africans, at the end of the day, technology can help any of your passion. As she has said, if you go to her wall and go to her website, that she leveraged on technology to ensure that the profession she so loved can come so easily or so effective to people that really need it the most. That people get to understand what lawyers' roles are, how they can do by creating her e-lawyer platform. In this e-lawyer platform, much of all the things people know, especially in my country, and their fear for lawyers and all those stuff, are better explained. She can even also help you, guide you to regulations, or legal matters within the Nigerian space, you can't, so that's how she's able to convert herself from a legal personnel to a tech-based personnel to increase visibility, to bring better understanding, because as she claimed, better understanding makes you make informed decision, makes you know the right caliber of lawyers you need to meet for your right case, and also allows you to move forward. It's the same thing for me. As a medical personnel, I was able to leverage on some of my understanding of medicine, bring it to digital space, but I was also able to bring that digital space to the environmental space. And I created an app or an idea around an app, and NASA likes it. Some of the people here on this platform will be meeting with NASA in our second meeting in November 25. And I am not a tech person per se. So Miss Mina is very right. You must leverage on the resources you have and cone down and think small, just like Lisiana has said. Think small on your peculiar condition. So you're a young lady in Cameroon. You are not happy that young ladies are not going to school or are not learning how to weave their hair well. You can use your digital space by creating a WhatsApp group where you can leave audio notes on how to weave hair. You can show videos on how to weave hair. You can show videos on how to wash hair cleanly with clean hands. You can show videos on how to dispose of the water so it doesn't go into the normal drinking water that affects every other person because you want to exist. So the truth of the matter, you can still do all your indigenous practices. However, how it is done now needs to be funneled in such modern ways, like Miss Irene has said. So I will allow the floor for Mr. David. And but first, let the Peace Light team first discuss how can our potential be harnessed in such a way that it creates that peace, because without peace, you cannot be thinking of sustainable development. If you look at Ukraine now, nobody will be talking about planting trees. Nobody will be talking about going to jail until the war ends, until there's peace. So whether we like it or not, the absence of peace almost always halts every other thing. So Peace Light, from your experience, what do you think? How do you think we can leverage on your concept of peace to identify the potential amongst us? And it's good to see you again, sir. Thank you. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. This is Pete Regina. Great to see you all. And I'll tell you, I've been impressed listening to the entire program today. And I think you guys are really on the right set of discussion points to make an impact. I've kind of witnessed this whole thing as an outsider, being invited by the ambassador from the African Union to initially review Agenda 2063. And that's where the connection with peace education came in. And I've heard a lot of things about the importance, the thing that stuck in my mind, and I'd like to point out here. There was great comments about how agenda, getting to 2030 is one thing, and then you have 2063 kind of looming out there. But this intermediate step is really where the rubber is going to hit the road, and that starts now. So the ideas that are being discussed around the importance of education, updating curriculum and stuff like that, that's all correct thinking, but without the measurable steps that get managed to achieve that, it's just talk. So that's what we've been focusing on, is trying to make the steps measurable and manageable. I worked at Hewlett Packard for 15 years, right out of college, back in 84 to 99. And Billy Hewlett used to have a saying that I believe is so true and will always be important. You can't manage what you can't measure. What gets measured gets done. So there's a lot of discussion about these programs that would make a difference, rolling out technology to children, using best practices in those ways. Yes, fully agreed. How do we get there? How do we measure our progress? A lot of times what I hear is that the ideas are great, but there's no dates associated with it. Okay, we want to have this intermediary activity. Well, what are the dates we're going to do it by, and how will we manage if we're on track to achieving those dates? And if it slips, okay, but how are we going to keep a solid control over that? Now, what we're doing in Africa as far as peace education has come to be a subset of the education picture in general, because the education status in Africa is really hampered by the fact that there's not enough schools. right? If you get through primary school, only 35% of those kids can go to secondary school because there's not enough schools. Secondary to high school is a 50% cut. So unless you start to think in terms of how to model that and then budget that and address that, this is always going to be an issue amidst the backdrop of the tripling of the size of Africa. So really, my input is number one, thank you, and you're doing great stuff. Number two, make sure you measure and quantify what you're trying to accomplish. And number three, leverage the successes of your partner organizations. So what we're doing with Peace Education and convening a curriculum development group, certainly there is media influences on peace. There's climate influences on peace. There's all these other influences on peace that should be part of that equation. Let's leverage what we're doing to help you. Let's leverage what you're doing to kind of help reach into Africa to help each other is basically the message. So thank you all. It's great. And I love being involved with all these types of activities. I think you're doing great. Looking forward to seeing you next Saturday, the International Day of Peace. Peace Lights will be playing in Times Square for the 8th time at the concert. And then there's a great event going up on the 125th Street Church of Scientology Community Center, where Mandela's historian is speaking for an hour or so at 7 o'clock-ish. So two upcoming events. Hope you all do your best to continue doing what you're doing. Namaste, everybody.
Thank you so much, and namaste. And just like what Peace Light founder has said, we need to collaborate together. I'm very sure Ijoma would like to hear about how Peace Light can be able to collaborate in curriculum. I'm very sure that Miss Mina, our co-MC, will definitely be reaching out to you to see how we can leverage on how to measure whatever is not measurable can never be achieved. I completely agree. Whatever slip that takes place is because you're not measuring. And once you're not measuring, that setback will always make that gap, much wider. I will allow for our last person, Mr. David, to give a 2 minutes contribution, and then we will allow for Ms. Francis to end the session so that we can go on a 10 minutes break, and then we return and end the concluding session. Unless, of course, Mary has something to say. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. David.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Dawit again. Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I'm sorry for jumping in again, but this is very, very inspiring discussion that we're having. And I'd like to share a couple of ideas that we successfully were able to have the youth participate, or the professionals participate in toward Eritrea's needs. Earlier, we talked about, or I addressed, one of the issue is, yes, we have all these great ideas, but how do we implement them? And several ideas have been thrown, and I compelled to share what the diaspora, Eritrean diaspora, especially in the United States and across the globe, have been doing. So one of the things that they have been doing is setting up several associations. So we have physicians or doctors associations, and who go perform various medical procedures in Eritrea. And they have done tremendous amount of, especially in the dentistry and eye areas and other surgeries. And we also have IT groups who collect e-readers and also help the country by going there and helping with cybersecurity and so forth. And all these volunteers they buy their tickets, they go on their own time, they pay for their hotels once they go there, and they gladly support all that. And we also have educators groups who travel every summer. During their break time, they'll go for 3 months and teach in various universities, and also teach TOTs in very, very rural areas. And they do that gladly. And yeah, so there are several different initiatives that we allow people to work, and that has been done very in a centralized, at the same time democratically way. So they work closely hand to hand with the embassy, and we facilitate everything that they require, but they come up with their own agendas. So they'll see what they can do. So the engineers help with building dams and so on. And so, yes, there are small things that we can do. For instance, there's a small town, remote town, that has no electrical power or grid cannot reach. So the diaspora youth collected small solar panels, and were able to light their schools and so on. So yes, there are so many things that can be done, and we were able to do this, but still it's not sufficient. We still need to do more and more and more until the continent heals. Thank you. I just want to share that part because I felt this is a very inspiring forum that we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I know that Mary is saying that we should go on break for 10 to 15 minutes. But we know that we have some of our guests from the other side of the continent, and it will be midnight very soon. Let us just take one more session so that we only have 2 sessions left to round up. But before then, I will want one of our elders, because we always respect our elders, to just, he's still going to speak on intergenerational discussion, but we just want Professor Nelson Aluye, to just share with us in a 2 minutes discussion. Then we move over to the session, the third session, so that when we finish the session in 20 minutes, we go on break. Over to you, Professor Nelson. Thank you, sir, for your patience.
Yes, thank you so much. Greetings from New Jersey. It's 12:34 p.m. here in the afternoon. So greetings and blessings to everybody, wherever you are. I often say this, that you find time for the things that are important to you. You all have gathered here today. I've been here for a couple of hours now because you find time for this. You find time for this because it's important to you. And I must say a big thank you to Mary Apollo, my gracious Dr. Bouje, and the other team who put this together. An incredible discussion from Lizinia. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name badly, Mina, and all the other people who've spoken so far, and to His Excellency as well. I'll tell you this, that in the great words of the great sage Nkwame Nkrumah, I am not African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa is born in me. And each and every one of you has Africa born in you, whether you were born in Africa and you now live outside of Africa for decades, or you were born actually outside of Africa, but Africa is still in you. And that's the premise for which we are gathering here today. Because look, if we don't sit down and have the discussion and know who we are, where we are, what we come with, the potentials that we have, the powers that we have, and then find ways to connect in each and every one of them, Africa as a continent and we as Black people would not move forward. And this is how we begin our discussion for internal reconciliation and strategy formation. So that as we do that, then we go outside and engage people outside where we talk about external affiliation and association. Because that's the strategy that others have used to improve their lives. We see what others have done, learn from them, and formulate our own agenda on how we as a people have to move forward. And this, I believe, is just the beginning, because I always say this as well, that things that will eventually become huge and resoundingly life-changing, like what the Wright brothers did, like what Henry Ford did. They had no concept of how big that the little work and the revolutionary innovations that they brought about will turn out to be what it is today. And this is also just the beginning. And I can foresee this turning into something huge, where we stand among great leaders across the globe, talking about our issues and having them change it. Because you know why? In the 1900s, early 1900s, great minds, Nkwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, you just name it, Jomo Kenyatta, they all came up and did what we are beginning to do now. And guess what? They did that without technology, not in the comfort of their rooms and homes. They ran, they hid, they wrote letters and smuggled letters in the midst of persecutions. And they did what they did and gave us political freedom. What we're doing right now is getting to a point where we at liberty, at freedom to exercise this, will be able to ask, demand, execute, and implement economic liberation. And I'll leave you with this and I say thank you and may God bless you all.
Thank you, Prof. And in the interest of transparency, Prof is my own personal mentor. So anytime you see me articulate my thoughts and my Pan-African stuff, he's always there. When we have crises, he's always there. Prof has supported close to 32 Africans to come for conference in the last 4 years here in the US. He provides accommodation, he provides feeding, he provides any little thing. Early this year, he was one of the recipients of Martin Luther King Award. He just returned from DC just 72 hours ago, where he met with our White House official, some congressional leaders, you know, to articulate the African diaspora vision, you know. So he's somebody that is readily available. Mina, I am telling you, you need to meet him. He also has resources on ground in Nigeria, and is helping us attack our epidemic of drug and substance abuse in the northern part of Nigeria that is often not being said. So he's massively connected. He's a recipient of many awards also within the continent and outside the continent. So he's a resource person for us. So I'm not surprised that Lisiana likes him. I'm not surprised that Mary has already gravitated to him. But so many of us are there, and he's the bridge between the older folks and here. And also, thank you so much, my mentor. And I'm very sure the ambassador, he's so excited. He sent a message to us. I love what is going on, and I want to work with us. And that's how it should be, like you rightfully said. I will allow Miss Francis, you know, who is.
I don't need to. Dr. Neil, I actually met him this week.
Whoa!
At the Innovative Africa.
Innovative Africa, that's
because I was moderating the leadership and governance session. So Mary Apollo introduced me to him. Very great person, and I look forward to meeting you again, and for us to actually, Dr. Nelson, for us to actually maybe grab a coffee. I'm going to be in New York next week, and I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet, sit down. I would like to pick your brain. I'm also a Pan-Africanist youth leader, so I would definitely love to. If Dr. Daniel can speak so highly of you, all I can say is I'm behind you.
It's a pleasure. Please pick my brain here now while it's still functioning and I'm available.
Great.
Thank you very much. So we'll want Miss Francis to round up by giving a 2 minute stuff, and we'll just do one more session on climate change so that we rest for 15 minutes. And then when we come back, we'll get to hear what Professor Nelson has for us, and we get to hear the good news that will come from Mary. And we also get to tell you what will happen in the Summit of the Future that most people here will be attending. Over to you, Francis, so we can conclude the third session on climate change, which I'm anchoring. Thank you. Okay, as Francis begins to round up, I will want to call on the panelists for the next session. Our next session is focusing on climate change. I have the honor of having with me here someone I've already known. The two of them I've already known, and they are very close to me, and they are very important people in the environmental space. I want to recognize the presence of Miss Gloria. Miss Gloria Bolus.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. So
hello, everyone. Nice to be here.
I want Africans to see you for who you are. She will be coming to the US in some days' time. I'm very sure she's packing is not easy because she's also one of the African delegates that are here. I'll start by saying congratulations on your new appointment as being one of our focal leaders within the continent to articulate, our mitigation adaptation strategy, and also to congratulate you and let the world know that you're the first African to win the Green Climate Reality Award given to you by His Excellency, Mr. Al Gore. I will allow you to make your opening remark by greeting our people, and then I will ask you your questions. Over to you, Ma. Sorry, Miss Gloria, we can't hear you. I think you're mute.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Daniel. From my own end is good evening, and from other regions, good morning, good afternoon. So indeed, it's a pleasure for me to be here and to be a panelist. I've been listening attentively, and Dr. Daniel got it right. I mean, I'm actually packing as well, and I was listening to all the beautiful conversation. And these are the kind of conversations we actually need every day as young people. I mean, it helps to prick our brains. It also helps to motivate us into action. These are the things we do every day because we're passionate about them and because we want a solution, we want a change, and because we are also the change, we are the solution. So this is a laudable activity, and I look forward to meeting most of us on this webinar in New York in a couple of days. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gloria. And if you will not, if you can just do us a favor and put your link, your website on the chat so that our people can know. Then quickly, I also want to introduce a wonderful young lady who has emerged from Cameroon again. It's like Cameroon has backlog of some super smart people. So she is the assistant director for communication for an environmental-based organization. In her own capacity, she has master's degree in international relationship. She's a known journalist and has worked with some NGOs that have affiliation with the UN, with other organizations. Her name is Miss Meniet Mwepe. Miss Meniet, your salutation, and then we can now start this session. Welcome, ma.
Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday from Cameroon. I'm very glad to be here, and it's a pleasure being moderated by my very own mentor and boss. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Thank you so much, Meniet. I'm Bonzu and Kumasava. So quickly, Ms. Gloria, because I know you are packing and you are passionate about the environment. What, in your own view, is the most critical environmental challenges? And what are, in your own view, are the solutions to some of these challenges you highlight that Africa is facing today? Then end by telling us, how can youth-led initiative drive whatever solution you want to do? I know you have a lot of projects. You can also share with us how we can work with you. I'm very sure the ambassador in Eritrea will want to have your organization also work in his country. Thank you. Over to you, ma.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Buje. And yeah, I'm happy to always talk about the challenges we face in Africa. And because I live in Africa and I know what it takes, and part of my work is to provide solutions to the looming problems of environmental issues we have in Nigeria and in Africa at large. So it is no news that we all know that, I mean, it's been said, the global south does not contribute or contribute less to the global climate impact, climate change, but yet we are the receiving end, basically because of our vulnerability and a whole lot. And so that's why the impact is really evident in Africa. And because we have that little capacity, not inadequate capacity, let me use that word, to be able to tackle the issues on ground. Not like the solutions are not there, not like the problems have not been identified. But due to so many factors, I mean, this most of our problems have not been addressed. So, and some of these challenges we face are interconnected and require urgent attention. So they also, and these challenges also threaten the rich biodiversity in Africa and contributes to our economic, affecting our economic stability and the well-being of the people in Africa. I remember growing up from the states where I come from. I know when I was a child, we were seeing butterflies everywhere, and we were seeing termites, especially during the raining season. And there was this particular street that housed a lot of bats. I mean, you could see them. It has become their habitat. But over the past few years, it hasn't been like that anymore. You hardly see this species that we're blessed with. The rains have actually changed right now. I mean, unlike usually in the last 10, 20 years or so, I mean, to the best of my knowledge growing up, I mean, the rains were really very heavy, especially in the up north where I come from. But those things are not the usual, I mean, it's not the usual trend has been altered. And so in Africa, we're facing climate change. I mean, this is no news at all. Like I said, these problems are evident already. We're all aware of them. But just to re-emphasize on these problems, and then also because we are here to have these discussions and look at what can be done in terms of solutions. So particularly because of our vulnerability, like I said earlier, we're being impacted by climate change. We're experiencing rising temperatures, which have led to drought. I mean, especially in some of these agrarian communities, we do not, I mean, farmers have lost their livelihood. Some parts that require a certain amount of rain, or probably they do not require so much rain for them to strive. But at times we're having this inconsistency in annual rainfall, which has actually affected the production of the growing those particular crops. And so, in summary, you know, the impact will be loss of livelihoods, hunger, economic downtime, and quite a lot. We're experiencing, I mean, and so this drought has also led to the farmer-herders clash, particularly in Nigeria, Niger, and some other regions, because it's all about the strife for natural resources. We're looking at the rich biodiversity that Africa is blessed with, the forest resources that we have, and that is what the herders actually feed their cattle with. And so in the absence of these cattle, you find them encroaching into farmlands, and that has led to farmer-herders clash. We're having floods. 20 years ago, in 2012, we had devastating flood in Nigeria, which actually was all over the news. In 2020 as well, we had another flood, which is 10 years gap. And also this year, it's not, I mean, reports have shown that, I mean, it won't be, the floods will keep occurring and they will continue to intensify because of climate change. And so this year again, we're having another flood. I'm very sure some of you might have seen it all over, probably on the internet. But if you haven't seen that, you can Google on that to see the floods in particularly the northeast, where we have in Borno, where the floods have about 1 million people have lost, over 1 million have lost their houses, lives have been lost as well, livelihoods have been lost. And so this, I'm speaking about Nigeria as a case study because I live here and I have evidence to back up whatever I say today. I have mentioned about the alteration in our farming system, and the impacts have led to food insecurity. We're having rise in food prices, and not just because of the economic situation we find ourselves right now. But because the food is not readily available, those crops are not readily available anymore. Livelihoods are being hampered, which has increased the level of poverty that Africa faces, especially for rural communities that depend on agriculture. We're experiencing deforestation. Africa is blessed with very rich forest resources. But unfortunately, over the time, we're losing these forest resources at an alarming rate due to logging, due to agricultural expansion, due to urbanization. We have forgotten that these forest resources house our species, our birds, and quite a lot of other species are found in the forest. But with logging, agricultural expansion, and urbanization, we're losing up on that. So, and also these losses contribute to climate change as well, which disrupts our water cycle, leading to drought and making communities susceptible to extreme weather events. We're also experiencing pollution within Africa as well. Poor waste management, those are environmental issues that have become a huge concern. We have very poor waste management, and we have a lot of we generate waste ourselves. We don't have most of our, we don't have biodegradable products here in Africa. So you see us using plastics, you see us using all sorts of trashing. I mean, that mentality of recycling or reducing plastic pollution hasn't really sunk in our heads. And so you see pollution everywhere. Is it air pollution, land pollution impacting on our health due to poor sanitation? And so in urban regions, they face quite a lot of this pollution compared to the rural communities. I have mentioned loss of biodiversity already.
Yes.
And so the good news is there are solutions to all of these problems.
Okay.
Now, that is where we're saying transition to renewable energy. We need to transit to renewable energy. We need to go where we are investing in solar, wind, to reduce the reliance on fossil fuel, and also to cut down on greenhouse gas emissions, and also provide, electricity for underserved communities. We can also engage in climate resilient agriculture, where we're having drought resilient crop varieties, agroforestry, aquaponics, vertical sack farming. We're training women in sustainable practices, that can enhance food production. I have taken an initiative through a network that I created to have a women wing where we started teaching women on climate smart agriculture. We have planted some potatoes, and in a few weeks we had pictures all over the social media of the progress of this potatoes and also yams that we planted. We're encouraging women to have home gardening. We're encouraging women to plant vegetables, utilizing little space in their homes. So in terms of deforestation, we need to promote initiatives on tree planting. And one of the initiatives my organization is taking is to have a garden, and also to establish Green Savers Club. We call the project Air Lungs Project, because the trees are the lungs of the earth. It helps the earth to breathe. It helps to capture carbon, and so it gives us clean air. So that's why we call it the Air Lungs Project. And under it, we have the biodiversity garden, BTG garden, and we also have the Green Savers Club, where we enlighten children on tree planting, and they plant trees. So it's one thing to plant trees, and it's another thing to ensure that those trees survive. So we also developed a tree logbook where they are able to record the progress of their trees. They measure the height, the width, the coloration, if there's any problem, so that they can nurture the trees till those trees grow. So we're open up for partnership to be able to, ensure that we scale up this project beyond the state where I live, and then even the schools in the state, we haven't reached as many schools as we want to. We're also looking at how we can partner with other organizations to push on this particular project. So
yes,
sustainable forestry is also very important that we engage in, where we ensure that, we say no to logging. Regulations or policies are put in place to ensure that, trees are not being felled at will. That is where, so for people living in rural communities, we need to also give them alternative cook stove, so that they don't have to cut trees for their energy sources for their cooking. And so before you take away the usual old method or traditional method of people's lifestyle, you must give them an alternative that is acceptable, and to them it will reduce the stress, particularly on women, because using firewood to cook gives us stress. It takes out of our productive time as women. It reduces on our productivity, because we take care of the elderly at home, we take care of the children, the sick, the husbands. Even if you're not married, your brothers, your relatives, you take care of them. So women have this huge responsibility that comes naturally on us. We need to also organize cleanup campaigns to be able to address issues of waste management. We need to also teach people the culture of waste segregation and also recycling. We need to also, in terms of biodiversity protection, we need to mark protected areas and establish management of those protected areas, and also engage communities in terms of management of this biodiversity. Rural people have a connection, indigenous people have a connection with our natural resources, our forest resources. So we need to support them to be able to protect these natural resources. We need to engage in community engagement, environmental education, youth empowerment, and a whole lot of solutions that we can engage in. Sustainable development policies that are not just on paper, but are being implemented. Someone said that Africa, I used to think it was a Nigerian thing until I was in a webinar. Someone said Africa, we're always quick to have lots of policies on paper, but the implementation is always very difficult. It's very slim. And this is where the youth need to engage in climate and environmental governance. We need to understand governance process and hold our leaders accountable and demand for transparency, and also ensure the implementation of those policies and also the translation of those policies to the rural communities to be able to understand what those policies are all about. So in terms of youth-led initiative, we have quite a number of them that are coming up, and we encourage more and more to come. One thing I try to do is I ensure that for any young person that has any activity or engagement, I try to support them as well. If you invite me to speak here, I will be there. It's easier to turn down an offer from a bigger organization than from smaller organizations or organized initiatives that are just coming up. It is one way of giving back, and then also to lift other people as well, because we need more hands on deck. We need more to empower more young people to be able to lead initiatives that have solutions, to be able to lead initiatives that will give results, to be able to lead initiatives that will give us the desired results that we want, that will make an impact in Africa, that will take the lead in Africa.
Yes, thank you so much, Gloria. And I completely agree with you on.
So I think I went off. So let me just round quickly. Okay. So in terms of youth-led initiatives, we need to youth need to engage in awareness creation as much as possible. We need to leverage on social media, community outreach. We need to raise awareness on environmental issues. We need to do a lot of mobilization of communities to be able to take action and also advocate for sustainable practices. The use of innovative technology is actually top on my list, is a priority. We've mentioned that a lot of speakers have mentioned on use of technology. And so youth are very creative. We have quite a lot of innovations. The tech world has revolved. It's bringing a lot of solutions for us. So this is a time for us to engage in technology, to promote youth-driven innovations of technology, to be able to address the issues, the environmental issues that we have. There are quite a lot of technologies, drone for monitoring deforestation, sustainable farming practices, and a whole lot. Like our biodiversity project, we're trying to see how we can incorporate GIS into it, where we geotag each of the trees, and anyone around the world can actually adopt a tree and nurture that tree. You know, we can help nurture the tree, and you can actually check the health or the progress of your tree online. We also have advocacy as my last point for youth-led initiatives. We need to engage in a lot of advocacy to the government, to our stakeholders, our elected leaders, political leaders, and a whole lot, decision makers, whoever it is, government appointees, to be able to advocate for policies, to be able to advocate for the change that we want. We have the voices as youth, we have the energy, and definitely we need to harness it in the proper way. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, that's a masterclass. I can assure you that she has taken us all through the elementary of environmental advocacy, environmental solution, our gradual, consistent, continuous shift to transitional energy, renewable energy, our need to also help those who needs to do that transition to have alternative supply of energy so they can continue with their livelihood, like Lisiana said. I can assure you that we will get her notes and her PowerPoint presentation and we'll share across board to people. Thank you so much. And in the spirit of transparency, she's very right. Gloria is one wonderful lady who is very passionate. If you call her in the morning, you call her in the night, she will always attend. In short, much of why our organization is so big was because of Gloria. Gloria was our first coordinator. She's the first person to sign a letter, you know, introducing us to other organizations, and I'm forever grateful. And she has a very big hall of fame in our organization, and I'm very sure that the ambassador in Eritrea and some of the discussions that will be going on in New York will definitely involve you in it as we move forward. Met, over to you. You have heard all what Gloria has said. Now, her major challenge zoning down to the peculiarity of the community. If we can start identifying target people that are at worst hit, she believes that that's the way we can begin to alleviate and cut down some of those challenges. Now I will ask you, how can these African nations now balance the need for development with the need to also preserve the environment? You know, the challenge is always, yes, our people need to survive, but at the same time, if they kill the environment, there will not be a survival, and the unintended consequences, like Gloria has said, heat wave flooding in Borno, Nigeria, spilling over to Kenya, and many other things. In your own view, how would you advise African nations to create a balance between the development that they so need in SDG and then balancing with our environmental complexity? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the question, Dr. Daniel. Actually, Gloria have said almost everything, but I'll still try to add my own ideas to it. Africa is actually facing a unique challenge, which is actually balancing this development with environmental conservation, even though we are very rich in natural resources. Like, you know, we are actually having almost everything in which if we actually leverage on, we are going to maybe feed the world. We are even going to be one of the richest continents. But unfortunately, we find it very difficult to balance these two because we are very fragile, or we are very vulnerable to climate change and ecological degradation. So I'm going to propose 3 main points that we can actually leverage on in order to balance development and climate change, or climate conservation, sorry. So we are going to focus on sustainable development practices, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and environmental governance and policy. So when it comes to sustainable development, we should focus on we have to maybe advise or tell our industries to practice or encourage them to actually adopt sustainable techniques that can minimize environmental impacts, such as renewable energy, eco-friendly agriculture, and responsible maybe resources or responsible extraction of resources or consumption. Gloria spoke about deforestation and afforestation. This is very evident in Africa, especially even in Cameroon. We keep preaching or telling people to stop open burning. But if you are telling people to stop open burning, people mostly practice open burning because they want to like maybe extract charcoal to monetize or to sell and make money and also use for cooking. So when you tell people to stop something like that, you have to give them an alternative. Like for example, stop practicing open burning, stop using charcoal and start using clean cooking. We have a lot of new clean cooking techniques. For example, Team 54 projects, where I am the Associate Communication Director, actually offered us a scholarship where we went and studied how to use eco gas to cook. It is actually a clean cooking technique where you use your organic wastes to produce eco gas and cook with it. Like you can just gather, or that is actually one thing that most people in these rural communities don't know how to do, which is sorting or segregation. But how can you use those language to the common man if they don't even know the impact of deforestation, afforestation to the environment? So like if you actually first of all start by educating the people on the impacts of all these practices, it's going to go a long way to help conserve our environment and help us balance development despite the impacts of climate change. So we should also maybe invest in green infrastructure, like in green infrastructure, sustainable town planning, efficient transport system, and waste management system. I'll start with efficient transportation. We know in Africa in general, we have very bad transportation system. Transportation is very expensive due to high prices of fuel, due to lack of good roads or constructions. Like the town planning is very horrible. In those days when we're growing up, we used to have like big compounds and places where we used to play, and they even say playing helps in the development of a child. But now most of our children are not even going to be able to be playing because of maybe poor town planning. And this as well limits development, because people can no longer have enough space to construct good roads in order to have maybe a good transport system, because people now sell even their front doors. There's no space for children to play. People are now just focusing on making money, becoming rich, without considering the impact on the environment and how it is going to affect the future generation. So sustainable development practices are very essential in order to balance these two practices. I also want to talk about management of waste. Waste management is really a great problem in Africa. Most African countries like Cameroon, Ghana, Senegal, in fact, most West Africa and Central African countries, waste management is being handled at the local level by the local municipalities, the council. But we know that most of the council workers always just sit in the office and give orders to the waste pickers. And most of these waste pickers are actually not educated. They lack knowledge about segregation. They lack knowledge on recycling. And we also know that most school of thought or most scholars have criticized circular economy, that most of the recycled products are not durable. So how can we solve this issue? We can actually solve this issue by engaging waste pickers in all our implementation processes, or in all our conferences, or in all our activities. And sometimes I was even speaking with my friend Lisiana that sometimes it's not just about inviting people to come to a conference. I told her that from this year, if I'm to attend any conference. If I'm not having an active role, I will not go for that conference. If I'm not having like a speaking engagement, or if I'm a porter or doing something active, because we can give them some positions, like make them to know maybe some of the benefits of leading such initiatives, which is not only about protecting the environment, but also helping them to make money out of it. Because sometimes if you see the money the government or the local community, the council gives to these waste pickers, you pity them. That's why sometimes you see waste pickers just get up and they die without even being sick, because they don't follow up their health after some of those things that they carry. You know, the things we trash in our trash cans are always very dangerous. Sometimes people even defecate, people mix the waste, there is no segregation. Some of them don't even know how to segregate their waste. They don't know, like, for example, let me say sorting, let me use a common word, sorting, how to separate their waste. So if there could even be like a good sensitization where they tell some of these parents or people in the rural community to maybe sort their waste before trashing them, it will go a long way to also help when it comes to urban development, especially, and even the rural development. We know malaria is always affecting most people in the rural communities, also because of lack of proper waste management. So another thing when it comes to sustainable development practices, it can also be the adoption or the transition towards circular economy and the proper reuse, recycle, and rethink of our economic system. Reusable products are better than recycled products, because if a product is not durable, it can't be reused. But sometimes when you recycle some of these products, they don't last. For example, people do these reusable bags, and you use the bags for 1 or 2 weeks, the bags get bad, and you throw them and they still become waste. So how then do you manage such waste? Okay, we've gotten a solution for plastic management, which is the recycling. How then can we what solution can we do to e-waste? We know most Africans think that having vehicles is maybe luxury. Everybody's trying to have a vehicle. I came to Yaoundé recently, and the traffic in Yaoundé is horrible because everybody's trying to have a car. They buy all cars from Europe. Everybody's importing cars. Everybody wants to have a car. Some people are even having 5 cars parking in their compounds. And all these things are they are causing a lot of health issues. They are also occupying a lot of spaces, causing a lot of environmental footprints that are really limiting progress and development. So I think in order to really fight this, or maybe to achieve this development and sustainable development practices, it has to start from us as individuals and not just the government. Because you can discipline yourself that I'm just going to use 1 car, or you can maybe bring up a solution and propose to the government that we should have a sustainable or a well-organized transport system where there's a bus that takes everybody to work for a minimal amount of money, and the bus takes people back to their homes, and maybe people can use their private vehicles in the evening. In Italy and other European countries, they actually use bikes. They have very organized transport systems. They use trains and other things to travel with. So some of these sustainable development systems can actually go a long way to limit all these environmental conservation issues. And let me now go to climate change mitigation and adaptation. We have to develop and implement comprehensive climate action plan addressing mitigation and adaptation. We know mitigation is very different from adaptation. Mitigation is when you are trying to limit some of the risks, and adaptation is when you are teaching people how to build resilience to face all these challenges or to still survive despite all the climate issues that are ongoing. And I think we can also focus on environmental governance and policy. Like Gloria said, we have a lot of amazing policies on the paper, but nothing is being practiced. How can we bridge all these policies with practice? We can bridge it by actually collaborating with each other. We have a lot of amazing founders in this webinar. I think we are more than 25 here. And if you do your research, you see that we have more than 10 founders. You must not be the boss. Sometimes it's okay to be a servant. Just serve, just volunteer for someone. But you as a boss, sometimes when people are also volunteering, You know the realities in Africa. You know how things are tough. Try to motivate people. Share some of the resources. Or why not call a friend? I know you are good with this aspect. Can you be my co-founder? Let's work together. Let's bring the change we want to see. Another thing is we have to involve all the local communities in decision making, like I already made mention of. Don't just bring them to conferences because you want your funders to see that you are engaging the community. No, give them an active role. Make them to feel important. Make them to be very active and not passive. And the last thing is we have to strengthen the enforcement of environmental laws and regulations to ensure compliance and accountability. When they talk about accountability and compliance, I was even talking about this polluter pay tax. It used to happen before, but now I think most of those things are very, just beautiful in the paper. We have all these organizations in these urban cities that are producing all these pollutions and other stuff, but there's no tax. Some of them are not even paying taxes. Some of them don't even care about the health of the people, of the population. They just keep producing their stuffs despite all the pollution and other stuffs. They just keep practicing open burning. Sometimes they burn some of the waste from the industry, and there's nothing that is being done because some of them are related to all those governors, ministers, and the rest. So I think we really have to make sure that if someone is maybe destroying something, or if someone is not respecting any environmental practice, he or she should be punished for that, or there should be a tax, a compulsory tax. And when it comes to Africa, our reality in Africa, I think that we should actually leverage on what is working in Africa. We know that Africans are very excited, or they are very motivated when it comes to the media. Like, for example, Big Brother Nigeria is ongoing in Nigeria and millions of people are watching it. But
That's
you know the
true.
criteria that they use to select people? They actually select the people that are baddies, people that can dance and twerk. They don't select innovative young people, people that are doing things that can actually bring change to the society. So those of us that are already having these organizations, why can we not maybe partner with some of those organizers and say that this year, maybe you should bring up people that have developed solutions on maybe climate issues, on maybe just transition and all those things, to come and exhibit some of the things that they have done. I also know
Thank you
one
so much.
young
Thank you so
Nigerian.
much, Meniet. We'll give you 1 minute to round up on your thoughts, so that we can also prepare for our rest and everything. So in your concluding notes on this topic, just say that in a minute, and then we can open the floor for 1 or 2 people to say something while we go on break. Over to you, Meniet.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, to conclude, I will just say that change starts with you. So we should all practice what we preach. We should all be ready to volunteer and serve. Sometimes it's okay to be a perfect work in progress. It's okay to be a perfect servant. It's okay to be a co-founder or to be a volunteer or something like that. Just start small, and tomorrow you'll get up there. And also, let's learn to collaborate. Africans, we are very creative, we are very strong, we have all the resources, we have everything it takes to take over the world, but we just need to collaborate with each other. You must not be the boss, you must not be the one at the top. Sometimes just work with people, just learn, and I think it's going to help us. And lastly, I want to advise all the young people here, before attending any conference or going to anything, have a plan. What are you going to do? What are your strategy for
That's
that
true.
particular conference? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Meniet. As in, anytime I listen to you, if you look at the chat, just getting your notes, it is massive. And I completely agree with you. And many people will do that. Some of the people that often represent us in the past on the discussion table cost, and what will you take back to your people? I completely agree with you, and many people are already telling you that you have made solid points. Another important point that I think you have made, and I must give it to you, is being humble. Humble to the point that you want to volunteer yourself because you're not looking at yourself, you're looking at the overall interest of others. And it is one of the reasons why, since you joined the Team 54 Project brand, we have gone forward. Your contribution, has even been identified by NASA. Remember in our meeting with NASA some months ago, you understand. They were very shocked that these guys are just ordinary people, but the way they are contributing and bringing ideas into space-based technology, especially Meniet's contribution about language structuring, about honing down on specific things that will meet the people, making the technology more accessible, is something we should leverage on. So I am eternally grateful that you have continued to show the leadership. I'm not surprised that you are the director in communication, and I'm looking forward to more excellent things. Finally, I just want to reach out to any person within the participants here. I have some online questions because we're also streaming on Facebook in real time. I have just one question someone sent to me for Gloria and Meniet, and then I'll just want to one person within our participants here to just share from what you've learned from Gloria and Meniet, and of course, know that you are also live on other streams so that you can get your thoughts together. I also want to recognize the presence of our founder and our leader also here in the US, one of our leaders here in the US, Mrs. Vendra. She's the head of Hallmark International Youth. Many of the organizations here in diaspora have worked with her, especially youth-based organization. And she was instrumental in working with the World Bank to get Africans to have like a summit or an understanding. And from that World Bank summit, we have now registered a company or an organization here in the United States. It's called Tagrid. So she's indeed one person that takes action. Ms. Vendra, thank you for joining us. She will also be speaking in our next session when we come out from the break. But I just wanted her to greet her Africans, so that Mina can see her, everybody can relate with her, look out for her. She's very resourceful. She has people on ground in Nigeria, in Kenya. She's somebody that if you have her on your side, you are not losing. It's always a gain. Welcome, Madam President.
Dr. Daniel, thank you so much for that powerful introduction. Hi, everyone. I know you guys are doing such an amazing job. I cannot wait. And thank you, Minette, for that powerful speech over there. It was really powerful. I was learning a lot. Actually, I was playing the car with my family, and it's just amazing to see all the beautiful things that our African ladies are putting together. And thank you, Maria Polo, for this very, very, very amazing opportunity. I look forward to speaking to you guys in a bit.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, so she will be discussing, and I think we need to listen to her and some of the wonderful projects she has for those of us. And I really want Miena to reach out to Vendra privately, because most of what you do and most of what you do also works together. And Ms. Vendra, I'm introducing Gloria Bolus. She's part of our sisterhood. She's part of the family too. She's a wonderful person, and we have to work together. Quickly, I want Mr. David, does anybody have anything you want to contribute as it relates to this climate movement? Or do you want to ask Ms. Gloria or Ms. Meniet, how can we collaborate together? Do you have some clarifications that you need to make? And yes, Mary, all the notes that Gloria and Meniet have, we will get them together and we will draw up a report for you, ma. So don't worry. I've taken some notes on Zoom. We can, when it is recorded, so once we transfer it, we can always get that. So David, over to you. Or does anybody have anything to comment as it relates with what you've heard? I also want Miss Fajar Roberts to say something to, Amarachi, you can say something to, and Blessing. Any of you can put in 1 or 2 minutes of discussion concerning what we've heard from Gloria, our multiple award winner. Thank you. Okay, since no one has any contribution, which is okay for us, much of all this discussion will also be on YouTube. So after now, all the recordings will also be shared across board to everyone.
Dr. Daniel.
Yes,
just,
you want to say something?
Yeah, one thing I realized before, I didn't mention one thing, that the peace lights behind me that are playing here, the colors represent the different cultures in the world, and the motion represents how those cultures interact and work together to achieve harmony and peace and good energy. that says the word peace lights in 55 different languages, and we're working on a version of this which would incorporate all of the African languages. And we're talking from these reaching out, ethnic outreach that we're doing on behalf of peace education. One of the pieces of information we're going to collect from every ethnic group, every language, is the word peace lights in that language. So we have that kind of in motion. But the last thing, and this will apply this afternoon session as well, I'll just be quiet. Wherever Peace Lights plays around the world, people are encouraged to project their own thoughts and intents for peace into the lights, because it has an energy, and that energy, I think, is in part because of this part of the whole thing, wherever it plays. So take a moment and just kind of project all the intent I hear for peace in Africa and beyond into that, a little bit into that light. So thank you all. Enjoy the break. Thanks, Dr. Daniel.
Thank you so much. And I think he also shed a very important light that the environment is not devoid of the peace and the sanctity that we hold. So it's not enough for you to have all these fancy ideas. You want to plant trees. You can't plant trees when someone is shooting and throwing a bomb. It doesn't work that way. So
there's great power in symbols, and it's not, this is a very visual sort of thing, and we're visual creatures. So it really has resonated. I've been drawn along with the wave of the reaction to peace lights. That's so a connection between the peace education and the climate justice and symbolic of peace is a strong combo, I think. So
I completely agree with you that
Peace Lights is free to bring to any events. If you're having events, the more it shows up in Africa, at different things, it'll start to get more and more attention drawn to the issues of climate change and peace education and media influences and educating from the youngest of ages, all that good stuff. And that's really important as it relates to all of what we're talking about. So, all right, thanks.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And I've known you for more than 4 years now, and you've been consistent. And you are very right that we are visual people, especially in Africa. We're visual people. And then while we are visual people, we must learn that in that visuality, there's a connection. And I'm appreciating now what you mean with the peace light thing. And I'm very sure that Mina, my MC, and many other people will reach out to you for collaboration. There's always a win-win. Before we go, Mary has something she wants to say. We'll go on a 15 minutes break after Mary is done. There'll be a little video on the Summit of the Future that you guys will get to see. But in 15 minutes time, we will return, and then Mina will be in charge. So I think Mina will say something, but Mary says something. Mina will take us away to the break. Thank you so much for having me. And have a blessed afternoon. Mary, over to you.
Thank you so much for this great session and the knowledge that I have really learned a lot from you today and everybody who joined the session. Earlier here was one of my great mentors. I get this year, 3 months ago, I get enrolled in this program in Columbia University. It's the Association of African Students. They have a mentorship program that they bring African youth from the diaspora and back home to teach them, to mentor them, to teach them. And this program really changed my life. My teacher was here, actually. He's a teacher and mentor. His name was Daniel Armstrong. And he guided us through a curriculum and sessions where he will teach you how to achieve your dream as an African person with the reliable resources that we have. And I'm really grateful to that, because after I finished from that program, he started pushing me to take action. And one of these, the Young African Youth Voices, is one of the initiative. Like when this idea came to me and I called the young African people to call to action, is because of that program that teach me to go and start acting instead of talking. And it teaches a lot of young African people, and many of them who join us today and come to the platform, and they have these talented and wonderful presentations. Going back to what we have all discussed now, I think the discussion was great. We have challenges. There is a lot of things. For example, you have to go back in the last days and think about the valuable things that we have in our environment, in our culture, in our life of African people, and learn from it and see how we can advance it. The thing that is missing, I think, in our communities mostly is our people, like, it's a lack of ideas. It's not lack of ideas, and a lot of these innovative ideas we are talking about, we have to find a way of teaching it to our people, our citizens. I think that will become after a collaboration, because all these great ideas we have them with the knowledge. How can you explain that to the simple person and who is there under the ground? This is where our role will come. And actually, this summit, I think, is a great start point for us. We are going to sit all together. We will see how we can address that to the people on the ground and teach them and achieve that SDG, the innovation that we are talking about. Like, for example, Team 50 project, for direction, peace, like every organizations here work in a different sector. So we'll go and work on that together. Thank you, Dr. Daniel, for the wonderful session.
Hi guys. Hello everybody. I hope we're still having a good time. Thank you, Dr. Daniel, for holding the fort. I was just here relaxing and enjoying the conversation so far. And it's interesting that the conversation took many turns, from talking about the Pact to talking about technology, innovation, climate change, renewable energy, afforestation, deforestation. It just took so many tons, and there was there was a lot of learnings in all of these things that we have spoken about today. And I just want to reiterate the fact that this is not just another conversation. This is not just, for talks, right? These are things that in the next couple of years, in the next couple of months, in the next couple of weeks, we are going to see change happen. And I just want to also stress the need for us to be the change that we want to see. So change begins with you. How do you treat your environment? How do you interact with your environment? What are the things that you are doing, within your small space, within your small circle, right? All of those things is what leads to the change that we want to see. So at this juncture, I don't want to talk too much. We're just going to go on a short break. And then when we come back, we're going to continue the conversation. The next conversation or the next session is going to be on social justice and protection of the rights of African youth and vulnerable populations. So guys, just relax and, don't touch that dial. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back and it's going to be an interesting conversation. So see you shortly. Dr. Daniel, do we have any soft music or anything that we can just, that can just put us in the break mode? I think you're mute.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Let me look for a video of the Summit of the Future that we can play in the meantime, while Mary looks for a music at the background, an Afrobeat music. Some of us here traveling. So thank you, Leader, for joining. And Amina, you need to know Lehin. If you are traveling to Senegal, Senegal has a bit of stability and their legal system is wonderful. They encourage summits. If you have a legal summit, you don't need to do it in Nigeria. Lehin can help you to do the events, even bring in politicians,
Lehi, I'm in your inbox already. Hi.
So he's really very resourceful. He's on ground. Meniette is also on ground. Meniette has a strong resources too and personnel's on ground. She's been in Senegal for some time, but she's back in Cameroon doing some projects. So, and it's key. And the same thing with Mushanga. Mushanga is within the UN system also. He's one of the leaders in Zimbabwe. He says it as it is. He speaks truth to power. He's very diplomatic. I love the way he articulates his thoughts, and then I'm looking forward to, bringing him to the US, because we need them to hear these people speak. If Gloria is speaking on behalf of Nigeria, I'm so sure she's not going to lie. She's not going to quote anything. She will say it the way it is. And sometimes our world leaders need to have that. So I'm happy Gloria is coming. I'm happy Mary is coming. I'm happy that the African Youth Envoy is coming. Of course, some of you know I also work in my capacity with the African Union Youth Envoy Office as the African Diaspora Youth Coordinator here in the Boston and in the US area, along with other of my colleagues. So we have events that are also slated. Some of them are online. We will share some of them with you. So I agree with Mina that we should use this opportunity, share your LinkedIn, collaborate. When Mina is doing events, everybody goes there. When Mina is having any activity, everybody likes the page. When Mina is safe, because once her people sees that people outside the continent are thinking highly of her, they'll say, wait a minute, let's listen to her. Why will a Zimbabwe person be sticking out his head? There's something we are missing. And that's often what we need. We need people to come down and not look at us from, is our sister, we saw her grow, there's nothing she can say. We need people to come with open-mindedness. And when we support our sisters, support one another, it creates that open-mindedness, and that our people back home will rethink and say, wait, Daniel is a Nigerian, he's talking about Mushanga's project. Is there something we are missing? We don't want an investment that will not make sense. So please, let's follow Gloria. Her project is wonderful. Let's follow Miss Mina. Let's support one another. That's the only way we can grow. All my followers are now Mina's followers. All our organization resources are now hers to do. I will discuss with her about climate justice, climate repatriation, how to create legal frameworks for active oil exploration. I'll bring her on board. And I think we also need to introduce her. Lisiana, we need to introduce Mina to O'Neill in the World Bank, because they're all lawyers too together.
That was wonderful, Doctor.
Your brother, let your sister be there. It mustn't be your relative. And that's what Mary has taught us all in our coalition. Mary will always push us forward. Mary will introduce us, to the State Department. Lisiana wants to say something. Sorry, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, Lisiana, we can hear you.
Hi everyone. Thank you again to Force Direction, Mayor Pablo, for such a wonderful platform, and thank you, Dr. Daniel, for championing the platform, and then just for be able to mobilize all the amazing young leaders from different places in the globe and regionally as well. I know we're talking about opportunities, so I don't know if I'll be staying for a longer time just because I have another event to attend, but I'll be here just listening through. But I wanted to share with you all an event that I'm putting up together. So this just came through 2 days ago. It's a side event of the Summit of the Future. It's going to be happening in New York. It's going to be on the 19th for those of you that will be in New York. And it's a hybrid event, actually. So it's called Harnessing Youth Leadership for Climate Action and Peace Building, a Path to a Sustainable Future. So why this topic? Because I'm putting together something coming up in Sierra Leone on climate action and peace building. So I was hoping to have a conversation on peace building, on the interconnectedness of peace building and climate action prior to that. So I'll be posting the registration link in the chat for some of you that will be in person. And also I'm also doing a call for speakers as well, for those that are interested. And also it's also open for virtual participation. So that's just all I wanted to share, and I look forward to the next week, and I'll be calling you, Dr. Daniel, so we can talk more about it and how we can have you involved as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lisiana, and I can assure you that Mina will want to get involved since it's a hybrid thing.
Definitely. I'm
Gloria
reaching out.
Gloria
to
will
you
be landing
too,
on Thursday.
Lisiana.
Gloria will be on ground, so I'm very sure for the 19th that Gloria will be on ground for that. Miss.
Yeah, I think I'll be glad to be part of the conversation, because my organization is actually implementing a project on for the UN Women. Is a consortium between the 4 agencies of the UN, the UN Women, UNDP, IOM, and also the Human Rights Office, where we are, it's called under the Peace Building Front project. It's strengthening peace architecture in the Northwest in Nigeria. And we have been working through the gender lens, supporting the UN Women as implementing partners, providing mental health and psychosocial support, and also livelihood support for victims of GBV, and also those are also part of my work around peace building as well. So I'll be glad to be part of this beautiful conversation. Thank you.
So please let's help one another. Let's speak out and let's just drive this process forward. Let's see new faces, new people on board. See Lisiana now. Lisiana likely will be in the African Union at some point because Rolinga, His Excellency Rolinga, is going to be African Union Commission stuff. Once she gets into the African Union Commission stuff, we know that our crew will get in there, and then that will be new opportunities to bring in new people on board. So we definitely need this collaboration. We need people to speak, and I know that Ms. Vendra will do that excellently well for us. And she also has a wonderful platform. She's looking for volunteers. She's looking for people on ground. Kenya, Zimbabwe, Mushanga, you have to join Vendra's clique. You have to join her organization so that you can help her with Zimbabwe. She can bring resources for you in Zimbabwe too. She likes to help young people, you know, and things. I've seen what she has done. She has fed hundreds of people in my country. You understand, food for Christmas Day is a big thing. And our organization also partners with her. So we have to just work together. We have to sing her praise. When she's online doing her program, everybody must come in. By the time everybody is coming in, she has no choice than to also support. That's the way we'll move forward. So please, let's continue to stick together, continue to dialogue together. We have 3 more minutes to return back to our session, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful time. So we'll bring the intergenerational group up. Mina, that's your purview. And then after that, we'll now do the last session.
Dr. Daniel, I'm not sure I am supposed to moderate that session. I think it's
Ijoma.
Oh, it's Ijoma. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ijoma, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Ijoma, over to you. Yes. Ijoma, over to you. You may need to start your session in the next 2 minutes. Ijoma has been fantastic. She has been wonderful. She just got to know about this plan in less than 72 hours. She has been up and giving us research materials, you understand, and she's a blessing. And I really want us all to encourage one another. It's a new space. This is a global platform, you know, so we should support her. Ijoma, over to you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. It's evening over here, so good evening and good afternoon from your region. Can you hear me? Am I audible enough?
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Go ahead.
Ijoma, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So thank you so much. This is a wonderful platform, and I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. So moving on to the next session. So we'll be talking about intergenerational solidarity, building bridges between generations in the African context. And our panelists are Success, Vindra, and Dr. Nelson. I don't know if they are here. Can they say hello? Dr. Nelson, are you here? Oh yeah, I can see Dr. Nelson. Vindra, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
Can
everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Success. I don't know if I've seen him here, but
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. All right, you are welcome. So thank you everyone for joining in this important conversation on intergenerational solidarity, building bridges between generations in the African context. Africa has a deep heritage of cultural tradition, and wisdom that has been passed down through the ages. At the same time, we are experiencing a dynamic surge of youth-led innovations and progress. The key question we are facing is, how do we unite these generations, combining the wisdom of the elders with the innovative spirit of the youth to advance the African's development? Intergenerational cooperation is crucial in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals and creating a stronger, more inclusive, and resilient Africa. In this session, we will discuss how African values and traditions can be used to enhance collaborations between generations, ensuring that the knowledge of the past is preserved and the aspirations of the younger generations are achieved. This discussion is about building bridges, cultivating mutual respect, and sharing responsibilities. Then working together, building a synergy to create solutions that will elevate our community and our continent in general. Our distinguished speakers, as I have introduced them earlier, are here to share their experiences and their insights into how intergenerational cooperation can foster more sustainable development, and we look forward to hearing their thoughts. So, to Dr. Nelson, as a leader within the African diaspora, how can African traditions and values be leveraged to strengthen intergenerational solidarity and shared responsibility, especially in the context of achieving the SDGs?
Well, thank you once again for the opportunity to speak, and I'm glad to have this many people on and staying for so far to listen to what concerns us as a people. I'll begin by saying this: a branch that does not know it's part of a tree would only live but wither, because every branch should understand that they're part of a tree. And if you don't know that, then you lost. And that branch would only wither away. And somebody once said very smartly that language is pregnant with culture, and every language that's lost, meaning that culture is lost. And we understand in all our 54 countries, and then maybe now 55, adding the diasporas, that a culture that's innate in us is what would sustain us, propel us to where we need to be. But at the same time, we must understand that culture. And in understanding that culture begins by translating that culture in modern terms to a point where each and every one of us would understand what that culture means, even if it's in its diversity, as the world becomes a global village because of the computer and social network and everything else. Also understanding that we may be truly different, but we must find the common denominator identity that unifies us as a people of African descent. Those within the continent and those who left the continent 500 years ago. And it's imperative that must begin. And that's how we begin to start the talk and the journey of intergenerational connectivity, and as well as continent-to-continent connectivity. Because we have a huge part of us that missing, that left 500 years ago, those in the diaspora. And they're yearning to what it is their culture is and how they must begin to identify with it. Because with that comes your dignity, it comes the leverage to stand fully equally amongst anybody, amongst your peers, to a point where you can truly beat your chest and speak and say, you know what? I am a human being and I deserve to be respected. And that's what they're yearning for. So as we begin, each and every one of us within the continent and outside of continent, we must recognize that as well. And in doing that, we must also rise above the insignificant identities and agenda that's put out there to disperse us, to break our bonds, to make us feel that we are not who we ought to be and how we need to be. Because at the end of it all, we often look at the West and say, "Oh, Western culture and all that and all that." They're the ones, if I permit me to say, the white man is dividing us. No, one of the things we must also understand is this: it is not the white man; it is the white supremacist conglomerate, the industry, whose agenda completely is for gains and financial, dominance. That's what it is, period. And they would use every means whatsoever to dominate whoever they need to dominate, however they need to dominate, including their own people. And that's why if you look at the African culture and the African continent, we've not had wars. I mean, look at it from 1960 to now. How many African countries have fought wars within themselves? But from 1960s, you can count the number of wars that have been fought in Europe amongst Europeans. We don't fight one another. We don't kill one another. We may have tribal issues, but tribal issues are fermented by internal political agenda pushed upon Browns on religion and other ethnic diversity. And we all know that there are external influences that come with it as well. So putting all this on the plate and understanding where it is, then we begin to say, you know what, like I mentioned earlier on, internal reconciliation and strategy formation. We must reconcile the differences that are between us and understand where we can merge together and smoothing the differences within us so that we come up with a common agenda and identity for who we are as a cultural people, and then begin to use that agenda to promote ourselves and because obviously become globally significant, if not dominant. I'll tell you this, the Jews have done that. If you look at the story of the Jews, they are diverse as possible from different parts of Europe and America, and the culture and the different, most people don't even know the diverse religions within the Jewish community. It's huge. But their founding fathers was smart enough, above all things, to come up with an agenda that pursues the grand autonomy of what they desire as a people, so that they earn the respect that they get today. And we must do that as Black people. And I'll tell you this generation must do that. But in do that, those of us who thankfully are now called elders in the community was also recognize that and know that it's upon us, the onus is upon us to begin to craft that agenda, to craft the model and the strategy upon which that has to be done. And also make it available, accessible, receptive to those whose perception and ideas and vision may be different from us, including those who are younger, including those who we expect to share the baton, not just to pass on, because we must share that baton with them to make them understand where we're coming from, what we want, how we're doing it, what we've done before, and show them the pathway. Light up each path for them before we truly hand over that baton to them, because only then truly would they understand what is needed of them for the agenda that we're pushing down. So all of this put together give us the framework and the battle readiness for the work that we must. And that's why sharing the ideas as well from those who are young, understanding technology is changing everything. And some of us, or those who are older, may not truly understand this technology that's coming at us. We must also understand to be patient, as well as they're patient in teaching us what those agenda look like, what those technology that's coming at us would look like, so that they would be able to form a unified front that they will run with for their future. I must say this. I think somebody had said it. Was it, I can't remember who said it now, earlier on. One of the speakers who talked about the 2020 SDG agenda, but then mentioned categorically the Agenda 2063. We hear, I think it was Mina, we hear everybody talk about SDGs, and everybody else. But if you, as an African, don't know what Agenda 2063 is, then the future we truly hope for will never come to pass. It will never come to be. Because again, that is the agenda that was not written for us, by us, with us. But the Agenda 2063 was written by us. And if you look at it, it's very, very detailed. From education, science, technology, environment, economics, education, health, all of those things, political liberation and identity for us. That is one thing I hope that a collective will begin to push, because that again is our narrative. And why am I saying this? Because I read recently that at the Davos, the African leaders came together with another international unit to declare an agenda for innovative technology for Africa. And this was done in Switzerland, for God's sake, by the same people who would perceive as oppressors. Again, putting down an agenda in front of them in their own country or in their own land to determine what our future will look like, not us determining what we need to do again. And if we continue to do that, we will fail. So in summary, the culture that we're talking about is a scientific culture. It's an economic culture. It's an environmental culture. But above that, it's a human, mental, intellectual culture of self-identity and a value for us and a value for respect. But we must do that in understanding who we are, but get it rooted in our ground, in our soils, by us, for us, with one of us, or many of us championing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson, for that wonderful insight. Thank you so much. And I must say, I really took out some things. Where the party said we have to find a common denominator that unifies us. Because I think from everything you said, there has to be a synergy between the younger generation and the older generation. That is the conclusion of everything I took from everything you said. So thank you so much for that wonderful insight. And now to Bindera. So my question to you. Hi, Bindera, are you there?
Yes, I'm Vendra, yes.
Vendra, sorry, so sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. So as the CEO of a global organization that has made significant impacts in Kenya, Nigeria, and the US, what strategies have you found effective in bridging the gap between the experiences of the older generations and the aspirations of youth in Africa?
Thank you so much for that question. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you first off, Mary Polo, for inviting me to this platform. It's been such an amazing experience. I've been listening to all the speakers. Thank you, Dr. Nelson. I think it's such a privilege to be sharing this panel with you and success. I want to know something I'm joking, but for Hallmark International Club, when we started, one of the biggest things that worked for us so far has been formalized programs, like, collaborations and having those initiatives to formalize programs. I think that a lot of times when we talk about like bridging the gap between older generations and the newer generations, we see a lot of we see that gap. We really see that difference because the older generations don't have the same opportunities or never had the same opportunities that we had. Like right now we have digital platforms like Facebook and Instagram and social media. Those guys in the past, they were doing the things that they were able to do and accomplish the things they were able to accomplish without the power of social media. And many of the times that we see today, we kind of dismiss the fact that they've done quite a lot. And now we're just riding on their shoulders. We're riding on the shoulders of those people who provided us the platform, who provided us the voice. Like I look at my dad most of the time. My dad is a preacher, and he's nothing to do with what I do. But when I see the way he's still able to thrive in the level that he is, not even knowing how to use Facebook sometimes, and he's still doing quite a lot. And for me, it's very admirable. Those guys have done quite a lot. I think that it's very important that we acknowledge that. But again, just to go back to what I was saying, having a lot of formalized programs through social media platforms, having community organizing for action. In Bolivia, our work do not just cut across only Africa, but we've also done a lot of work in South America, like in Bolivia and Brazil. We did lots of programs, and I remember when we started, we did majority of those programs on Facebook. Like for those of you who don't know, Hallmark Site has a Facebook group. When we started, it was just a Facebook group. And I remember at that time, it was just a bunch of people doing Facebook Live, and we were doing the Start Over Challenge and encouraging young people to put their voice out there on social media. And today it grew into an organization that branched into 13 different countries as a result of digital platforms. I think that young people need to start from where they are. Like, you don't need to have a formal registration of an organization. You don't need to have a formal platform or formal engagement. Like, people are waiting to be told. People are waiting to be told, oh, you're going to be speaking. People are waiting for people to connect them to platforms instead of them actually taking initiative. I encourage a lot of young people today to start on taking initiatives from the platforms that they have right now, which is number one, social media is one of the biggest opportunities that we have today. And we can harness that and connect our older generations with our new generations and make that collaboration very, very swift. Another thing I would say is through family conversations, like we can start from just like I was talking about the the power of starting from where you are. You can start from your family, from your groups, from your little school groups, right? Like encouraging communications between families. Like sometimes it's so funny how a lot of people are not very aware. They're just like myopic in their thinking of how things need to be done. Sometimes when I see such conversations, I try to tap into it and educate people even better because people don't know. Again, you cannot blame the ordinary. You cannot blame anyone. You cannot blame people. Only can talk from where they know, right? That's why it's very important that you encourage those types of conversations from the little groups that you're at. Just speaking about it. Like my sister, she's a big. She has her own magazine brand and it's called Constant Style. You guys can look it up. And she's doing such an amazing job. And I remember when she started, we were tied under lockdown in Bolivia during COVID. And she started from just a church group, like just in church, putting the young girls in the magazines. And then those girls became like, they became like the models. She was just training them. And now it's grown into a magazine that they have the 9th edition. Now they're working with a TV presenter in Australia, just from a small group. Does that make sense? You don't have to wait. If you have a vision, like even the good book of the Bible says, if you have a vision, you just need to make it plain upon tablets. But the biggest problem that a lot of people don't have is the vision. They're waiting for people. They're waiting for big platforms. They're waiting for big stages to start instead of starting from where you're at. Start with what you have, and then you can grow into just bigger spaces. That's what I wanted to say today. Thank you so much for.
Okay, thank you so much, Bindra. Thank you so much. I think the issue of starting from where you are can never be overemphasized. In one way or the other, every speaker on here has made reference to that. So starting from as a person, you don't have to be New York. If you are not in New York, you can be in Kenya. If you're not in Kenya, you can be in Zimbabwe, you can be in Nigeria. From your family, from your school, from your local church, just around you, and from there to the ends of the earth. Okay, so thank you so much, Bindra, for that wonderful insight. Thank you so much. Thank you. So now to you, Success. Can you hear me? Say hello if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, Mr. Success. So having successfully collaborated with both elders and young people across various regions, how can intergenerational collaboration foster
more sustainable development outcomes in Africa's future?
All right, hello everyone. So you already know my name is Success. Dr. Danny.
Should I take that again? Did you hear
Yeah, I
me?
heard what you said. Thank you. Dr. Danny. It's great to meet you again. Dr. Danny and I go way back to 2017. Thank you for having me here. I've not been, I think since France, I haven't had any like speaking engagements until this one. So this is great. Vindi, we'll catch up. Dr. Nelson, this is the first time I meet you, and I can already attest to the fact that you have wealth of wisdom to give. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone that's made this possible. Mary, Apollo, I'm still getting to know you. Dr. Daniel has spoken so highly of you, and I'm happy that we got to connect. But yes, I'm going to start with this. You know, on the flyer, they wrote multi-talented artist. And I'm going to make a quote. I'm going to say two things that an artist said, and that's Beyonce. Beyonce said, surrender to the cards that you've been dealt. If they don't give you a platform, build your own platform. Give it to yourself. And this is where I'm going to start what I'm about to say. All the people that are on this, Liziana, Vendra, Dr. Dara, that's known or seen me, whether at the UNGA speaking or whether anywhere speaking, the World Bank, the one thing I hammer on is building platforms for young people and giving them access. Common in his Selma song with John Legend said, it requires the strength of the young people and the wisdom of the elders. And I think one of the biggest things or the biggest barricades, I would say, that intergenerational collaboration has faced is the lack of understanding of these two spaces. Young people think they have more wisdom and older people think they have more strength. And that's not true. I think the marriage of this wealth of experience and the zeal and strength of the young people is how intergenerational collaboration works. And every time there has been an instance, an example of these things happening, it always comes down to, all right, let's give you what we have. You guys go run. But the people who always run are the young people. So one of the things that we need to be looking at is finding a way to properly manage these two things. Now, moving on to collaborations, I think I told Vinyo about this. I started this thing called Nourish to Flourish, and it was like in 2019. We started in Abuja, actually. I wasn't in Abuja by the time. I had a friend to it, and we fed like 1,200 kids. And then I moved it down to Brooklyn. I'm in Brooklyn right now. And we've both stocked community refrigerators for people to take for free. And we've educated people for SDGs. I was in Nigeria in May doing the same thing, and I came back for the France draft. But the point I'm trying to make is between all of this, there is a conversation with an elder that has done this before. Sometimes Dr. Daniel and I are on the phone for hours because there's something he's done that I'm trying to do. And I'm like, you're going to have to tell me how you did this. And wealth of experience, I mean, when someone has gone to, for instance, Bolivia, like Vindra is an elder to me in Bolivia because I don't know anything about Bolivia. I've not been to Bolivia. So if I want to do an event in Bolivia, I know to call Vindra. You know, so I think we should also like compartmentalize what age in terms of age in wisdom, and then strength in terms of age and strength in wisdom. Those things need to find a common ground in our decision making. Also, one thing that I also, Dr. Nelson mentioned the 2063 agenda. And one of the key things that I found when I read that was localization. Vindra said everybody wants the big stage, and it's something. It's what's it called? An inside joke Vindra and Liz and I make is that people just come to the UN for photo ops, and nobody really cares about doing the work. They just come dressed up, take pictures, and post to social media. But the main work is actually in localizing. Go into the communities and go do the work. I was at the UN one time talking about the impact of global climate change in Africa. And I was saying, I really don't care what happens in this room. Some people were mad at me, actually came to tell me that after the event. But I said, I really don't care what happens in this room because you're preaching to a choir that knows the song. But go to sub-Saharan Africa and ask someone, what are SDGs? Can they answer this question? Are kids in Nigeria able to talk about SDGs properly and understand what it means in their local context, in their communities? How are they able to tell the next person, do not throw away this sachet of water on the street because that is not decompostable? So localization is hugely important. I've talked about wisdom and traditional values. You know, I'll just randomly throw this out here. The Ubuntu emphasizes community and shared responsibility, and it can be integrated by promoting inclusive leadership, community-based decision-making, cooperative economic systems. There's so much modern governance and economic growth that can be built on traditional and cultural values. And finding a way to marry those, and again, taking us back to the elderly's wisdom, the wisdom of the elders, you know, some things that they've seen or heard, and the mistakes that they've made that we cannot now make again if we listen to them. And then it also behooves on the elders to say, all right, it's time I need to step back and let them run. I have done my part, which is a huge thing that we face today. And I think every young person that's on this platform that's tried to do something can attest to this. There is some sort of pushback where the people who's been there, the elderly ones, are constantly making it look like we're coming to replace them. No, this is not a replacement. This is a continuation. We're running a marathon, and we need to understand that the marathon runners pass batons. And when it's time for you to pass the baton, just pass the baton with the energy, the wisdom that you've gathered to the next person, because this is not about working for a person, but working for an idea. And that idea is the bliss of high egalitarianism, human development, and economic advancement. I think I'm going to stop there because if you let me, I'm going to continue talking. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Success. That was wonderful insights from your well of experiences. And my key take-home point from everything you said is, if they don't give you a platform as a young person, you build your own. It is also another way of saying, if they don't give you a seat, bring a 4th chair to the table, bring your own seat, bring your own, make your own platform. And I'm sure that these messages it will go as far as getting to the people who actually need to hear this. And even we on this platform right now, I for one, I am also going to start building my own platform because I think I've been a sort of waiting for a platform, but now
let us all know. Let us all know. We'll help you. We'll all help you.
Right. So I'm going to get on it and start building my own platform. So thank you so much. That was wonderful insight. So in conclusion, I would say that in today's society, where there is a rapid technological advances and societal shifts, the increase in the risk of generational divides, fostering dialogues and cooperation between different age and groups is crucial. This session serves as a reminder of importance of bridging these gaps and promoting understanding and collaboration as a way of building synergy across generations. Promoting dialogue and cooperation between generations benefits individuals and communities alike. It can combat ageism and stereotypes, promote social cohesion, and create a sense of belonging and mutual support across different ages. Fostering a cultural solidarity between generations is not only about promoting mutual respect and understanding. It is also about harnessing the collective impact of diverse perspectives to tackle the challenges of our time and of our continent. Whether it is addressing climate change, promoting social justice, or navigating the complexity of an ever-changing global landscape. Intergenerational collaboration can lead to a more comprehensive and sustainable solutions. So before leave my dear
Sorry,
would
Ijoma. Sorry, Ijoma, I don't think...
Do you have any takeaways for our... Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, you are cracking up, but you've gotten yourself. So Ijoma is asking, what are your final 2 minutes comments so we can go to the next session for all speakers? How do you want, who should start? Let Kel start, and then we end with Vendra.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Yes, please.
All right. I will say this. Governments can introduce policies that mandate the inclusion of both younger and older people in key decision-making bodies and fund intergenerational projects that sort of further this collaboration, provide incentives for businesses or NGOs that promote collaboration among age groups, and organizations can also establish mentorship programs, create inclusive workspaces, and support community projects that bring generations together. Because if we don't do that, we will constantly have this thing where the older people think young people are not as experienced, and the young people keep thinking old people should give up. And then it's constantly like a lack of coming together, because when we have those collaboration programs happening, we can easily rub minds to actually figure out how to move forward in a world that constantly has both parts of the stack in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Vindra, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you so much. I really love this engagement. It was really cool. The only last thing I was just going to add was we need to understand that as young African people, we have our own agency. We have our own identity that we carry, right? Like with African, we're different. We're not, I mean, I'm sorry, this is not to dismiss any other type of culture, but as Africans, we carry a prestigious culture, like we have an heritage, we have something that we represent, we have something that we stand for. From the time we were born, we were told that, hey, you are from this tribe, you're from this place. And so we carry that throughout our life. We're not regular English people or like British, or you know what I mean? Even if you're born in London, you're still told, hey, you're African, you know what I mean? I guess what I'm trying to say is we need to be proud of that. We need to foster those agencies. We need to carry that identity wherever we go. And I think that's very important that when we step into places, and I love to say this because Luciana is one of the team members at Hallmark. She's our US coordinator, and now she's started her own vision. She's preaching and carrying it everywhere she goes. But one thing I was telling her the other day is I admire how she carries herself, how she dresses, how she speaks. She always talks about where she comes from. And I think that's very important, even as young Africans, as we leave this platform, let's never forget the place where we come from. Let's not forget who we are. Don't forget who we represent. And that should always stick to you. That should be something you should be proud of. You should be talking about every single step through your journey. And that's what I just wanted to add. Thank you so much, guys, for this great opportunity. I do look forward to seeing you guys coming up with chat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Vindra. And Dr. Nelson.
Yes, I will begin by quoting what my very esteemed Vindra had said. Do not wait for an invitation to get involved. It's a fight that we must get involved in. And like Success said, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And you must be involved in this fight, understanding that it is in for the long run. But knowing that, you must also own it. And in knowing that and owning it, you must also do your due diligence. Because one of the biggest faults that we as a people have is that we do not do our due diligence when we want to come into the global space. And because of that, we often look incompetent and inept. And what does that mean? It means you must cross your T's and dot your I's. You must research, period. We have the, right now, with technologies, have the platforms to do that. I remember in medical school, for me to read a significant passage or anything, I have to go to the library, and I hated the library so much because it was dusty, old, and the books were old, and I just knew they were old, and that's why I didn't want to go there. You understand? I relied on journals that was so difficult to get in touch with. But because we have these platforms where you have Google and everything else, you just type in, but you must know how to type in well. Type in the information you want and getting the right information and reading it diligently, accepting it, and prudently evaluating the information that you get. And as you do that, you now pass on that information subsequently on. And as you do that as well, look for individuals who are in the same wavelength with you. Those who, like they say, similar birds or like-minded birds congregate together. That's how you must begin to look at this. Those who are on the same wavelength, on the same platform, who understand your idea, buy your agenda, and then run with it, who also will also own it as well. Because like I always said recently, that the harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. But intelligent workers get work done. Because change often comes, but by the determined will of a selected few. Hear me, change often comes, but by the determined will of a selected few. And those individuals who are willful, determined, and understand the change that they want, those are the individuals that will get the work done. And like my brother from Peace said, you also, in doing that, understand the amount of work that needs to be done. And in doing so, pushing that agenda, because it only works that you understand that needs to be done that gets completed, period. So as we also do that, those of us who are the elders must also understand our value on what we need to do and organizing ourselves as you young ones organize yourselves as well. But I must re-emphasize, don't wait for the elders to invite you to the table. Reach out to them, because a lot of the time they are involved in a world that's fast changing and they do not understand where and how to put their best foot forward. You understand that. You invite them, call them to the table and say, pops, moms, probably it's about time we need to talk. Because this is the future that I would live. 2063 is in the future. I may not be there, but what I put down for you to help you live the world that you will live will determine how well and how best you will live that world, so that you not just be significant in that world, but be dominant in that world. So, but I would conclude by saying this: you must understand the technologies that are coming beyond you. And I will say this so that you understand. I put the word 5 because in my mind, and I said it, I gave a speech 7 years ago in DC, when I said there were 5 technologies that are coming that we as Black people must first understand evaluate, reassess, inform ourselves with, adopt, and utilize. Because if you know those technologies, but you don't do those processes and even utilizing it, you're waste. Because those who do not constantly evolve with times and reevaluate the potential and the tools for which they would be able to survive the changes that come will become redundant. And like each and every one of us, if you are not relevant and you become redundant, guess what you do to redundant things? You throw them away, period. And may our generation, may our race not be one of those that are thrown away. So the 5 technologies that I talked to you about, 1, we already live in them. AI. When I said this 7 years ago, AI wasn't what it is today. But here it is. And it's we're the nascent stages of it. And it's coming. Secondly, blockchain and the Internet of all things. No doubt. If you don't know any of this, read it up, look it up, Google it, YouTube it, so that you can become an expert in one of these. And I'll tell you why. The third one is 5G and the next G that's going to come about. Let's say the next G, 6G, maybe in another 10 years, or maybe earlier. You need to understand why and why that is important. Because the process upon which speed of information is attained, because those who control the speed of information, how much is attained, will control the world. And that's why you hear the US and China was fighting over the 5G technology that came out. And there's a reason why. Pay attention to what's happening around you, because that's the future you will live on. The fourth one is cryptocurrency. It's not going anywhere. It's over $10 billion ongoing. The rules are changing in how to moderate and how to regulate that technology. It's the diversification of money upon which you and I, as people of African descent, have no access to. We're 243 years behind the creation of money. Because when that was done, we were not on that agenda. And nobody fathomed Africa. And guess what? It's coming. You need to know that and get involved in the process. And then the last one is the mRNA technology that was used to cure COVID or find a solution for COVID. Because guess what? The mRNA was not used intentionally, created for COVID. It was created to help treat metabolic diseases like arthritis, diabetes, which is devastating our community, devastating Africa. In the 80s, Africa was called a continent without diabetes. But today we have over 25 million people and counting with diabetes. In that same 80s, there were 800,000 people with diabetes in Africa. But guess what? We as Black people, because diabetes is new to our DNA, the adverse outcomes like climate change that's happening around now is affecting us far more than it's affecting anybody else. So these 5 technologies is a platform upon which you get involved. And guess what? Like Elon Musk and all the others using technology to make money, and Facebook and all these guys becoming multi-billionaires, the prospects of you becoming a billionaire and even a trillionaire in the future in one of these technologies. So if there's anything I'll leave for you behind today as young folks, get involved, get informed, utilize it, and educate yourself with it. Because with that, you can become the next Elon Musk or any of these great men. It's about time we produce our own. We're smart enough, we're intelligent enough, and we've been exposed enough in the global space. And in doing that, somebody talked about mentorship earlier on. We must disabuse our mind from the kind of, I'll use the word guardianship culture that we have. And I think I did tell Mary the other day when we talked, we have a guardianship culture in the African community. both in the African community, in Africa and outside Africa. Because a guy, as compared to mentorship, because what guidance is, I give you the tools to become great, smart, successful, but I do not expect you to exceed me. I still will be able to call the shots for you. But what mentorship is, I give you the tools, the resources, and the ability to excel at any pace and any style that you want in your own choosing, with also meaning that I have the expectation that you would exceed me as well. And that's the difference. So in all your works and all the things that you do tonight, any day, anytime, please look back and raise people who will you use as become mentees to them. Raise them as well, because you're raising them for the future. We, as we have done, as president of NAPAC, we're here to identify, support, and educate any individual across the globe and those who are in America to run into political offices and get involved in the policies. Because those policies affect what happens in Africa, and the agenda you have, economics, security, health, all of those affect Africa. And that's what NAPAC is here, was formed 13 years ago, so that we have a platform for those who have African descent to get involved in policies and politics in the United States, because we know what others have done with it. Now, we're here for you. We're here to help support you. But like they always say, there's an African saying that says, if you get good news, you listen with both ears. But you just don't listen with both ears alone. You must also pass the message around. Now I'll leave you with this word. No Black man on earth, any day, anytime, anywhere, no matter where you were born or where you live or how you live, will be respected until the day the African is respected. You are the Africans that will help make the world respect Africa. The world is on your shoulders. The baton is on your hand. Run this race well and run it for all of us. Thank you and God bless you.
Woo! Thank you. That was powerful.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you. I was gonna add something before I jump out here. I was saying thank you so much, sir. That was very words of wisdom. I think it's a big call. It's a great call upon the young African people. I just wanted to add that as young Africans, we must respect our elders as well. That's very, very important. That's one thing that I really admire Dr. Daniel. He's one of my mentors, one of the persons that have opened a lot of doors, not just for Omar, but he's been a perfect example, like the right example to show everywhere that Daniel goes. He respects people, the way he carries himself, the way he talks about other people. There's no need to talk anyone down. I think it's very important that we understand that the older generations are still very relevant for our growth. They're still very relevant for where we have to get to. And so it's very important that we create that culture of respect. No need to dismiss anybody, no need to dismiss no need to talk anyone down. It seems very minor right now, but this is the reality of things. This is what we live. We live in a world where people are constantly trying to push more people down to get to where they want to get to. But if we can work and foster collaborations and give respect to our elders, because without them, we won't be where we're at right now. And just really respecting the African culture, that's what separates us. That's what makes us unique. That's what fosters African agency. And that's what I just wanted to add. Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel and Mary, for this opportunity. Have a great day, guys.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Vendra, Queen, before you leave, Ms. Vendra, before you leave, let us just take a group picture, because I know you are catching off your flight in the next 25 minutes. So please, if you mind, please put on your screen, and we will do a screenshot. Mina and I will do a screenshot. I will do mine first with my own system. Mina will do hers. Mary always does that. People ask for the video recording. Don't worry, everything Professor Nelson has said, Vendra has said, Success is all on videotape. Success will drop his LinkedIn. I know some people asked me, please tell him to drop the LinkedIn. We want to work with him. So please, all our panelists, please feel free and drop your LinkedIn. Please, when you reach out to them, just put the African Youth Voices so they know they're very busy. And you know, some characters are also online. So they know that this is an agreement that they had already done. So it'll be okay. So at the count of 3.
Wait,
Hold
Benja
on.
should lower her hand.
Oh, lower the hand. Is this okay? Okay, so at the count of 3, hold on, let me get my snap. Okay, yes, the snapping tool. Yeah. So at the count of 3, please, your best smile, you know, and then we will take the picture. I should put it in the gallery format, right? Yes, I've gotten it now. Okay. Okay, I've seen Mary. Oh my God, this is so good. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And Mina, over to you. Can you take your own picture now?
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Good, great. I got that.
Okay. Mary, do you want to take the last one? Because Mary is our organizer. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Over to you, Mina.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. That felt like, you know, a John Kennedy speech kind of speech. Because, because I was just listening and I was like, you know, how come I have never met Dr. Nelson? This was profound. This was insightful. Thank you so much, Queen. Vendra, I don't think she's here anymore. Thank you so much, Success. I quickly went to follow you on Instagram, you know, while you were speaking. And this was
I followed you back.
a wonderful, And this was such a wonderful, wonderful session. I think one of the major things I got is get involved in the process, right? And you are not, you know, don't just be significant, be dominant. And if you are not relevant, you become redundant. I think those are some of the things that I would frame in my mind and in my heart to help me run with whatever I'm doing, you know. So well done, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. I'll be connecting with you after now. We have come to another critical moment where we're going to be talking about social justice and protection of the rights of African youth and the vulnerable population, right? And, you know, we'll have a couple of people on this conversation, and our very own convener, Mary Apollo, is going to be one of our speakers for this session, one of our panelists. She's the founder of 4 Directions INC, the leader and chief convener of the Young African Professional Diaspora Coalition Network. We also have Barrister Blessing and Wachiko. I can see how we have beautiful smile and her lovely glasses. She's the founder of Bluzo Foundation. I hope I got that right. She's doing amazing work with the foundation. We also have Lehine Ndao. I don't know if I got that right, but I hope I did. Who is a politician and a youth leader and doing fantastic work, you know, as well. And so just to introduce this session, right? This session is just about social justice. And from the name social justice, we already know there's society and there's fairness, right? And the idea of social justice is the idea of fairness, is the idea of equity, equality, right? Distribution of resources, rights, and opportunities within our society. Social justice aims at advocating for an equal society, right? So let me give an instance. A Kamala Harris, who is a child of an immigrant, and a Donald Trump are on the same level. So they can vote and be voted for because the principle of social justice prevails, right? The child of a nobody can become somebody because the principle of social justice prevails. So, you know, social justice just spells out what is right and what is obtainable in a sane society. Social justice and human rights work hand in hand, right? And so we're going to be having a conversation today in this line. And to start our conversation, I'd like to start with Mary. beautiful convener. Mary is a human rights advocate who has done a lot of work, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. She played a very vital role in aiding stranded African diaspora members, So I want to ask, right, what mechanisms, can be put in place to protect the vulnerable group, right? The vulnerable population, especially in conflict-affected areas. What can we do to protect the vulnerable group? That question is directed at Mary. So Mary, please, if you could just help us. Your mic is on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for these important questions. It's very important topic and it's a concern for everybody. So I think the mechanism that we should follow to protect advocates is various, and one of them is we have to have a legal framework. We have to have a government transformation and a legal framework where we work with these victims who went through these violations. And it's something that we're still missing in a lot of countries. We have to create laws and work along with the international laws also to protect the right of these advocates. Refer to that like the laws like the African Union right and welfare of the child. The second thing is the humanitarian aid in these conflict zone areas. We have to provide humanitarian aid, like shelter, food, access to healthcare, education, because a lot of these victims don't have the basic stuff for that. So in partner and working with the international organization, we can deliver these services. Organizations like the UN, the African Union, other local NGOs, and we have a lot of young people who also volunteer doing this type of job. Third is the youth empowerment programs. There is a lot of youth under the ground, and also even in the refugees areas and zone, they are multi-talented people. They have their skills. We have to involve them in programs and create initiatives that help them to build their platform and support them to have a voice in decision making and also process that effect in the future. Fourthly, we have the digital and educational tool. Technology now can be provided to education, also doing some training, access to critical information in these conflict affected area. This will keep the youth connected and focused and more engaged despite the challenges that they are facing. Now I talk to a lot of people, like people who work with the refugees and youth in different places. They are interested to do this kind of program. They're just waiting for initiative. They are waiting for support. They are waiting for somebody to give them the materials and they can function from there. So this is something we should think about. Also, the mental health support, physiological and mental support is very important. We have to provide resources for those people who went through so much trauma and a lot of difficult circumstances. So we have to help them rebuild their lives and then also cope with the conflicts that they are living in. Finally, fostering a partnership between government, civil society organization, and international organization to work together in a comprehensive approach that prioritize the protections of this young population in this zone. Thank you. I'm going to stop here.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mary Apollo, for your wonderful submission. We'll come back to you, but let me go right to Blessing. So Blessing is a lawyer, and I know you've done some work in this area. And so the question to you would be, how can African government and civil society organizations collaborate to address the social injustice disproportionately affecting young people today?
Okay, hello everybody. I've heard amazing things from everyone who has spoken here. Like she said, my name is Blessing. And before I go into what the African government can really do in terms of collaboration with civil societies, it's important that I stress that I, as a person, as an African, I haven't seen enough of social justice being implemented in many of our African nations. We see that this is 2024 and we're still having discussions concerning subjugation of women, female genital mutilation. There are still conversations around illiteracy. You know, growing up, because of where I grew up, I just didn't have it at the back of my mind that there were still people in my country that were illiterate, until we had someone from my dad's village come over to our house and realized, oh, she couldn't write or read, and she was 25 at that time. And it was shocking for me. And these are one of the things that I saw within the society that led me into the area of social justice, which I've been serving in right from when I was in like my second year in the university. We need to understand that there are intersectional and intergenerational consequences when we don't take social justice serious. Because what this will mean is that certain social and basic amenities that are meant to be widely and generally distributed amongst all persons, regardless of their race, their tribes, their financial status, will now only be a resource for the rich. And what you now see is that everybody wants to get rich by whatever means. And that's what we've been seeing in the African population, and particularly in my country, Nigeria. I was at the African Summit, just in African Social Impact Summit in July. And they said something that I realized is now like a widespread saying. They said by 2050, 1 in every 4 persons would be African. And if we're going to start having conversations about the future, Africans cannot just afford to be exempted from the conversation. So it's not just for us to be part of the conversation, we must also take that decision to be at the forefront in its implementation. And so if you ask me how we can collaborate with African government to be able to protect vulnerable persons, people like women and children and persons with disability, one thing I would say is that African government, I know that we have certain representatives of the African government here. We need to prioritize social justice. In my country, Nigeria, as a lawyer, something that annoyed me while I was studying was I realized that if you look at our constitution, which as lawyers we call the ground norm of, the ground norm of the society, the ground norm of laws, every other law must take is its legality from the constitution. We see that in the Nigerian Constitution, Section 2, which provides for fundamental objectives of state policy, relationship between the government and the people, that's where you have the right to education, that's where you have the right to good environment, that's where you have the right to everything that you think the government is supposed to give to you as a citizen of a democratic state. You now go to Section 66D of the Constitution, 66C, I mean, and it's now stated there that the court does not have the right to implement any actions on this particular right. So I can't sue the Nigerian government for not providing me good education. And so that's why we see that they do all these things that they do without looking back, because these rights are called non-actionable rights and non-justiciable rights. Now that is a problem. So in terms of African government needs to show intentionality. They need to prioritize social justice as a thing to implement going forward, because Dr. Nelson, I'm so sorry. Like Dr. Nelson rightly explained, we cannot afford to miss the conversations going forward. We've missed a lot in time past. So how can we collaborate? It's important that when laws are made, there are two parts to making a law, right? We've seen that what we've seen in most African governments, I can speak for Nigeria, when there is an issue, we say, okay, let's make a law about it. And they don't do normal, like, they don't take statistics from the community. What we just do is, oh, where is this law? Where does this law exist in another country? We pick it up and then we bring it down and then we just pass it as a law. There is no, I've been in Canada for close to a year, and I've seen times where they would come, I'll check my sister's mailbox, and I will see surveys that the government is taking from the people in the society, so that when they make decisions, it aligns with the people. So they can work with civil societies to be able to get surveys that they have collected. Because I know as a civil society founder, I know that we do a lot of survey taking, right? And most times we are looking for, okay, what do we do next after we have these surveys? They can work with us, and then we get these surveys from the communities, and then we give it to you, and then you do what you need to do in terms of lawmaking. And secondly, after the law has been passed, civil societies are like the gap in between the government and the people. We reach the grassroots level faster. So you can have us go and educate the people. I remember I worked with a female genital mutilation organization. I think that was 2022. Now, the female genital mutilation law was passed in 2015, but as of 2022, it was still happening because these people are in the villages. That's where you have the traditional birth attendants, and they did not know that there was such a law. So we had to go there, speak to them in Igbo, and tell them, this is the law. And then we realized that there was a problem. The problem is not enough to pass laws. It's also, you have to identify what makes these people continue in these devious practices. And we realized that the women, the traditional birth attendants, were saying, if you take away our source of livelihoods, what are we going to be doing? And so that's when we had to invest in agriculture and tell them, okay, we're going to help you. We're going to give you seeds, give you the tools you need. Another thing we can do is encourage active participation of the youth. When I didn't start Buzo Foundation as a foundation. I started it as an initiative. I went to buy menstrual pads one day and I saw that it was 1,000. And I know that they said, is it over 50% of Nigerians live below $1 a day? And that's like less than 1,000 naira. And I was saying, okay, that means if this is one person's food for a day, then that means those people would be having issues purchasing menstrual products. And then I called my friends and said, would you like to join me in this particular thing? Let's advocate for this. And then we ended up through calling for donations, from individual donations. We raised 996,000 naira that we used to help girls in local communities with menstrual pads. So we need to encourage youthful participation and youthful conversations. I saw an old video of, I don't know how many of us have seen it, but his name is Boniface Ofokaja, right? It's an old video that I saw of him where it was like a high school debate that held in New York in 1957. I haven't seen that thing in my lifetime, right? I'm still young. But this is something that Africa used to do before that we stopped. Getting young people to sit on the table and have conversations about governance, policy, and education, and about growth of the environment. I'm not talking about young people our age. I'm talking about high school young people. And we can see on the internet, we can see that it is showing because young people, teenagers have a lot of strength, and they're looking for where to expend that strength. So if we do not create such platforms whereby they can sit on a table and have intellectual debates, not just saying, good morning, my co-debaters, not that type, like proper intellectual debates, which is something that CSOs can, make these platforms available. I like what the multidimensional artist said. I can't remember his name. I'm so sorry. But he said something. He said, if you don't have a platform, create a platform. And one thing I try to do as a CSO founder, and I've worked with certain government officials in the past on it, is that I get young people to volunteer and I train them on what they need to know about their society. Like the last time we were invited by Nigerian Society of the Blind, and then the UNFPA, like YPP, I can't remember what the full name means. And so I was in Canada, I didn't have anyone to take. And then I had young volunteers, 18 and 19 years old. I can remember their ages very well. I trained them on how to have conversations, how to speak publicly, and I sent them to that event. Until today, one of them now volunteers for Yali Network, and then the other one is doing so well. So I realized that there was a switch in the way they began to think. I educated them on SDG goals, which I did a training last week for my volunteers as well on SDG goals. Because if you don't encourage this participation, you're just going to realize that young people around you will focus on something else. That's why we are seeing a rise of baddies on the internet talking about selling their bodies. So we need to encourage that participation and that interest, because interest is usually honed around the teenage years. So by the time we begin to encourage young people to have this interest in solving global problems, we'll see that there is a change. Another thing another strategy that I have employed in my work is that, sorry, I'll round up now. Another strategy I've employed in my work is that I always try to, when volunteers reach out to me from other places, I don't tell them you have to travel down to Lagos. I tell them, what is the problem in your society? I'm going to train you on how you can solve it. Gather a group of young people around you and let's solve it together. And that's how we've been able to work in Abia State, in Plateau State, in Lagos State. And lastly, one thing I would say is that governments in Africa need to understand the importance of using unifying languages, right? Diverse, inclusive languages. I remember what happened in Nigeria, just the 2023 elections, whereby certain statements made by certain people in positions of power disenfranchised a certain tribe. Not only disenfranchising them, it now created a rift whereby in other sections, these people's names were removed from certain opportunities because statements were made. So African leaders need to understand that it is very important that when making statements, because of your position of power, you need to be careful and be very conscious of using a unifying language. And the last one I would say is that we need to also talk and speak with international bodies, because I have noticed that when they speak with our African leaders, they kind of speak with them with an European and Western lens, as opposed to African lens. We have problems that are at the forefront. For instance, we're yet to have education. We are yet to, certain times, see women in certain positions of power. We're yet to realize that, okay, we need to create accessible roads for persons with disabilities. We have problems that I believe that international organizations should be putting forward to our leaders, as opposed to Western problems that they put forward to our leaders. Not that those Western problems are not important, but that we need to focus on what is important to Africa when speaking to African leaders. I hope I've been able to answer the question, but this is what I have on how we can foster collaboration. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Blessing. I think that was really profound, you know, and while you were talking, I was nodding because recently, so I consult for NGOs, I help set up NGOs, you know, and most times they come to me and say, oh, we want to do this, we want to do that. And the first question I ask is, have you done your needs assessment? How is this solution relevant to the community that you're trying to reach? So we have to start with that. And what I've gotten from what you've said is we need to start thinking towards more tailored solutions, right? Not generic solution, because a lot of time, that's why you spoke about being careful of using unifying statements, because the problems are different and are peculiar to our different societies. And so the approach must be a more tailored approach to solving issues of social injustices, right? So thank you so much for that wonderful submission. And I enjoyed listening to Mary as well when she talked about, you know, us putting together a legal framework, not just a legal framework, but an actionable one, you know, something that we can look at and say, oh, you know, this is actually working in this society. So I believe we're making lots of headway and progress with this conversation. Hi, Lahine, are you here?
Yeah, for sure, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Okay, I'm trying to find you. Oh, great, I can see you. Thank you for joining in. So I'll just dive right into the conversation. So as a youth leader, who has contested elective positions in Senegal, I mean, it would be interesting to hear your thoughts on the importance of social justice and protection of African youth and the vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank
You're
you for
on, Lehine, please.
Thank you so much, Mina. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the great leader, Mary Apollo. Congratulations again. I'm so blessed to share with this platform with these great leaders, and I'm too grateful to meet people caring about Africa, people talking about Africa, people thinking about Africa. Here we are, the future. We cannot talk about the summit of the future without thinking about Africa. We cannot talk about summit of the future without talking about the youth. That's why I'm very glad and I'm very grateful to meet these kind of people, these great leaders. And I'm very, very, very grateful. Okay, as you introduced, I'm Lahin Ndao from Senegal, a young person, a leader trying to find solution for Africa, trying to solution for communities in Africa. Yeah, not I do not need to be too long for the introduction. Maybe with the introduction, we're gonna know one another. For the question, what I can say is, I do not really trust social inequalities. For me, I seek opportunities in everything, and as an entrepreneur, as a leader, I think as you two, we need to see that the way we people portray Africa, the way they think about Africa can be an opportunity for Africans. And in this, I can say social justice, we need to have these solutions. And for example, the reduction of socio-economic inequalities and the protection from exploitation and abuse, mostly the young people, the teenagers, and also the vulnerable people, and also the women. They are very vulnerable and they are very exposed from the abuse. And also we need to promote the youth citizens participation. And this is what the African Diaspora Youth Coalition is trying to do. And in this also we need to fight for ourselves about the marginalization. Since long time, Africa is marginalized. And now the globalization has the solution. And to fight that inequality, we need to be in the front line. And we cannot have the solution for Africa without the Africans. We cannot have the solution for the youth without the youth. So we need to fight it for ourselves. And when I say fight, I mean fight positively, fight with idea, fight with thought, fight with concrete solution. And this summit is bringing a response on that. And also we can say that we need the youth empowerment for sustainable development. And the youth empowerment, as I say, we have the solution for the sustainability. We have the solution for the development. And the solution that I can say in this is by giving my modest contribution. I like a statement that I used to say every time. If you are not given the chance to have a seat in the table, you need to bring your own one. And as myself, I tried to do it with my farm. In 2020, when COVID came, we didn't have the chance. So guys, I think I can cut my my video because it's too dark now and I'm still in the farm. Okay. When I say when COVID came and everything was stopped, I came back to my own village and I started my farm to bring solutions, which is not just a solution but a sustainable solution. because I know that at that time, my city, my village, and the communities around didn't have the solution about the food security. And I created the Natange Farm project. And with that project, I not only bring food to the communities, I bring also a solution about the climate change. And this, I think the guys, one of the friends in this platform can testify it. And that solution is still going on. And that solution is a sustainable solution. Because I used to say, when I started, I didn't even know how to seed, how to prepare seedling. And now I'm a trainer in agroecology. Now I'm training hundreds of youth and women about sustainable development, about climate change, and also about good agriculture practices. Now, the marginalization, the inequalities, the marginalization, and the not giving the opportunity can lead you, African, to bring the solution for yourself, but also for your community. So we need to empower ourselves. We need to think about ourselves. We need to think in the African perspective. Within Africans, we do not have that inequalities. But most of the time, we can say the inequalities is coming from the outside. And we all learn about history. So in this, we need to be united. We need to be united, not to accept to marginalize one another, between women's, between youth, or between the Africans. When I say Africans, I do not just mean Africans living in Africa, but I mean Africans, the Black people, African living in Africa, African living outside Africa, but people also who think that they are Africa is the hope. These people who have Africa in themselves, who are called the friend of Africa. And lastly, we need all together to fight, to fight or to bring poverty reduction and social cohesion. These two words, poverty reduction, social cohesion, must be the solution for African, but not just for African, but Africa, but not just for Africa, but for a sustainable development. Thank you so much. And I'm very open for questions.
Thank you so much for that wonderful submission, Lahine. One thing I took from what you've said, is that we need to unite as Africans. There has to be cohesion. Every part has to be working for us to make headway with this conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking our time to join in as well. So at this juncture, I would just like to go around the room and ask, what would be your key takeaways for the audience? I'll start with a wonderful leader, Mary Apollo. So Mary, if you want to go, please. What would be your takeaway for the audience?
So I think it's wonderful that we have already come and talk about our problems, what is bothering us. This is the first step. We find a strategy and then we are working ahead on the program. Because as youth, we still remain as a vulnerable group, like youth, young women. From there, somebody can take the lead and the other person will keep pushing, and then we work as a group collaboratively, and then we ask for help from outside because it's a collective work, it's not a work for one person. So we, me and we started this group initiative called Empower Her with some other young women. We have like 50 people on the membership. We started the initiative to call with our voices initiative. We are leaders, females. We are working in different sectors. Like we work in different sectors. Everybody has a passion for something. So collectively, we come together. We unite. Our mission was we want to bring more talented women talented young African women to the world to know. And then we are one of our strategy, we want to see how we can also help the other women who don't have access to resources, and we will see how we can help them. And then, yeah, this is for my conclusion is just a collaborative work, and we started by us, a group of youth, and then we are seeking partnership from outside, from the government, from the civil society, from the international, because we start in our countries, we move to our regional level, and then internationally. And then we are lucky now because me and other leaders here in this group, we have an opportunity to represent ourselves in the multilateral system. So this is the other step that we were doing. Just let us keep working, and more on that, and we will be there. Thank you. It's a long way.
Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you so much. Well done with the work you're doing, amplifying the message and, pretty much making more impact. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Blessing Wachuku, Esquire, you're next, please. Just
Okay.
quickly.
Yeah. Okay. What I would just want to say is, I remember while in school, we had this theory that we used to chant. It is called Ubuntu. I am because we are, and because we are, therefore I am. And now it's important that I let every African know that we are the ones who will bring the solutions to Africa, right? So in any way that you can solve the problem that you are there, it's not enough to complain that, oh, we have this problem, and girls are not going to school and this and that. In any way you have the opportunity to solve problems in Africa, please do it. You can get your friends involved, because sometimes it just takes one person to spark the light. And before you know it, every other person is coming to join you. Don't say, oh, I don't have support. I always say something. You don't need to have financial resources. Many times we underestimate human resource. I don't have a human resource. I've never had it. And I have to say this here, but I've always had human resource. Now we have close to 30 volunteers in my foundation. And one thing that I always tell them, when we do a campaign video, imagine 30 people sharing a video on their 30 individual WhatsApp status or on their individual Instagram. You are reaching out to almost 1,000 people per day or more than that. So human resource is a great resource that we should not underestimate, that we have in Africa till today. That's why you see international businesses there, even though they say Africa is poor and they're ready to make us ambassadors of poverty, they are still investing in Africa because we have human resource. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blessing. Lahine, just 1 second. Lahine, are you still with us? I cannot find you. Okay.
He is off because
okay. So I think we'll just move on. Guys, this has been an amazing session. Please drop some comments in the chat box, what you think about these sessions so far. We'll be moving right into the next session for this evening quickly, which is Plenary 5. It's going to be on intergenerational solidarity. Okay, let me let the moderator introduce the session. Ijoma Precious, are you still here?
It's your last session. We've done that already.
We've had that session. Oh,
yes.
So the last session is on sustainable development and sustainability.
Yes,
it's even my session.
It's your session, yes.
So we have wonderful speakers here who are going to interact with this topic. The first on my list is Karimatu Odeobe. She's the founder and project lead, Black Girls Dream Initiative, SDG Young Leader. She's also an SDG Young Leader recognized by the UN. We also have Delight Boudre, an ESG sustainability, that's Dr. Daniel, an ESG sustainability expert and SDG activist. And we have Saint Bouncebe, the CEO of Tagreed Foundation. And we're just going to have a soft conversation on sustainable development and sustainability. Yeah. So we'll start with Delight. Is Delight here? Is Delight here? Is Delight here? Okay, I see Carrie Mott, Olabisi.
Mat is here.
Hi, Carrie Mott. Amazing work you're doing. I follow your work. I follow what you do, and more grace to your elbow. Keep it up. Well done.
Thank you so much for the kind words, Mina. Hello, everyone. It's such a delight to be following the conversation since morning. And thank you so much, Mary, for the invitation and for this amazing platform.
Thank you, Carrie Mott. So I know that you do a lot of work in the social development space and the education space as well, helping young leaders, helping young people, you know. So I want to ask, right, how can young African leaders ensure that sustainability principles are integrated into national policies and business practices?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mina, for the question. I think that I'm just going to echo what almost everyone has been talking about, and that is how much African as a continent, how much we have the human resources. Right now, Africa is the youngest population in the world. We have an incredible amount of young people that have not just the wisdom, but also the strength to build a world that is sustainable. And of course, it's very important for us to be able to integrate sustainability practice into national policies, into businesses. It is very important. And there are diverse ways where young people like myself, like yourself, can do that on the national scene, on the local scene, the international scene. And one of that is having conversations like we having, coming together as young people to talk about what we need to do, what we need to shape in our society. It's always very important. And another way which we have to, it's advocacy. Advocacy is very important. It's we seeing a problem in our society and saying that we need to integrate this. Looking at the education policy in Nigeria, we need to say, oh, yeah, I'm using Nigeria as an example because I come from Nigeria. And then it also mirrors the other African country to say that our education policy has to be very effective, has to be gender transformative. Our education policy has to cover everyone, irrespective of where they come from or their demography. Advocacy is very important. And another key way is also through strategic partnership. We cannot do it all. We need to create a solidarity amongst ourselves. We need to come together as young people to create this partnership that is going to push a formidable growth in our national policy. And another key example that I'm going to say to that is the popular Not Too Young to Run bill in Nigeria. And when you look critically at this bill, when you look critically at this law that says that people within an age range can now run for offices in Nigeria as against the previous policy, you see that it was a coalition of young people coming together to form a partnership and push this bill from the inception to the realization of this bill. So it's very important for us as young people to come together and see ourselves as building blocks, not as stumbling blocks. I mean, yeah, I work in education, I work in gender equality. I cannot do it all. I cannot build this policy that would transform Nigeria. But of course, when I look into perspective and then see people like Mary, people like you that are doing amazing work and coming together to say, yes, let's form a coalition to make sure that this policy can be integrated, to make sure that this sustainability practice can be integrated in our national policy or on the international policies. It's very important. And I think very much important also as young people, we need to build our capacity, ask ourselves, where am I lacking? Where do I need to do better? Capacity building is very, very important. And when we want to make a decision, we should also back it up with data. Data is very important. Look at the numbers, look at the facts, and then be able to push these policies, push these practices with data and also fact. Yeah. And then very much importantly, and lastly, as young people, we need to know that our voices are very important. Our voices are very strong and very powerful. So we should not stop holding our leaders accountable in everything that we do. We are the voices. All these older people, they think that, yeah, this is their time. They make the laws, they do everything. But of course, the time is shifting. Things are changing. And yes, young people are not just the future of tomorrow. We are the future of today. So we have to start talking. We have to start holding our leaders accountable, calling them out when we think they're doing something wrong, and also proposing solutions that will better shape Africa and make us a better continent. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Karimot, for that wonderful, wonderful and profound insight. And I think one thing that you have reiterated that most of our speakers have said today is the need to engage young people in the conversation and coalition, collaboration as much as possible, and, you know, holding ourselves accountable as well. So thank you so much. We have the wonderful Delight here. Hi, Delight. So congratulations first on your team's victory at the 2024 Sustainability World Cup in Spain. We're so proud of you, you know, as the highest ranking female in the competition and a participant in the EU mentorship program on financial sustainability. We'd like to ask a question on, you know, what key lessons can Africans and Africa as a continent draw from global sustainability principles, right? And how do these lessons align with Africa's progress towards ensuring that we achieve the SDG goals?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where or what part of the world that you are. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I was the only female in a team of men. And we happened to just be the winners of the sustainability. And that's actually like where my own sustainability, especially in terms of ESG, that was just where my journey with sustainability began. And I have learned so much. And then I see ways that African countries, you know, can learn from the global sustainability principle. And then one of it is in terms of renewable energy adoption. Most countries are, for one, you know, finding alternative options to like fuel and, you know, fossils. Africa, I feel like Africa has what it takes to move like a chunk of their way from, you know, fuel and to generate like things like electricity without having to depend on things like that. So I think renewable energy adoption, many African countries have an abundant renewable resources like solar, wind, heat, sun in many parts of the African countries. Leveraging these things can reduce dependence on fossil fuels and provide clean energy access to people. Another you know, global sustainability principle that I think that Africans can pick from is sustainable agriculture. And I know that in our place, most African countries look at things like, oh, the season for certain kinds of food, but we also know that most advanced countries have moved from that. Like they produce food at every single time that you need certain kinds of food, you will find it. That's because they are dependent a lot on sustainable agriculture. Implementing climate smart agricultural practices can improve food security. You know, like I saw, just like what I was saying about like every single time, like, so in my country, for instance, there are certain fruits that you find in certain seasons and only in certain parts, right? But implementing climate smart agricultural practices can improve food security. So there's no point where there's like, oh, there's a possibility of food shortage. It can also protect soil health. So instead of focusing on just one area or one region for a particular kind of food, you know, implementing certain practices can also ensure that there are also other areas that are producing this food, because what it will do is it will protect soil health and also increase resilience to climate change. Another global principle that I believe that African nations can adopt is adopting circular economy models that can help manage waste, create jobs, and maximize resource utilization. I believe that this is really important because most African countries are facing high level unemployment, right? They are facing high level unemployment, and this is something that applying sustainable principles can. I mean, we've seen these things work for different countries, right? We've seen this work for most advanced countries, and definitely applying it to our cultural context, because me saying that, oh, we should apply some of these things doesn't mean that we should just copy and paste, right? We don't have the same social or economic context. So just applying it, for it to be effective, we have to get these principles, or like say copy in quotes, copy some of these things, but just make sure that they are applicable to our own context. So yeah, so these are some of the, just to keep my time short, these are some of the things that I believe that that African nations can copy from, or not copy necessarily, but we can adopt from global principles.
Thank you so much, Delight. Thank you so much for that beautiful submission. So just quickly, I would run to Saint. I don't know if Saint is here. Hi, Saint.
I don't think he's here. We can move on to the next questions and then open up the sustainability discussion to others.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my next question would be what would be your key takeaways? Because we're trying so hard to work with time. What would be your key takeaways for the audience? I think I'll start with Delight, since you're the last person I spoke with. So we'll just start with you and go back to Karimot. So yeah, what are the key takeaways for the audience from this conversation today?
Okay, so sustainability, one of my key takeaway will be sustainability is a collective responsibility. It's not just for the government. I'm specialized more in ESG, and ESG is a sustainability framework for corporate. So what that means is that it's not just the government that can implement some of these things. So we in our little sphere of influence, in quotes. So as a co-founder, as a human resource person, as an operations person, as a business analyst, you have your own role and your own part to play, in ensuring that our sustainability goal is achieved. Also, another thing I would say is that we should embrace innovation, just like what I was saying, about agriculture, and how just it works somehow in my place. Some of these food shortage that we now see are things that, if we embrace innovation and not want to stick to the traditional thing that we know. So leveraging technology and innovative approaches can enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of a lot of sustainability initiatives. So yes, this is like my major key takeaway.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Delight. So we'll move to Karimot.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Delight, for that amazing key takeaways. I think that some of my key takeaways from our conversation on sustainability is to remind young leaders that are here that we need to keep on using our voices to speak up about what we want to see in our society. Advocacy is very important. We need to continue to engage our policymakers, and also we should know that our voices is very important to influence national policies, agenda on both the national scene and also on the international scene. And also very important, as young people, we should continue to hold our government, our leaders accountable, because if we don't do it, who do we want to leave this to? So yeah, someone made mention that we cannot leave Africa. I mean, we have to rebuild Africa ourselves. Nobody's going to rebuild Africa for us. So as young people, we have that work, we have the job to hold our leaders accountable. And also, lastly, as young people, I so much love the concept of Ubuntu. Like somebody rightly said, I am because you are. Let's come together as a collective to form a strategic partnership and rebuild Africa and influence decisions both at the national and the international scene. So in just very simple words, advocacy, partnership, and holding our leaders very accountable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Delight. Thank you, Karimot. You know, it was beautiful to have you both on this conversation. And, you know, I think one of the things that both of you said that really struck is the need for every part to work together, coalition and collaboration, right? You know, Delight was saying something about us working together, regardless of whatever industry or whatever area you specialize in or you're in, you know, every part working together makes it really easy for us to achieve the sustainable development goals, you know, and sustainability in the long run. So this was quite, you know, a refreshing and enlightening conversation. We've actually come to the end of this conversation, but we're going to open the floor. Yes, it's been such, you know, an interesting time. And now we're going to open the floor to contributions from members of the audience. You know, if you'd like to ask a question as well, our wonderful panelists are here and are open to, you know, speaking to you, answering whatever questions, you know, and we'll also like to hear your thoughts on the conversation. Thank you so much for having me. You know, it's been such a delight to host this wonderful pre-summit event today. I enjoyed myself absolutely. This juncture, I would just open the floor to anyone who has a contribution or, you know, thoughts that you like to share. Thank you.
Okay, Blessing
Dr. Daniel.
Yes, so I'm just moderating so I can help you. Blessing has a contribution to make. I think let us also allow those that have not spoken before so that they also appear in recording. And Ali, if you want to say something, you can. Adewale, if you want to say something, you can. Edith, if you want to say something, you can. Mushunga, we will need you to say something because you've spoken. So Meniet, if you want to say something, you can. And Ned has been with us since the beginning. I think it would be nice for Ned to just share at least on the concept of sustainability, just 2 minutes contribution, and then we hand over to Nina to continue the last section. Okay, Ali, sorry, Blessing, let Ali speak and then Blessing will come. I'm looking at the order of presentation, but Blessing has spoken before. Let Ali say something. Ali, over to you, please. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Daniel. Hi, Mary. This is Amal. Sorry, my camera is off.
Amal.
I've
sorry.
been feeling under the weather a bit, so I think the
Hold
weather
on,
in New
Amal.
York.
Hold on, Amal.
Yes.
Please, my apology. Amal is one of our leaders also within the US space, and she's also instrumental to this design. She has a role in the reflection, but let her speak. Welcome, Ma. Over to you.
Yes, no, hi everyone. Thank you so much for today. I've been learning a lot about you, about your work, and you guys are doing an amazing job on the ground. And I think you guys are a perfect example of what civil society can do and how you guys are the core of everything in general that we do in the international affairs sector. Yeah, so my name is Amel and I'm based in New York here at the UN as a youth advisor. I met with Dr. Daniel and Mary last year during UNGA. We created just a WhatsApp group chat about all the African youth that are contributing and participating. And then an idea came out of that is just about how we can formalize it. How can we work with the AU and the UN in general to advance our African agenda? So thank you so much for today. It's been amazing to hear from all of you. I would like just to add some contributions in terms of how can we move forward in terms of connecting, whether it's during UNGA this year, if we can, I don't know, have a chit chat, informal event, we can go somewhere to just get some coffee and talk to each other and just put faces to those names. And also if we can start by formalizing what we spoke about today and what's agenda moving forward. Are we going to have more of those events and meetings? Are they, I don't want it just to be related to UNGA and that's it, and we don't hear from each other anymore. I know it's an exciting time of the year, but I feel like a lot of work it's integrating into after or before UNGA. UNGA is just a highlight of one event. I feel like there is so much work, so much things that we can do. I would love to connect with each one of you, hear from you, learn from you, and also to participate with you in any form that we can help. And I feel like you guys have a lot that you can contribute to the table. And yeah, I just want to say my thanks to all of you again. Thank you so much for today. And yeah, please reach out to me or to Daniel or to Mary. Those are the two that I'm in touch with all the time, but I would love to connect more with you. Also, Lisiana have been so much help with the group chat, sharing the events. Also, I've met her a couple times, but I'm very excited to hear from even the people in the continent. I think you guys are the most important anchor to everything that we do, because I cannot, like, doing things from New York is different than doing things from the ground, like you guys are doing. You guys are really the true, of course, our heroes and everything, but the things on the ground that you guys see and know, we don't know about from New York or from the US or Europe. So your work is very important. I just want to highlight that again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, great leader. See, everyone, if I say someone is very good in articulating, where we are, where we need to go, and the direction in which we need to lead, Amal is one of those people. I met her for the first time at the UN General Assembly last year, because I was a WHO ambassador for young people for Africa, because I have a health background. And just hearing her articulate views, I was like, what? And I can assure you she has these resources. She's somebody that is serious-minded. She doesn't like the photo ops. Even when we did our press conference after the event, which is a normal thing Mary always wants us to do. She wants us to gather a report together and then do a press release. She was part of it, you understand? But she didn't want to be in the optics. We had to plead and force her to put a face to it. And we've had many encounters following that press conference. After the press conference, the Morocco embassy reached out to us. After the press conference, German embassy reached out to us. After the press conference, many other African groups reached out to us because it was streamed live. So Amal is very instrumental. If you want to join the WhatsApp group she has created, no problem. We're all there. We're also part of her work and we respect her. I personally will work with her. I know it's a bit frustrating trying to get people to come on board. They always want to drag us, but like we've learned today, do not wait. Don't wait for too much of explanation. Create the platform from yourself. Collaborate, like Mina, my colleague, has said. You understand? So Mina, now we need to tell you about Amal. If you want to do anything in New York, you understand, we can guarantee you that you can trust Amal. She will guide you. She will advise you. Even if she cannot tell you anything, we know she can be able to direct, these are the players. These are people in the UN you can work with. Stay a little away from this. Be diplomatic here. So it's important that everybody knows. Everybody on this platform needs to know Amal. She's our leader here with Mary. She's our coordinator here. She's a resource person here. She's willing to help amplify. She just wants us to organize ourselves in more cohesive units. She wants us to define our roles or define the kind of coalition we want to. And I don't think that's wrong. So trying to get that up is what she's trying to do. And we will help her. I also will involve elders involved who like the idea. So Amal will share her link. She's not too social media savvy, but she'll send her email and everything. Ideas you have, she'll set it up moving forward. The next person I'll call is Ned. Ned Korea has been with us here. Ned, tell us where you're calling from. Sorry, Amal, you have to tell the viewers your country, your original home country too, so they have it at the back of their mind, so they know it's a Pan-African event.
Yes, no, of course. Yeah, originally I'm from Sudan. So Mary's my sister, but every one of you guys are my brothers and sisters for sure. But yeah, originally I'm from Sudan, and with what's going on right now. So I've been also working with a lot of peace and conflict related issues and intersectionality, whether it's climate change or gender equality. I feel like what we usually don't pay attention to, especially me at the beginning, I was like, oh, I need to focus on one area also, only. And then I realized it's almost impossible because everything is intersectioned with the other. So you cannot focus on climate change without gender equality, without peace, without technology, without entrepreneurship. Everything is connected to one another. So that's why I feel like collaboration is very important among our diaspora, among the people in the continent, private sector, government, all of us. We have to work together in order to do any impact of any degree. So intersectionality, that's what I learned. So yeah, again, I'll be happy to connect and collaborate with everyone here to do something related to African agenda for sure.
Thank you so much, leader. So you've heard from her. So Ned, over to you. Ned, you have 2 minutes, to share what your takeaway or give us a contribution. Please, your name, where you're calling from. If you have an organization, let us know. You can also share it on LinkedIn, and then straight to your contribution or your comments, and then we'll move forward to one of our leaders from Zimbabwe, Mushanga. Over to you, Mr. Ned. Thank you for joining. Sorry, Mr. Ned, your mic, it's muted.
Yeah. All right, good evening, everyone. I'll say good evening because I'm calling from Nigeria. It's evening where I'm calling from. And I want to appreciate everyone. It's been a very inspiring and wonderful evening. Mina, I think I appreciate your contributions a lot. Mary, and all of you, you've made wonderful contributions. In fact, it has been a very wonderful evening. I got this link very, very late. Dr. Aluya sent it to me. I am a youth organizer, a community organizer, and a civil and social advocate. So a whole lot of things that have been discussed this night are things bordering on impact in the human world. And I can tell you that they all inspired me. But I think I have one question that is bothering me, and I wish I would talk about it. But before I say that, I would also want to intimate you that I am a volunteer, and I work with Dr. Alia as a coordinator of events and programs here in Nigeria. So now we talk about how we can build Africa and how we can sustain the economic situation of Africa. But we have heard the idea of genetically modified seedlings that is being pushed to Africa right now. Some say it's a conspiracy theory, and some think it's something the government has embraced it. For example, in Nigeria, the government has embraced it as a new direction to go in agriculture and in terms of food production. So I want to put this question as a general inquiry from everyone. What do you think about this GMO seedling? Is it something that we as Africans should embrace, or is it something that is detrimental to the general population of Africans? Because when we go out there as volunteers and advocates of development, sociocultural development or economic development, and people put up such questions, and you find out that there is rumor here and there, and how do you tackle that? What do you tell people so that we'll be able to have a complete idea of whether this is good for us as Africans or it is endangering us as a species? Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I would want to address that unless there are other people. So Ned, I'll start this way. Ned, you agree with me that the world has changed, yes or no? Ned,
yes, I agree with you, sir.
You agree with me that growing up, this is not what you were anticipating that your country currently will be in, right?
Yes, I agree with you completely.
With me that the population rate in which we are growing is so fast that our land to replicate can't even feed us. That's why a tuber of yam is more than $20.
Yes.
You agree with me that not everybody in your country currently earns 30,000 as minimum wage?
Yeah.
And you agree with
You're
me that the
correct.
prices of food has worsened since the beginning of this administration, such that people cannot afford to eat.
Definitely.
So, sir,
Definitely.
where the research is telling us the reason why you are having that shortage of food that is not commensurate to your expanding population who needs to be fed is because the style of agriculture that you've been using for the last 47 years have not evolved. You are still burning your trees, you are still cutting down trees, you are still setting down fire, believing that the land is the only way that you can be able to do agriculture. So the research is saying that there are many ways you can do agriculture that has nothing to do with soil. One of our speakers here told us about hydroponics, only water. Another thing people don't know, even ice, only ice, no soil, no nothing. Yes, there are other ingredients. So let's go back to your GMO. Where does the GMO fit in all these food scarcity, expansive population growth, and the threat? Everything goes back to what Blessing said. Our people have not been educated over the years. Our government will enter deals in shady ways. The last deal that they have entered, everybody knows that they have stolen money there. And they're not entering new deals. And then they will not consult generally wide. And then you now want to force things on people. When people are not informed, when people are not informed, when people are not truthfully asked what they need, when they see things that are not in line with their current hunger situation, they will see it as false. And sadly, that's the narrative of our nation. Our nation is a nation where they enter deals and agreement with people, take the money, and not tell the people. We get to know 25 years later that we are owing people trillions of naira. Now, the GMO was a solution to help address this massive population that is growing without our land having enough time to replicate. So one of the ways is to see how they can produce at least some of those stable foods or some of those foods that will be used to process other food. For instance, corn, you can use corn to produce corn oil, to produce Cerelac, to produce flour that you can use to make like your gari or your mold. You can use corn to do many other things. So corn is a stable food that the GMO targets. Now it's done because we are expanding in number and people cannot afford to be malnourished. People cannot afford not to eat. We cannot afford to have economic instability because we know that the producers or the people that farm this stuff, when they see there is a massive demand for a scarce product, what happens? Whether it's health-based, whether it's food, whether it's emergency, the price will go up, right? So the GMO was believed, this is 37 years ago, that we have to use science to be able to meet certain components of our food, you understand, to help people so that we don't drift back to where people are now becoming kwashoko when there is no active war. So the GMO is believed to be the solution to helping us addressing our food challenges, because if we don't affect the food challenges and certain people monopolize the production of those food, it will become so difficult and so expensive for people to pay for. As I speak to you in Nigeria, there is not even food. The GMO is not even as massive as you think it is. It is still the normal food that can't even feed everybody. So that's why many people are going without meals. So, but you can't continue in that state of condition. Now, I blame our government. I blame our government because they never sat down to even inform people that this GMO product will go pari passu with the non-GMO product. It is also to give a little bit of space for our natural earth to replenish. That you are doing GMO doesn't mean you will leave your normal agricultural process. It will still continue. However, we now know that our land, because they are so polluted, our land does not replicate as it used to be. Ned, you remember when you were young, you used to see yam that almost looks like the head of a human being.
I agree with you. It's true.
Doctor, I think there's a bit of...
But if you notice over time, that massiveness is no longer there. In short, the size of the yams you are seeing is because you are using artificial fertilizer. I hope you are aware. And those ones have issues. Now, over the years, the last 40 years, fertilizers that they have brought into our country have depleted the replicative capacity of the earth. The ability for our soil humus soil to be able to produce 14 cobs in one stand of maize. Now, that has been going on for years, but nobody's taking research. Nobody's getting statistics. Oh, statistics, waiting, we go use statistics. Now food, we no go chop. Well, we don't need those ones. Let's continue with our old ways. We have continued doing
the voice of the president.
Exactly. We have continued doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome when the whole world have moved on. That's why we have failed. Remember, insanity or craziness or stupidity or glorified mediocrity is when you keep doing the same thing, you know there's a problem. Exactly. So GMO was just one of those solutions advanced nations, including South Africa, which is not a Western world, said we'll be able to solve. Whereas the context now is that we should now use the opportunity to now leverage on biofertilizers, things that can quickly now replicate our soil. While this GMO products continue to augment for some certain areas. However, like Blessing said, we just copy and paste. We signed agreement. Nobody knows the product of the GMO they are bringing in. Is it the product that you want? Do you want squash? Do you want paparapaya? Do you want cactus? These are things that you will not even survive in your own place. What are the specific things that you've put in place? So they sign contracts. They do not look at the context. They do not have the plans that, yes, so we are signing this contract, but we will continue doing our normal non-GMO products to give rooms for the earth to replenish so that our people can now augment. Because if you monopolize the GMO market also, I hope I've not been able to confuse you, but I'm just able to tell you mainly politics, insincerity, our inability to tell ourselves the truth, our government failure to have a Ministry of Agriculture that have sunk in billions of dollars and are not creating research based to know where are we now in our agricultural plan. We are no longer having any seasonal crops again. Most of the corn you eat in Nigeria come from Benin Republic. Most of the things you eat are all imported. That's why it is expensive to buy even simple things like tissue paper, like pencil. So until the time we start to tell ourselves the truth and we start to look at what things are and we start to find the history of what is this GMO? Why is it working somewhere else? Why is it not working somewhere else? Okay, yes, if there are issues, are there issues we can bend? There are many cars that are in Europe that may not do very well here. But if you change the steering, you reinforce the axle, you grade our road better, they will last long. You understand? So people make it look as if that the GMO is very bad, but you use everything that comes from the West. So it also goes to show what Dr. Nelson is saying. We now need to indigenously be doing our own things. Are you aware that if there is Ebola tomorrow, it's only in Senegal that we can do the testing. We can't do the testing to verify and confirm. We can only do what they call screening test in Nigeria. Do you know how shameful it is? And we have 1,700 virology professors, and Senegal has only 2 or 4. So are you going to blame us also for that? Or do you think that the modular lab they brought is you that did it? No, it's the Western world. You cannot cherry pick what you want to do. And that's why young people are tired. We cannot continue to live the life our fathers, our uncles have lived. You've seen where it has brought us. Yeah. Nothing. None of us are part of this problem. We are just symptoms of a problem that we were born into. But that's why we can change. It is this necessity to change that makes us very unique, that makes us articulate thoughts, that makes some of us that are here in diaspora gain all this knowledge and say, wow, so this is what it's all about. Why are people lying? So Blessing is right. We need to, there's a language in how we have to educate our people and sit them down. Okay, ask your government. This GMO they are saying, how did it start? So nobody knows. So all you hear is just allegations, right? Oh, it can give people cancer. Do you know that even drilling oil and flaring gas in Port Harcourt is causing cancer? Are you aware? Do you know how many flaring gas in Nigeria since 1958? Do you know how many cancer rates or incidents that has skyrocketed? It's all over the place, but nobody is focusing on that because nobody is gathering the data, because government do not want those data to go out there. If it goes out there, the question is, you knew all these things all along. Why are you waiting? There was going to be flooding in Nigeria, and they have announced this since 2 or 3 months. The World Meteorological Organization has informed Nigeria and many of the African states there's going to be problem. Now, they knew fully well that the dams that they had has been leaking. Nobody repaired it for 2 years. And then the rain for the last 3 weeks continued to ensure that the dam became so much that it started spilling over. Then a small crack that had taken place for 2 years, they didn't fix. It broke out. As we are speaking to you, 1 million people in a population that has 1.1 million people are displaced. You have created humanitarian disaster. Who is to blame for that? It's still going to be us. So the problem is this: we have to understand our problems well. We have to look at how to use the informations that already exist to fit our peculiarity.
So what you're saying, is that the whole technological advantage that is derivable from the GMO is far more than the speculations that is being made, the negative speculation that is being made about the GMO.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's just like Facebook. It's just like this Zoom. There are very bad people that can use Zoom to organize meetings and even kidnap people. But this Zoom, me and you are using it to interact. I am in Boston and you're in Nigeria. So will you say because of just 2 or 3 or 4 things somebody have done wrong with it, we must destroy the entire system? No, you cannot throw away the baby with the bathwater just because the baby is screaming. So the problem we have in our country, you understand, is that our old people do not know when to stay back and look at this issue. Is it true we have a crisis with food? We've had it since the last 20 years. UN has been reporting that a time will come, people will be eating their fingernails. I'm telling you, since 2007, desertification had been going on. In short, South Sudan and Sudan broke up because of climate change, because of the need to fight for resources. It is water well, it is other issues, government lying, everybody pretending, everybody holding on to power, not solving people's problems. So people's problem is that people can't eat again. Since the last 25 years, we've been importing. It can't work again. So we need a faster way to be able to produce this food. Can science help? Then some people felt that science can help. And then they went ahead to start organizing, the GMOs. And the GMOs did not start yesterday, didn't start today. The problem I'm now having is that you can say, fine, we don't want GMOs. Nobody will disturb you. Will your people starve to death? Will somebody be paying 10,000 naira for a tuber of yam that the person bought just 2 years ago for 600 naira? So think about it, 600 naira, 10,000 naira. Somebody earns 30,000 naira. A tuber of yam that can feed only him, not his family, is 11,000. It's already done deal. The person will definitely not eat. So the challenge now is you cannot come on one thing and say something is very bad when you cannot even produce one solution to addressing your food crisis. If we must address our food crisis, we must plant better. If we must address our food, stop burning down trees, we must now be planting farms in our forest. All those Sambisa forests now should have corn, should have yam, should have everything. We must invest heavily in agriculture. And it's not cutlass agriculture. See, Ned, they keep lying to you. If you like, farm with cutlass. You will never feed a village with cutlass. It is mechanized farming. There's a term called mechanized farming. They should Google it and see whether Nigeria practices any have. There's no Ministry of Agriculture in Nigeria that can tell you they have 10,000 tractors that can till, that can plant, that can harvest. And you now want to now say, no, you don't want GMOs. I can assure you, most of the tomatoes and everything you have been eating for the last 5 years are GMOs. They're not just telling you, because our regulatory system are faulty. Our people like to blame other people for their problems. At the end of the day, Ned, 2 things need to be learned. You need to understand where your problems are. When people tell you anything in Nigeria, don't hold it fast and furious. You need to research. And that's what Professor Nelson told us. Always research. Get information.
That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
No, you did the right thing. You understand. And we are happy that you're doing this so that you can go and tell people, wait, what if all these things they are saying are not true?
Yeah.
What if there's a definition for what
That's
GMO
exactly why I asked.
You know, what if this GMO is a part of a way to solve a problem that our government and our African people have not been able to solve?
Cannot solve, yeah.
Did the GMO agreement, did it say you should not do your non-GMO? It didn't say that, and you know that. And that you know it's part of the solution that you people signed. Good Lord Jonathan signed it in the UN as part of the resolution that we must be able to feed our people. We must be able to use any means necessary, especially technology and science, to be able to address food security. It started since 2012. Because you don't know it and because they didn't tell you doesn't mean something doesn't exist. So it's the same thing with World Bank. World Bank has been giving Nigeria through the IDA fund billions of naira to develop our agricultural sector for the last 47 years. I can assure you that they have given more than $1 trillion. I'm very sure you're hearing that for the first time. If you just Google on the internet, you will see everything. It's the same for every African leaders. As long as you're not transparent, as long as you're not accountable, you allow misinformation to continue to peddle. You understand? Our people will never develop. You will never provide food for them. Then they will blame their enemies or their white man for all their problems. Don't get me wrong. The white man have their own issues and they are living with their own reckoning. And you can see it now that young people like us are seeing all their shenanigans and people are standing up. But at the end of the day, Professor Nelson says something, we have to clean house. And that's what Mary always tells us. We have to be united. So when one African goes to the UN, a youth is speaking and is an African is going to, all of us must support the person. Once they know we are all united, they'll say there's a problem. We cannot deceive these people. But once they are divided, they are able to pull 3 or 4 of our leaders, pull your president, pull the Kenyan president, bribe him. That's the problem. All heads of states must be united. We must speak with one voice, then come home and handle ourselves. So the issue now is beyond just where we are. It's just misinformation. Our people are not too educated. Our people are desperate for food. Our people are not happy that we are where we are today. All this complexity, insecurity, people are not going to farm, to even farm on the land that is non-GMO. They're not going for the last 10 years. You understand? Because of Boko Haram, the insurgents, our roads are very bad. So even moving food stuff is bad. We don't even have a preservation. Federal government cannot have a silo that can preserve food for 100 years. America has grains that were used in 1864. It is being kept. 1864 grains. But Nigeria cannot have any grain. The only grain we have in stock now is a 1998 grain. And of course, I know it cannot work. So the point I'm making, why I'm taking my time, is you've raised a very important thing. And Mary has told us, when we hear all these informations that are wrong, we must help our people. During COVID, Mary had to go to the television station here in America, telling people, don't start telling yourself you want to bath with salt. The strand here is different from the one in Africa. You are going to die, but of course, people started dying and people now realize that Mary was right. So the point is that we have to get information. We have to educate our people well. We have to say the truth. We have to research as young people. Please, when you hear all this lunacy, all these crazy things, G5 is cancer and all those stuff, don't use it, whereas your phones are using G5. Explain, find information, show people the truth. Just Google and everything will be there. Yes, you will see lies that people have said, but factually, go to government-based organization, go to universities' website and find out. Just search on any university, Google GMO, and they will tell you what it's all about. Sorry, I took a lot of time, but I just need us to do this because you are someone on ground. So when they ask you, you tell them that there are issues beyond just what we are doing. But this GMO was built to be a solution that world leaders had agreed many years ago. However, it needs to be regulated, just like Facebook needs to be regulated, guns need to be regulated, many things need to be regulated. It needs to, and you need to fit the peculiarity of your own country. Has your country designed a peculiarity for themselves? They've not. So as long as you've not done that, you just be signing something you don't know. And then they'll be shipping in things you don't like. And then your people will be suspicious of them, believing that something is bad. Thank you. I hope I've not been able to confuse you, but I've been able to convince you that it's just failure on our part to get educated. Our leaders are playing politics. They're just after the contract that needs to be given by the company. And it's just a way to feed ourselves. We need to wake up on our non-GMO practices. Eco-smart agricultural practices are key. Let's work with the World Bank. Let's work with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think we have another person, Kadekwanshi Mushunga from Zimbabwe. He has a point he wants to add, and then we move forward with our last session. It took us longer, but thank you so much, guys, for being patient.
Thank you, Mary. I hope everyone can hear me. Maybe just as a parting remark, and I was happy to hear that there's so many other activists, so many other sustainable goals activists, also at the end of 2063 activists, or just lump it all into development activists that are on the call as well. One aspect, again, just going back to the youth that I already stated, and that just needs to be re-emphasized again is the issue of claiming the space and how to claim it in an effective way, in a way that can, should we say that, takes advantage of the sustainability angle. And one thing that I was also picking up on was the whole how it's 5 years, 5 years to go up until should we say the deadline for the 2030 goals. And that's kind of where the worry is, or should I say where I'd want to point out that as youth in Africa, just because that deadline has been put, and even when you have pushed that deadline or even beyond that deadline, it does not mean that we have to shelve it. Whatever programs we are doing, whatever issues we are doing, whatever sustainable approaches we're doing should go beyond that deadline. And that foresight, should we say, is what we must also be looking into as youth. Because as we are growing up, we're also going to be old. We are going to be the older generation. Like it or not, aging is part of the process. So one statement is always one that I hold to heart is the beginning of a positive future is when, or should we say, I would say men or women plant trees that they never enjoy the shade of. You know, when you put into motion things that future generations can upgrade, can lift up to the next level, that's what the aim should be. Something that we should all be looking into is, what is my legacy? Be it personal, be it business, whatever it is, what is my legacy? And as the African youth living at this time, what is the legacy that we want to live for the next crop of African youths that are upcoming? So that's where I ended. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Katapanshi. So, Doctor, you have any addition?
Yes, Amal, our leader, wants to say something. Amal, over to you.
Yes, yeah. One thing that I like that there is one thing that you guys mention a lot that I really want us to focus on is data and generating data. Like I heard a lot of people emphasizing that. Like I remember a month ago, I've attended a UN Women event. They call it citizenship data or something like that. And I realized like on that event, I didn't know that even data was a politicized issue, right? Like a lot of government are very sensitive when you mention data. They don't want you to say the accurate number of, like, for example, let's say educations or diseases spread or income inequality. All of those subjects were very politicized and people were getting mad at just people saying the truth, right? So I'm like, okay, interesting to learn about that. And I saw the room was mostly people from Europe. They were very focused on data generations, setting up data and emphasizing the importance of generating data. So I would like for us, even as like African youth, in our own capacity, to even for us to generate our own data, right? Let's say maybe I'm just throwing ideas here, like, the data of African youth in the diaspora that are concerning or focusing on this issue, blah, 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 are this percentage, or the data of African youth within the continent of Africa that are focusing on this topic and this, and they want to do something, or the number of a certain occupations. I feel like even within us, we have to start generating data between ourselves. I know we are not a credible, let's say, as a collective organizations, or maybe people are not gonna look at us like, oh, maybe the data is accurate. However, we have to start something on somewhere until we reach a level of reaching to the right people to give us credibility or something like that regarding data. So I feel like even among us, we have to generate the data. That's why I remember on the group chat, I sent a Google form because I wanted to know who's who and who's doing what and where are people based. Are they based in the diaspora or in the continent? So we can start even like organizing ourselves much more better. If I know that the group I think is around 130 people. If I know like, oh, out of the 130, 90 are in Africa. Okay, we're in Africa, exactly. Which country? within one country, which region. That will help us with knowing that data. If there is something I can be like, hey, Mary, do you know someone from South Sudan, specifically in that area? Mary can be like, oh yeah, let's connect you with that person. That person will be the right word. Or Nigeria, Dr. Daniel, do you know someone? Or Zimbabwe. It will even help us to reach out to the targeted audience that we want. You know what I'm saying? So I was just, I'm just pointing that out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You just even gave me an idea now. Peace Light, you want to say something in 2 minutes? I think Mary has an announcement to make because she has to give a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, real quickly, I think that last comment was very spot on, that there is a lot of data to be collected, but that data, collecting the data is only half the challenge. There's a very strong analogy between what you're talking about and what Dr. Daniel was talking about with regards to the studies needing to be made for the GMOs and pushing those forward, right? It's the same thing with education. Like I said before, there's not enough schools. So if you took a snapshot today, you could fill in, well, ideally we would have this many schools around here and we would cover, you know, this portion of the population, right? You have to add the extra dimension of time and the rapid growth of Africa by GPS coordinate. It has to be relevant data. That's my point. Just collecting data is one thing, but it has to support the method of actualization of what you're trying to do. And that has to be thought about when you're trying to collect this data, because you got to have the right data and it has to be credible. You brought up the part about credible. Yes, it has to be credible. So we have to, for example, say, looking at a GPS model of the planned expansion of the population and applying those same ideal goals, you know, and then what configuration of the school does it have to be, or technology does it have to be, and how much does that cost? Then you come up with actionable data and you can say, Kenya, you got to spend $4.6 billion by 2030 on building schools, right? Then you make it with the African Union. Hey, this region here, you're looking at, you know, $79 billion. So how are you going to do that? What's the plan for doing that? Right. So anyway, that was my comment. Thank you all.
No, it's very valid. And it also goes to what you say. Whatever you cannot measure, you cannot efficiently know whether you have done effective thing on it. You know, and data is a measuring unit, you know, that people use to gather information in blocks so that they can be able to see where they are, create newer milestones, and move forward. The only reason why Nigeria has not moved forward is that Nigerians believe that the data of 2010, which is our population census, and the growth rate at that time is what they're using in moving forward. And it's not so. Many things have moved on. So you are right, and Amal is right. There is need for you to have relevant data. And I agree with what Peace Light is saying. You can get data of what is happening in 1978. It does not apply. You will only be wasting the resources. We now need to get data now. Why are our young girls, why is Nigeria having the highest number of out-of-school girls in just 1 year? It used to be India that has 5 times the population. Remember, India got a good population count. They now know that there are 1 billion people. Nigeria is 200 million people. 5 times, a nation that has 5 times our population does not have out of the highest number of out of girls. But Nigeria that has less than that population has, then the statistic is wrong. So where are they? Where should we find them? How do we improve it? How do we gradually reduce it and move forward? So relevant data is key. It is not gathering all the data that are past, but gathering data in real time that focuses on the issue on ground. You know, so I completely agree with Amal.
See, I hear that and I say, you know, wow, that would be real interesting to understand why the girls are out of school and how much of that is related to not there being enough schools. You know, so there's a lot of different ways of that's an interesting point you bring up. Okay.
Thank you so much. I will hand over to Mary because if we continue like this, you know, many of us are intellectuals. I can assure you the ideas, I'm just looking at all the things we have gathered. The ideas are just phenomenal. And these are people that are not even in the system. You can now imagine by the time they start to see more sensitive classified information, you know, how it will be. So I'm really very happy. I think this is a success, you know, and I'm happy that there's an online version. People are seeing us and people are knowing that none of us here wants anything bad for Africa. We just want what is good. We want to be loved. We want our kids. We want our cousins, their friends.
Yeah.
We want our husbands and our partners just to be peaceful. We also want to watch movies. We want to go and eat fries. We want to eat gari, fufu, loi loi. We want to bring, our friends or people to come and eat. But they can't come and eat when there's scarcity, there's war, there's fighting. People try to pitch one tribe against one another. Whereas the bigger issue is that our existence is at threat. And that's why some people believe that there are external factors here. But my father always tells me, when the rat inside the house is now threatened, it's because he went to open the door for the cat to come in. Somebody in home here in continent is giving the leeway for someone to come in from outside to disrupt you. It's the truth. And it has always been the truth. So we have to clean house. Young people, those of us here, when we get to power, please don't change. Continue to discuss it amongst your girlfriends, amongst your friends. Please look at how we should think. This is how we should think. Let's set aside this. Let's work together united. Poverty does not know a tribe. There are poor people in America. You understand? It doesn't know a tribe. Don't let your politician pitch you that one person is your problem. No person is your problem. It's the failure of us to articulate ourselves, to get a purpose, to reach consensus, to bring everybody on board, to honestly bring criticism, positive criticism, and see how to move forward together. But when one tribe wants to move forward together, or one ethnic group, or one political elite group want to put themselves first, that's when chaos and anarchy, or you want to hold on to power. You're already 89, 90 years old. You barely can even think for yourself, but you still want to be there for life. That's where the problem is. So let us all work together, please. Let's work together. Let's encourage people doing well. Let's support people doing well. See, when you seek the peace of another person, your peace is established. These are philosophies that have existed between me and you. As long as South Sudan is not free, Africa will never be free. As long as Nigeria is not stable, it's not possible for Benin Republic. They're the ones that will feel the brunt of it. You can say all you want to see. We must make sure that, no, we must help Nigeria. Nigeria young people must succeed. Because we know if they succeed, good music will come. We know if they succeed, they will not come to our country to create problems. So not until Senegal and Mali succeeds and South Africa succeeds, we won't. Africans need to gather together. And that's what Mina said. We have to unite together. How can it be difficult for you to be traveling within African country? It's understandable that when you're going to the Western world, they are very skeptical. They want some credibility in who you are. Fine, but within Africa, the same complexion, you're making it difficult for someone in Benin Republic to come into South Africa. You're making it difficult for someone in Zimbabwe to enter South Africa. You're making it difficult for someone in Nigeria to come into Tanzania, to come into Botswana, to come into Morocco. You're not helping yourself. You're creating that divide and opening that door for the cats and the bad influence to come in. So this summit of the future is to press a reset button. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Even if our leaders want to deceive ourselves, we need to tell the UN, can you have a scorecard of all these leaders? Any of them that want to speak, tell them you cannot speak. We cannot see evidence that there's sustainable development goal. Your people cannot even trust you. You have jailed more people and you are saying that there's liberty. It doesn't make sense. Don't speak. Go and correct things before you come. Because when our leaders or Africans see our leaders speak in the Western world, it actually makes them hate the Western world because they feel the Western world do not see their problems. So we must critically ask questions, hold our leaders accountable, tell them the truth. And that's what many young people are doing. So that's just my own honesty. It's a personal opinion. It's not binding on anybody. I respect everybody's opinion, but I'm begging you, as young people in your own small space, just be different. Don't mind whatever anybody is saying. I'm telling you the truth. Just be different. Continue to imbibe. I'm an African, but I'm a blessing to the world. My name is Daniel Guje. I'm from Nigeria, but I'm a blessing to the world. I'm not going to generalize. I'm not going to say there are no characters there, just like there are characters here in America too. I will not see every 16-year-old white American and say that person is a bad person. No. So you should not see every person that has a Nigerian name, Adekunle name, and say the person is a scammer. No. We know that governments here also play hanky-panky, just like government back home do. What is key is your individuality, how we work together. Help this Black man who came with 4 bags be able to be a resource and a blessing to you, so that when you come to our continent, we'll help you with 2 bags or 3 bags, you understand, to become a source to a blessing. And that's what the Summit of the Future is all about. It's about whenever you come into our country, we want you to be that blessing while retaining your full identity. But we want you to be able to respect the peculiarity of our environment. You will not go into a space that have certain stuff. I want to disrupt it. No, it's not done that way. You have to be subtle. You have to explain yourself, and you have to let go. So I'm saying it not for us. It's because there is an online version of things, you know, and so that when our brothers see this in a month time, in 2 months time, they'll say, wow, if Africans are thinking like this, then I have to step up. You understand? And we have a lot to do. Thank you so much. And God bless you guys. I'll hand over to Mary to give our reflection. Thank you, Mina. Thank you, everyone. Let's just end it for today. The discussion will continue across board. And yeah, before Mary goes, please, we're already gathering all the data. I don't know if you noticed, somebody has been posting all the comments or a summary of what everybody has done. It's so much, you understand? So we are gathering it in real time through an app, and we're already creating updated declaration. So a declaration is like a statement of affirmation that all the things we are saying is making sense. We are really happy with that. There's a discussion for Summit of the Future. However, these are some things we want. That Summit of the Future must be domesticated to our African peculiar heritage. Young people must be involved, and that we want genuine impact. We do not want bubu yaya. We do not want all these storylines. You understand? We want people to be properly educated. We want data. We want information. You know, we want accountability. I think when we do that, we'll be able to be different. I want a situation when I'm gone. My legacy, just like Mushanga said, is when people look back what I've done for 16 years, in my little years, they'll say, for God's sake, this guy was a human being. This guy tells me that not all Nigerians are crazy. This guy tells me that not all Igbo people want to sell spare parts. That stereotype is wrong. This guy is articulate. This guy is an intellectual. This guy is a phenomenon. These are the kinds of people that Africa should build on. And I'm just the average person. I'm not even the best in my class in Nigeria. So you can now imagine those people that don't have the opportunity. That's why I have to succeed. I have to be a shining light, because it's not my life. It's the life of other people that I should be able to express, so that when people ask me, I say, see, I'm not the average person. I know you guys think I'm the best graduating student. I know you guys think I'm articulate, I'm writing articles, I'm publishing. It's true. But I was an average person in Nigeria. I know best graduating students in Nigeria that are still there, and their lives are all gone. Let us help them, and then the world will become a better place. So that's the narrative for every one of us. So any of us outside a conflict zone, we are supposed to be that vehicle to constantly be talking, not to protest, not to break bottles. Those things don't change things. They're important, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't change things. We actually have to put foot on ground. We actually have to be truthful, take part in those elections, elect people, enter agreements with government officials, sign this, video it. You understand? Put 17 young people, Minister for Defense, let it be a woman, Inspector General of Police, let it be a woman, you know, because we know women are more objective, they are more grooming, they are more stuff. Let our men be the muscle ones to get the work done, you know, defend the territory. And you have to balance things. You know, young people must learn to have patience. They must learn to be smart. They must learn to work with older people. All my friends are older than 60. All my friends, I don't have anyone that's under 20. Yes, Mary is a bit young, but Mary is my colleague. She's a partner. She's a business person. But all the people that take advice from the UN to AU, everybody's over 70, 60, 70. You understand? And when they see me talk, they'll say, why are young people? I say, these are what young people are doing, but they don't know the diplomatic way. Instead of them saying, you're a liar, sir. You can't tell an old man you're a liar. Once you say that, the discussion is ended. As an African person, you tell, yeah, you're a liar, nonsense, you call them out. That's the end. But if you say, sir, I think you are mischaracterizing the true situation of where we are. You know, all you've just said is that that person has lied, but you've done it in a way the person says, are you sure I'm mischaracterized? Then you now explain yourself. We must learn to be educated. The languaging matters a lot. How we say it, the context in which we say it. These are things now we are trying to learn, and we must tell our people. And I think there's future for us. Just don't change. Don't be like your father. Don't be like your mother. Yes, they've done their part, but it's time for us to create our new history, our new narrative. It's time for us to help our children who are still very little. Thank you.
Those skills should be taught from the youngest of ages. Right on.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's why we are trying to create this platform. So, Doctor, we have the draft. I share in the comment section the draft of the declaration that the group was working on for the last couple of days, but we still have some to add to the document. Some of all your presentations today, we are going to, they have already took the notes, we're going to go through it and then add it to it. So I think it's better to share it out to the people when we have everything finalized. Yeah, and instead of just showing you up now what we have. The draft that we have.
Yeah, Mina, what do you think?
The draft we have is here. So, you know, we have a big team of 30 young people who are working on it.
Yes. So Mina, what Mary is saying is that we have a draft already, or a skeleton. We have a skeleton of the thematic points that we've discussed. We've been uploading, but we've not finished the seminar here. So there are many contributions now we need to add to it. She's saying that you people should see that we have a draft, but we want you now to send email to Mary's email. We put it on the chat. You know, look at the draft that she currently has. You know, of course, some of the points are there. We will now add it up when she's going to the UN, and Ambassador Fall has promised, and then the Eritrean ambassador has promised to also help. They will submit all those stuff. But we want it historical. We want your names to be there so that in 20, 30 years' time, your child asks you, Mommy, what did you do? You say, see, I was part of this coalition of young Africans. We were not big, we were not president, we were not House of Rep, we didn't travel, but we were working on policy and we submitted our idea that we really think is good. It's part of a bigger idea, but some of the context is so. We want you to begin to feel that you are part of that progress. So that's why Mary is saying that this is the draft we have. It's over 30 people, professionals have been working on it. We want more people to come. All the things we have here are just materials that are already there. We'll add some of them to it. Look through the draft. If you have any idea, 2 sentence, 3 sentence in any of the areas that you want, send it to us. Send your full name, your email, maybe your country. We'll attach it as we are doing the document. The last page will be the names of every person. Why we want that email is that so that UN can contact you individually. Were you part of this so thing? Did you do this? And then future events, UN will send you an email. Any email that comes to the UN, they will send you an email. We have a Summit of the Future in 2026, or we have a revision of an update of the Summit of the Future. You are part of people that did this. We are sending this email, register and do this. So the truth of the matter is don't sit down doing. Meniette says, join people, humble yourself, join people, learn the ropes. Of course, you can see that this summit was done in less than 4 hours, in less than 4 days. I need to commend Mary. It has not been easy gathering everybody to stay this long. It's not, but it just goes to show that people have persistence, you know, people are determined, you understand, and we can make it work. And I'm seeing people that are even doing greater things than me. And it's unfair that they are not getting noticed. It's unfair that their local governments are not even helping local government. We're not talking of the nation. Local government are not recognizing that. And it is those small things people are doing. If you add it together, that becomes big. So that's what Mary is saying, that we have our draft. Look at it. You don't need to do anything now. Just look at it. Then when you're done, send email to Mary. We've already attached emails there. It's apollomary41@gmail.com. You understand? You can also send, those of you that know me, you can send to me. I'll still forward to Mary. Mary is our leader, and she has a team of people, Mbasa, the guy from Congo that created this platform. We have a team of people on ground, you know, and we're going to bring every other person on board. Mina is coming on board. She will look at our processes, how we are doing things, how we articulate policies. Again, in the interest of transparency, our policy paper already has been accepted by the UN. It has been archived. We can share the links with you. You know, and Mary was instrumental with some of those stuff. You understand? Yes, but we wrote it under my organization, Team 54 Project. But Mary contributed to the human rights component of it because it's a holistic thing. Meniette was part of it and everything like that. And the UN said, we love the idea. We have adopted it. It's part of it. You understand? And many other organizations have done that. So you don't need to wait. I didn't wait for my president in my country or the AU to tell me to do anything, or the president of Medical Association of the World. No, I didn't wait. So you can't just keep waiting. You can do that, but you need to know where these informations are and how it works. So I think we've done very well. We just want Mary to give us a vote of thanks, and then we can all go back now and start connecting with one another. I have so many LinkedIn. Sorry, I can't attend to all the private messages. I don't do that. We work as a team. When I say I know it's the passion. I know people are very excited. They are hearing new things, the way I articulate thoughts, but you can do the same thing, if not better. You understand? So please, let's work together with Mary. Let's work with Amal. Let's work with Mina. Let's support their idea. If you have ideas you need to do, let's work with them. Reach out to Delight. Delight is an ESG expert. It's not hard. You can do ESG. It's not hard. You understand? Join her. We can even get scholarships, for those of you in Spain, just that you need to learn Spanish language and things like that. She can link you up with Professor Laila. She's looking for people to join the 2025 competition, you understand? And we believe that Delight can mentor you and coach you guys, and then the sky will be the limit. So let's work together. Let's be different from our fathers and our mothers. I will be different. If you look at my father and you look at me, in every ramification, we're not the same, even though we bear the same surname. And that's how it should be, because you lose your identity when they still remember your father and not remember you. That's the truth. So, Mina, I want to say something so that Mary can give the vote of thanks, and then we close. Since you are our MC, it would be good to round up on your own end. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. It's been such a wonderful evening. And I would say that I was brought on board like in less than 24 hours. But we thank God that, it went well. And wherever you're joining from, I just want to say thank you once again for joining in. I like to be part of the policy document we're trying to put together. Dr. Daniel and Mary, I'd reach out after now, so I can sort of contribute to what we're already doing, the fantastic work you're already doing. So thank you guys for staying till now. Thank you for contributing, and your contributions will not just end here. You've heard Dr. Daniel, we're taking these contributions and these deliberations to the UN Assembly, and it's going to be greater and bigger and better from here. So right now, I'll just leave the floor to Mary. Thank you so much, Mary, for having me. You're such a wonderful leader, and I'm truly impressed by what we've been able to do with this platform. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. God bless you.
Mina, thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody. Dr. Daniel was helping us so much in this event. He has so much engagement he took from his private time, his family time, drafting, doing the work together. And there is other people who help us in strategizing and organizing the team. They are not in the meeting. They are under the ground. Thank them. Big Drum, Jafter, Pursue, and this girl she's a farmer. She's from Doreen. All those team were just, behind the scenes working with us and strategizing and helping with their capacity. I think this is a successful summit, and we are going to regret if we haven't done it. It's good that the goal was to bring so much talented of our young people, and we have them, and we really have young people. So listening to this conversation has motivated me and giving me so much ideas moving ahead that we can work together on it. I think we don't have to let this talent die, as Dr. Daniel said. We have to, now we are in the Western part, we more exposed to the technology, ideas, an advanced way of doing things, and UNGA and some use on the continent. So we will try to see how we can match these talented people to so much experience, to so much ways that we can grow and work together to our continent and to the world. Let us keep our collective work through this networking. And I think this group will not close it just for until the next General Assembly. We are going to leave it open so we can see what we can do in the middle, projects that we can do, follow-up we can do. There is so much collaboration. We can work together now with the limited resources that we have, and then we can seek in the future how we can find the funding for this work. If you know somebody who has talent, please try to bring them, and we will see how we can help that person find that talent out of them. I think Dr. Daniel, Dr. Nelson, Vindra, a lot of you young people are doing that. It's still a long way to the SDG. Actually, Manette, one of our leaders here, she says something very important. Whenever you go to every event, go with a purpose. And this is a valuable advice. Nobody ever said that to you. Nobody will say it, and I never hear it from everybody. This is what is important now, because time go fast, and with the digital technology, with advanced technology, we have a lot. Whenever you are going, look at the program. We have our plans that we are going to go there and do something. So you don't waste the opportunity that you are getting. For example, we are going to attend the General Assembly next week. We see all the program, we have our agenda, we have our vision from this. We are going to deliver a declaration there for the African Union Office for the UN, but we will see as much as possible how our vision can work with other leaders there, other young people, other side events, how we can be able to benefit from that, because we may not get that opportunity again. We still have a long way to go. Yeah, just thank you for all of you. A lot of us will be in the General Assembly next week and the Summit of Future, taking this wonderful contribution to the multilateral system platform. Yeah, and I really, you know, my mother always tell me, we don't have the opportunity that you have now in your age. When we were in your age, we didn't get this opportunity. So you are lucky to get these opportunities. Let us keep the hand up. Let us keep working. Thank you so much again for attending this Use Voices Summit 2024, Shaping the Future through the African Pact. Thank you all the organizations who have collaborated with us, Team 54 Project, African News Architect, Miss Vindra, Hallmark International, Miss Louisiana, everybody. I don't want to mention like Mr. Petri Jean. Thank you so much for coming to the platform. We will continue our conversation. I don't want to make it longer for you. See you in the next time. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.